The Sunborn Legacy by EchoingTales. A Note of Gratitude. Dear reader, thank you from the bottom of my heart for choosing this book. In a world filled with countless stories vying for attention, I'm truly honored that you've decided to spend your precious time with these pages. As you embark on this journey through the chapters ahead, I hope the words resonate with you in some meaningful way. Every sentence has been crafted with care, hoping to transport you to another world, spark your imagination, or perhaps offer a new perspective. If you find yourself enjoying this story, I would be incredibly grateful if you might consider sharing it with others who might appreciate it too. Books find their way into the right hands through the kindness of readers like you, who pass along recommendations to friends, family, or fellow book lovers. Should you feel moved to leave a review once you've finished reading, please know that your feedback is invaluable. Reviews help other potential readers discover this book and provide me with the encouragement to continue writing. Your honest thoughts, whether shared online or through word of mouth, help independent authors like myself reach new audiences in ways that would otherwise be impossible. Thank you again for your support. It means more than you know, and I'm deeply grateful for the connection we share through these pages. Happy reading, EchoingTales. Chapter 1. The Restless Prince. Prince Aldric of Solaria stood at the balcony of his opulent chambers, gazing out over the sprawling capital city that glittered like a jewel in the morning sun. The young royal cut a striking figure, his tall frame draped in finely tailored silk robes of deep crimson and gold, the colors of House Solaris. His raven-black hair, usually neatly combed, was tousled by the gentle breeze that carried the scent of blooming jasmine from the palace gardens below. Despite the breathtaking view and the promise of another beautiful day in the prosperous kingdom, Aldric felt a familiar restlessness stirring in his chest. He drummed his fingers on the ornate marble railing, his mind wandering far beyond the city walls to lands unknown. "Your Highness," a voice called from within his chambers, "the king requests your presence in the throne room." Aldric sighed, turning to face his steward, a portly man named Cedric, who had served the royal family for decades. "Very well, Cedric. I'll be there shortly." As he made his way through the winding corridors of the palace, Aldric couldn't help but feel a sense of monotony creeping into his daily routine. The same gilded halls, the same courtly etiquette, the same political maneuverings. It all felt increasingly stifling to the young prince who yearned for something more. The throne room was a marvel of architecture, with soaring ceilings adorned with intricate frescoes depicting the legendary deeds of Solaria's past rulers. Sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns across the polished marble floor. At the far end of the hall, King Edric sat upon the sun throne, a masterpiece of gold and precious gems that seemed to glow with an inner light. As Aldric approached, he noticed the usual assemblage of courtiers, advisors, and petitioners lining the sides of the room. He inclined his head respectfully to his father before taking his place at the king's right hand. "Ah, Aldric!" King Edric's voice boomed, a warm smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. "I'm glad you could join us. We have matters of state to discuss." For the next hour, Aldric listened dutifully as his father held court, addressing concerns from noble houses, settling disputes between merchants, and discussing trade agreements with neighboring kingdoms. While he admired his father's wisdom and fairness in ruling, Aldric found his mind wandering once again to thoughts of adventure and the world beyond Solaria's borders. As the last petitioner was ushered out of the throne room, King Edric turned to his son with a knowing look. "You seem distracted today, my boy. What troubles you?" Aldric hesitated, unsure how to express the restlessness that had been growing within him. "Father, I find myself wondering about the lands beyond our kingdom. We hear tales of dragons in Draconia, of the ice fortresses in the northern reaches, of the floating islands of Ethoria, yet I've seen none of it with my own eyes." King Edric leaned back in his throne, stroking his salt and pepper beard thoughtfully. "Ah, the wanderlust of youth. I remember feeling much the same at your age." "Did you ever act on it?" Aldric asked, a spark of hope igniting in his chest. The king chuckled. "Indeed I did. Before I took the throne, I spent 2 years traveling the known world. Those experiences shaped me into the ruler I am today." His expression grew serious. "But times were different then, Aldric. The kingdom was stable, and my father's reign was secure. Now, with tensions rising in the east..." Aldric's heart sank. He knew all too well of the brewing conflict with the Shadowlands, a perpetual thorn in Solaria's side. "I understand our responsibilities, Father, but surely a short journey wouldn't be out of the question. A diplomatic mission, perhaps?" King Edric considered this for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. "It's not without merit. Strengthening our ties with allied nations could prove beneficial in the coming months." He nodded slowly. "Very well, I'll consider it. But for now we have more pressing matters to attend to." As they left the throne room together, Aldric felt a mixture of excitement and frustration. The possibility of travel had been dangled before him, yet it still seemed just out of reach. The rest of the day passed in a blur of council meetings, combat training with the Royal Guard, and a tedious dinner with visiting dignitaries from a neighboring city-state. By the time Aldric retired to his chambers for the night, he felt mentally and physically exhausted. Dismissing his attendants, the prince changed into a simple tunic and trousers, foregoing his usual sleeping attire. He waited until the palace had grown quiet before slipping out onto his balcony once more. With practiced ease, he scaled down the ivy-covered wall to the gardens below. This late-night excursion had become something of a habit for Aldric, a small taste of freedom in his regimented life. He made his way through the moonlit gardens, eventually reaching a hidden postern gate that led to the city beyond the palace walls. The streets of the capital were nearly deserted at this hour, save for a few taverns that still buzzed with activity. Aldric pulled up the hood of his cloak, relishing the anonymity it provided. He wandered the cobblestone streets, breathing in the mingled scents of spices, ale, and the sea breeze from the nearby harbour. As he passed a particularly raucous tavern, the door burst open and a group of sailors spilled out onto the street. Their boisterous laughter and tales of far-off lands caught Aldric's attention, and he found himself drawing closer to listen. "I'm telling you," one grizzled sailor slurred, "the dragons in Draconia are big as houses. Saw one myself last time we made port in Scalecrest." "Aye, and I suppose the mermaids in the Sapphire Isles invited you to tea?" Another sailor scoffed, eliciting laughter from the group. Aldric's imagination soared with each fantastical tale, his desire to see these wonders for himself growing stronger by the moment. He lingered until the sailors stumbled off into the night, then made his way back to the palace, his mind awhirl with possibilities. As he climbed back up to his balcony, a plan began to form in Aldric's mind. If his father wouldn't grant him leave to travel officially, perhaps it was time to take matters into his own hands. The thought both thrilled and terrified him, but he knew in his heart that he couldn't continue living this sheltered existence. Slipping back into his chambers, Aldric made a silent vow to himself. One way or another, he would find a way to see the world beyond Solaria's borders. Little did he know that his decision would set in motion a chain of events that would change not only his life, but the fate of kingdoms. As he drifted off to sleep, Aldric's dreams were filled with visions of soaring dragons, treacherous mountains, and a pair of mysterious eyes that seemed to call to him from across the sea. Chapter 2. Whispers of Adventure. The following days passed in a blur of routine for Prince Aldric, but beneath the surface, his mind was alight with plans and possibilities. Every spare moment was devoted to gathering information, poring over maps in the royal library, and discreetly questioning travelers about the lands beyond Solaria's borders. One afternoon, as Aldric sat in his private study, surrounded by stacks of books and unfurled scrolls, a soft knock at the door interrupted his research. "Enter," he called, hastily covering a map of Draconia with a more innocuous tome on Solarian history. The door creaked open to reveal his younger sister, Princess Ilara. At 16, she was the spitting image of their late mother, with flowing golden hair and eyes the color of summer skies. "Brother," Ilara said, a mischievous glint in her eye. "What are you up to? You've been holed up in here for days." Aldric forced a casual smile. "Just some light reading, dear sister. Nothing to concern yourself with." Ilara raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. She glided into the room, her silk gown rustling softly as she moved to peer at the books scattered across his desk. "Light reading indeed. The dragon kingdoms of the East, nautical charts of the Sapphire Sea, surviving in untamed lands." She fixed Aldric with a knowing look. "You're planning something, aren't you?" For a moment, Aldric considered denying it, but the excitement of sharing his dreams overwhelmed his caution. "All right, you've caught me," he admitted with a sigh. I'm thinking of leaving Solaria, just for a while," he added quickly, seeing the alarm on Ilara's face. "To see the world, to have an adventure before you're tied down with the responsibilities of the crown," Ilara finished for him, her expression softening. She took a seat across from him, smoothing her skirts. "Oh, Aldric, I understand. Truly I do. But have you thought this through? Father would never allow it, especially not with the tensions in the East." Aldric leaned forward, his voice low and intense. "That's just it, Ilara. I can't wait for permission that may never come. I need to do this, to see what lies beyond our borders with my own eyes. How can I be expected to rule one day if I've never experienced the world outside these walls?" Ilara was quiet for a long moment, her brow furrowed in thought. Finally she spoke. "You're set on this, aren't you?" At Aldric's nod, she sighed. "Then at least let me help you. You'll need supplies, coin, and a way to slip out of the city unnoticed." Aldric blinked in surprise. "You'd do that for me? Even knowing Father would be furious?" A smile played at the corners of Ilara's lips. "What are sisters for, if not to aid their foolish brothers in their harebrained schemes?" Her expression grew serious. "But promise me you'll be careful, and that you'll come back to us." "I promise," Aldric said solemnly, reaching across the desk to squeeze her hand. "Thank you, Ilara. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for this." "Oh, I'm sure I'll think of something," she replied with a wink. "Now let's get to work. We have a journey to plan." Over the next week, the royal siblings worked in secret to prepare for Aldric's departure. Ilara proved to be an invaluable ally, using her charm and wit to gather supplies without arousing suspicion. She procured a sturdy pack, filled it with dried foods and basic medical supplies, and even managed to borrow a set of common clothes from the servants' quarters. Aldric, meanwhile, focused on memorizing maps and gathering as much information as he could about the lands he intended to visit. His initial plan was to make his way east to the port city of Tideholm, where he would book passage on a ship bound for Draconia. The Dragon Kingdoms had long fascinated him, and he reasoned that their relative distance from Solaria would make it harder for his father to track him down. As the day of his planned departure drew near, Aldric found himself growing both excited and apprehensive. The reality of what he was about to do, abandoning his duties, leaving behind everything he'd ever known, began to weigh heavily on him. But every time doubt crept in, he reminded himself of the wonders that awaited him beyond Solaria's borders. The night before his departure, Aldric tossed and turned in his bed, unable to sleep. As the first light of dawn began to creep through his windows, he rose and dressed in the simple clothes Ilara had procured for him. He donned a worn leather jerkin over a linen shirt, sturdy wool trousers, and a pair of well-broken-in boots. Looking in the mirror, he barely recognized himself without the finery he was accustomed to. A soft knock at the door made him jump. "It's me," Ilara's voice whispered. Aldric opened the door to find his sister holding a small, ornate box. "I have something for you," she said, pressing the box into his hands. "Open it." Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a golden amulet in the shape of the sun, the symbol of House Solaris. "It was Mother's," Ilara explained softly. "I want you to take it with you, to remember who you are and that you always have a home here." Aldric felt a lump form in his throat as he clasped the amulet around his neck, tucking it beneath his shirt. "Thank you," he managed to say, pulling Ilara into a tight embrace. "I'll miss you, little sister." "And I you," she replied, her voice muffled against his chest. "Now go, before the palace wakes. And Aldric?" She pulled back, fixing him with a stern look. "Have a grand adventure." With a final nod to his sister, Aldric shouldered his pack and made his way through the secret passages of the palace. His heart raced as he emerged into the pre-dawn stillness of the royal gardens. The postern gate loomed before him, the final barrier between his old life and the unknown that awaited. Taking a deep breath, Aldric pushed open the gate and stepped out into the sleeping city beyond. The cobblestone streets were empty, save for a few early-rising merchants setting up their stalls in the market square. Aldric kept his head down, trying to blend in with the few people about at this hour. As he made his way towards the city gates, a commotion in a nearby alley caught his attention. A group of rough-looking men had cornered a young woman, their intentions clearly nefarious. Aldric hesitated, torn between his instinct to help and the need to remain inconspicuous. But as one of the men roughly grabbed the woman's arm, Aldric's training and sense of duty took over. He dropped his pack and rushed into the alley. "Leave her alone!" he shouted, his voice ringing with the authority he'd been raised to project. The men turned, momentarily startled by the interruption. Then, seeing only a solitary young man, they laughed. "Mind your own business, boy," the largest of them growled, "unless you want a beating too." Aldric's hand instinctively went to his hip, reaching for a sword that wasn't there. Cursing inwardly, he raised his fists instead. "I won't say it again. Let her go." The big man lunged forward with a roar, but Aldric was ready. Years of combat training with the Royal Guard had honed his reflexes to a razor's edge. He ducked under the man's wild swing and delivered a swift uppercut to his jaw, sending him staggering backward. The other men rushed in, and for a few chaotic moments, the alley was filled with the sounds of fists meeting flesh and grunts of pain. Aldric fought with all the skill at his disposal, but he was outnumbered. A lucky blow caught him on the temple, sending him reeling. As his vision swam, Aldric saw the young woman pick up a discarded piece of wood and swing it with all her might, catching one of the attackers across the back of the head. The man went down hard, and the others, seeing the tide of the fight turning, decided to cut their losses and flee. Panting heavily, Aldric leaned against the alley wall, gingerly touching the spot where he'd been struck. The young woman approached him cautiously. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern and gratitude. "That was incredibly brave of you." Aldric managed a weak smile. "I'm fine, thank you. Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "Thanks to you, no. I'm Lyra," she added, extending a hand. "Alder." He caught himself just in time. "Alden, my name is Alden." Lyra's eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing the lie, but she didn't press the issue. "Well, Alden, it seems I'm in your debt. Is there anything I can do to repay you?" Aldric was about to decline when an idea struck him. "Actually, there is. I'm new to the city, and looking for work on a ship bound for Draconia. Would you happen to know where I might find such employment?" A smile played at the corners of Lyra's lips. "As it happens, I work at the docks. I'd be happy to introduce you to some captains I know." She paused, studying him for a moment. "Though I must warn you, the journey to Draconia is not for the faint of heart. There are dangers on those waters that would make these ruffians seem like kittens in comparison." Far from deterring him, Lyra's words only fueled Aldric's excitement. "I'm prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead," he said, with more confidence than he felt. Lyra laughed, a musical sound that seemed to brighten the dingy alley. "We'll see about that. Come on then, would-be adventurer. Let's find you a ship and set you on your path to glory, or folly." As they made their way towards the docks, the sun finally crested the horizon, bathing the city in golden light. Aldric felt a thrill of anticipation course through him. His journey, his great adventure, was finally beginning. Little did he know that fate had much more in store for him than he could possibly imagine. Chapter 3. Farewell to Solaria. The bustling docks of Solaria's capital were a cacophony of sounds and smells that assaulted Aldric's senses. Seagulls screeched overhead, competing with the shouts of sailors and the creaking of ship timbers. The pungent odor of fish mingled with the salty sea air and the earthy scent of spices being loaded onto merchant vessels. Lyra navigated the chaos with practiced ease, weaving between crates and dodging busy dock workers. Aldric followed closely, trying to maintain his composure despite his growing excitement and nervousness. "The ship you want is the Sea Sprite," Lyra explained as they walked. "Captain Thorn is a fair man, and he's sailing for Draconia on the morning tide. If we can convince him to take you on, you'll be on your way to adventure before sundown." They approached a sleek vessel with deep blue sails. Its figurehead, a beautifully carved mermaid, seemed to watch them with knowing eyes as they climbed the gangplank. On deck, a grizzled man with a salt and pepper beard barked orders to his crew. He turned as Lyra called out, "Captain Thorn, I've brought you a new hand for your journey to Draconia." The captain's weathered face creased into a frown as he looked Aldric up and down. "This landlubber, he looks like he's never seen a day's hard work in his life." Aldric bristled at the assessment but held his tongue. Lyra jumped in before he could respond. "Don't let his looks fool you, Captain. I've seen him fight. He's quick and strong, and he's eager to learn." Captain Thorn stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Is that so? And why, pray tell, are you so keen to sail to Draconia, boy?" Aldric straightened his back, meeting the captain's gaze. "I seek adventure, sir, and knowledge. I've heard tales of the wonders of Draconia all my life, and I aim to see them for myself." A hint of amusement flickered in Thorn's eyes. "Adventure, eh? Well, you'll find plenty of that on this voyage, make no mistake." He was quiet for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, I could use another pair of hands. But make no mistake, lad, you'll work hard for your passage. This isn't a pleasure cruise." Relief and excitement surged through Aldric. "Thank you, Captain. I won't let you down." "See that you don't," Thorn grunted. "We sail with the morning tide. Be here an hour before dawn, or we leave without you." With that, he turned back to his duties, shouting orders to his crew. As they descended the gangplank, Aldric turned to Lyra. "Thank you for your help. I don't know how to repay you." Lyra smiled, a mischievous glint in her eye. "Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way. Perhaps you can regale me with tales of your grand adventures when you return." Her expression softened. "Just be careful out there, Alden. The world beyond Solaria's shores can be beautiful, but it's also dangerous." Aldric nodded solemnly. "I will, and thank you again, truly." As Lyra disappeared into the crowd, Aldric felt a pang of regret at having to lie about his identity, but he pushed the feeling aside, focusing instead on the task at hand. He had until dawn to prepare for his journey and to say his final farewells to the only home he'd ever known. The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. Aldric purchased additional supplies for the voyage, using the coin Ilara had provided. He wrote a letter to his father, explaining his decision and begging forgiveness for his abrupt departure. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than disappearing without a word. As night fell, Aldric found himself drawn to the highest tower of the royal palace. It was a place he'd often come as a child, marveling at the view of the kingdom spread out before him. Now he looked out over the twinkling lights of the capital with a mixture of nostalgia and anticipation. "I thought I might find you here," a familiar voice said behind him. Aldric turned to see his father, King Edric, step out of the shadows. The king's face was etched with concern and a hint of sadness. "Father, Aldric began, but Edric held up a hand to silence him. "I know, son. Ilara told me everything." The king moved to stand beside Aldric, gazing out over the city. "I must admit, part of me is furious with you for this reckless plan, but another part of me understands all too well." Aldric blinked in surprise. "You do?" Edric nodded, a wistful smile playing at his lips. "I told you once that I traveled in my youth. What I didn't tell you was that I, too, left in secret. My father was much stricter than I, and he would never have allowed it." For a moment they stood in silence, the weight of shared experience hanging between them. Finally, Edric spoke again. "I cannot condone what you're doing, Aldric. As a king, I should order you to stay, to fulfill your duties to the realm." He turned to face his son, his eyes shining with unshed tears. "But as a father, I can only say this. Be careful, learn all you can, and come back to us safely." Aldric felt his own eyes welling up. "I will, father. I promise." Edric pulled his son into a tight embrace. "Take this," he said as they parted, pressing a heavy signet ring into Aldric's hand. "If you find yourself in true danger, use it. It will identify you as a Prince of Solaria and grant you aid from our allies." Aldric slipped the ring onto his finger, then concealed it beneath his glove. "Thank you, father, for understanding." As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Aldric stood at the city gates, his pack slung over his shoulder. The streets were still quiet, most of the city's inhabitants still asleep in their beds. He took one last look at the palace, its golden spires catching the first rays of the sun. For a moment, doubt crept into his heart. Was he truly ready to leave behind everything he'd ever known? But then he remembered the maps he'd studied, the tales he'd heard of far-off lands and incredible adventures. He thought of dragons soaring through the skies of Draconia, of the mysterious floating islands of Ethoria, of the icy fortresses of the northern reaches. A world of wonders awaited him, and he was finally taking his first steps towards experiencing it all. With a deep breath, Aldric turned and walked through the gates. The road stretched out before him, leading down to the docks where the sea sprite waited. As he walked, his steps became more confident, his excitement building with each passing moment. The docks were already alive with activity as Aldric arrived. Sailors and dock workers rushed about, preparing ships for departure. He spotted the sea sprite, its blue sails billowing gently in the morning breeze. As he approached the gangplank, Aldric caught sight of a familiar face in the crowd. Lyra stood at the edge of the dock, a knowing smile on her face. She raised a hand in farewell, and Aldric returned the gesture, grateful for the kindness of this stranger who had helped set him on his path. Captain Thorne's gruff voice called out from the deck, "All aboard who's coming aboard! We sail with the tide!" With one final look at the city he was leaving behind, Aldric took a deep breath and stepped onto the gangplank. His heart raced with a mixture of fear and exhilaration as he set foot on the deck of the sea sprite. As the ship cast off its moorings and began to glide out of the harbor, Aldric moved to the rail, watching as Solaria's shoreline began to recede. The golden domes of the palace glinted in the morning sun, growing smaller with each passing moment. A sense of freedom washed over him, along with a tinge of melancholy. He was leaving behind everything he'd ever known, embarking on a journey into the unknown. But as the open sea stretched out before him, Aldric felt a surge of excitement for the adventures that lay ahead. The wind picked up, filling the sea sprite's sails. As the ship picked up speed, Aldric turned his gaze towards the horizon. Somewhere out there, beyond the endless expanse of blue, Draconia awaited, and with it, the beginning of an adventure beyond his wildest dreams. Chapter 4: The Land of Dragons. The journey across the Sapphire Sea was a baptism by fire for Prince Aldric, now known to his shipmates simply as Alden. The first few days were a blur of seasickness, rope burns, and aching muscles as he struggled to adapt to life aboard the sea sprite. Captain Thorne showed no mercy, working the young prince as hard as any other member of the crew. As the days turned to weeks, however, Aldric found himself growing stronger, more confident in his abilities. He learned to climb the rigging with ease, to tie complex knots blindfolded, and to read the ever-changing moods of the sea. The other sailors, initially skeptical of the soft-handed newcomer, gradually came to accept him as one of their own. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon in a blaze of orange and purple, Aldric stood at the bow of the ship, lost in thought. The salty breeze ruffled his hair, now longer and sun-bleached from weeks at sea. "Copper for your thoughts, lad?" Captain Thorne's gruff voice broke through his reverie. Aldric turned to see the captain join him at the rail, his weathered face softened by the fading light. "I was just thinking about home, sir," Aldric admitted, "and wondering what awaits us in Draconia." Thorne nodded sagely. "Aye, it's natural to look back, but don't let it distract you from what's ahead." He gestured to the darkening eastern horizon. "Draconia is unlike anywhere you've ever been, mark my words. It's a land of extremes, breathtaking beauty and terrible danger, often in the same breath." Aldric's eyes widened with interest. "You've been there before, then?" "Many times," Thorne confirmed. "It's a tricky place to navigate, both on sea and land. The dragons aren't just in the stories, lad. They're as real as you and me, and not all of them take kindly to visitors." "Have you ever seen one up close?" Aldric asked, unable to keep the excitement from his voice. Thorne chuckled. "Aye, closer than I'd have liked. Nearly lost my ship to a sea dragon off the coast of Scalecrest. Beautiful creatures, but deadly if you cross them." His expression grew serious. "Listen well, Alden. Draconia may seem like a land of adventure, but it's not to be taken lightly. Keep your wits about you, and remember, not everything that glitters is gold." With that cryptic warning, the captain clapped Aldric on the shoulder and moved off to check on the night watch, leaving the young prince with much to ponder. As dawn broke on the 40th day of their voyage, a cry rang out from the crow's nest. "Land ho! Draconia on the horizon!" Aldric rushed to the rail, his heart pounding with excitement. At first, he could see nothing but the endless expanse of sea. But as the morning mist began to clear, a dark line appeared on the horizon, gradually resolving into the craggy silhouette of mountains. As they drew closer, the true majesty of Draconia's coastline revealed itself. Towering cliffs of red rock rose straight from the sea, their faces pockmarked with caves. Lush forests clung to the steep slopes, and in the distance, snow-capped peaks pierced the clouds. But it was what soared above the landscape that truly took Aldric's breath away. Dragons, real living dragons, wheeled through the sky in all shapes and sizes. Some were as small as eagles, darting between the cliffs with incredible speed. Others were massive creatures that seemed to block out the sun as they passed overhead, their wingspans easily dwarfing the sea sprite. "By the gods!" Aldric whispered, awestruck by the sight. Captain Thorn appeared at his side, a knowing smile on his face. "Welcome to Draconia, lad. Better close your mouth before you catch flies." The sea sprite made its way into a natural harbor, sheltered by two massive rock formations that resembled dragon heads. The port city of Scalecrest sprawled before them, a chaotic jumble of buildings that seemed to defy gravity as they clung to the steep hillsides. As they approached the docks, Aldric noticed something odd. Many of the ships already moored were damaged, their sails torn and hulls scorched. Dock workers rushed about with an air of urgency, and armed guards patrolled the waterfront in greater numbers than he would have expected. "Something's not right," Thorn muttered, his brow furrowed with concern. "Stay sharp, lad. I've got a feeling our welcome might not be as warm as we'd hoped." No sooner had the sea sprite docked than a group of armored soldiers approached, led by a stern-faced woman with a shock of silver hair. "Captain Thorn," she called out, her voice carrying easily over the din of the harbor. "Your arrival is timely. We have need of your ship and crew." Thorn descended the gangplank, Aldric close behind. "Commander Vex," the captain greeted her with a respectful nod. "What seems to be the trouble?" Commander Vex's eyes darted around, as if watching for eavesdroppers. "Not here. Come with me, and bring your most trusted crew members. We have much to discuss." As they followed the commander through the winding streets of Scalecrest, Aldric's senses were overwhelmed. The air was thick with the scent of exotic spices and the musky odor of dragon. Street vendors hawked wares he'd never seen before: iridescent scales, vials of shimmering liquid, and intricate jewelry that seemed to glow with an inner fire. But there was an undercurrent of tension in the city. People hurried about their business with wary eyes, and more than once, Aldric caught snippets of worried conversations about recent dragon attacks. They arrived at a fortified building near the center of the city. Commander Vex ushered them into a dimly lit room dominated by a large map table. As Aldric's eyes adjusted to the gloom, he realized with a start that the map was moving, tiny illusory dragons flitting across its surface. "Captain Thorn, we face a crisis," Vex began without preamble. "The dragon clans are at war, and Scalecrest is caught in the middle. We've lost a dozen ships in the past week alone to attacks by rogue dragons." Thorn's eyebrows shot up. "The clans are warring, but the treaty has held for generations. What could have caused this?" Vex's expression darkened. "That's the mystery. None of the clan leaders seem to know why their dragons are acting so aggressively. It's as if something is driving them mad." She gestured to the map. "We need to evacuate the coastal villages before they're destroyed in the crossfire. That's where you come in." As Vex outlined the plan, Aldric listened intently, his mind racing. This was far more serious than the adventure he'd imagined. People's lives were at stake, and for the first time since leaving Solaria, he felt the weight of his royal upbringing. He had been trained to lead, to protect his people. Even if these weren't his subjects, could he stand by and do nothing? "I volunteer to help with the evacuation," Aldric spoke up, surprising himself as much as the others. Commander Vex eyed him skeptically. "And who might you be, young man?" Before Aldric could respond, Captain Thorn interjected. "This is Alden, one of my most promising new crew members. He's green, but he's got a good head on his shoulders." Vex considered for a moment, then nodded. "Very well. We need all the help we can get. But understand this, Alden. This is no game. One wrong move out there could cost lives." Aldric met her gaze steadily. "I understand, Commander. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to help." As they left the building to prepare for the evacuation mission, Aldric's heart raced with a mixture of fear and determination. He had come to Draconia seeking adventure, and now he had found it, along with danger beyond anything he had imagined. But as he looked up at the dragons wheeling overhead, their scales glinting in the sunlight, he knew that he was exactly where he needed to be. The true test of his courage and the adventure of a lifetime was about to begin. Chapter 5: Trials of Fire and Steel. The pre-dawn air was thick with tension as Aldric helped the crew of the Sea Sprite prepare for their perilous mission. The usually boisterous sailors worked in uncharacteristic silence, the gravity of their task weighing heavily upon them. As Aldric secured the last of the supplies, Captain Thorn approached, his weathered face etched with concern. "Alden, my boy," Thorn began, his voice low, "I need to know you understand what we're sailing into. This isn't some grand adventure from your storybooks. We'll be flying into the teeth of a dragon war, with no guarantee of coming out the other side." Aldric met the captain's gaze steadily. "I understand, sir. I may be young, but I'm no stranger to duty and risk. I'm ready to do whatever it takes to help these people." Thorn studied him for a long moment, then nodded approvingly. "You've got steel in your spine, lad. Just remember, out there it's not about being a hero. It's about staying alive and getting the job done." As the first rays of sunlight began to paint the sky, the Sea Sprite set sail, joined by 2 other vessels from the Scalecrest fleet. Their destination was a small coastal village called Dragon Tooth Cove, nestled precariously between the clashing territories of 2 warring dragon clans. The journey along the coast was tense, every eye scanning the skies for signs of danger. Aldric found himself assigned to the crow's nest, his keen eyesight put to use as an early warning system. The breathtaking beauty of Draconia's coastline was marred by the occasional plume of smoke rising from inland, grim evidence of the ongoing conflict. As they approached Dragontooth Cove, a bone-chilling roar split the air. Aldric's heart leapt into his throat as he spotted the source, an enormous red dragon, its scales gleaming like fresh blood in the morning sun, was diving towards the village. "Dragon attack!" Aldric shouted, his voice cracking with urgency. "Red worm, coming in fast from the northeast." The ship erupted into a flurry of activity. Captain Thorn bellowed on orders, and the crew scrambled to battle stations. Aldric slid down from the crow's nest, landing on the deck with a thud. "Alden!" Thorn called. "You're with the landing party. We need to get those villagers out now." As they neared the shore, the true scale of the danger became apparent. The red dragon was locked in fierce combat with a slightly smaller blue dragon directly over the village. Their clash sent shockwaves through the air, and gouts of flame and lightning rained down on the helpless buildings below. The moment the ship's keel scraped the beach, Aldric leapt into action. He splashed through the surf, heart pounding, as he raced towards the village alongside the rest of the landing party. The heat from the dragon's battle was intense, and the air crackled with magical energy. "This way!" a voice called out. Aldric turned to see a young woman gesturing frantically from the doorway of a sturdy stone building. "Quickly, before they bring the whole mountain down on us!" Aldric and the others herded a group of terrified villagers towards the makeshift shelter. As they ran, a massive tail swipe from the red dragon sent a nearby watchtower crumbling. Aldric reacted on instinct, diving to push an elderly man out of the path of falling debris. They tumbled to the ground, stones raining around them. "Are you all right?" Aldric asked, helping the man to his feet. The old villager nodded shakily. "Thank you, young man. I thought I was done for." As they reached the shelter, Aldric found himself face to face with the woman who had called out to them. Her eyes, a startling shade of violet, met his with a mixture of gratitude and determination. "I'm Lyra," she said quickly, helping to usher people inside. "I'm the village healer. We've got wounded who need immediate evacuation." Aldric nodded, trying to ignore the way his heart skipped at the sound of her voice. "I'm Alden. We'll get them out, I promise. How many are left in the village?" Lyra's brow furrowed in concentration. "Maybe 24. Most are here, but there are still some trapped in the eastern quarter." A deafening roar shook the building, and Aldric instinctively pulled Lyra closer, shielding her as dust rained down from the ceiling. For a moment, they stood frozen, acutely aware of each other's proximity. Lyra broke the silence first, her voice slightly breathless. We should check on the wounded." Aldric nodded, reluctantly stepping back. "Right, I'll gather a team to search the eastern quarter." As Aldric turned to leave, Lyra caught his arm. "Be careful out there, Alden. These dragons, they're not acting like themselves. Something's driving them mad." Their eyes met again, and Aldric felt a connection that went beyond the chaos of the moment. "I will," he promised softly, "and I'll be back for you and the wounded. You have my word." With a final nod, Aldric rushed back out into the maelstrom. He quickly assembled a small team of sailors and villagers who knew the layout of the eastern quarter. As they made their way through the smoke-filled streets, the battle above intensified. The blue dragon let out a piercing shriek as the red worm's teeth sank into its wing. "Look out!" someone shouted. Aldric looked up to see a massive chunk of the blue dragon's wing, severed by its opponent's attack, hurtling towards them. Time seemed to slow as Aldric's royal training kicked in. "Scatter!" he commanded, his voice ringing with authority. The group split, diving for cover as the wing fragment crashed into the street where they had been standing moments before. As the dust settled, Aldric heard cries for help coming from a partially collapsed building. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the sound, his companions close behind. They worked feverishly to clear the debris, finally creating an opening large enough to pull out a family of 4 who had been trapped inside. Thank you," the mother sobbed, clutching her children close. Aldric's heart raced as he realized the dragon's battle was moving closer to their position. "We need to move now," he shouted over the din. "Back to the shelter, quickly." They half ran, half stumbled through the chaos, guiding the rescued villagers towards safety. As they neared the shelter, a horrifying sight stopped Aldric in his tracks. The red dragon, having gained the upper hand, was diving straight for the building where Lyra and the wounded were hiding. In that moment, Aldric knew he had a choice to make. The sensible thing would be to run, to save himself and those with him. But as he thought of Lyra's violet eyes and the trust she had placed in him, he knew he couldn't abandon her. "Get them to the ships," he ordered the others, already sprinting towards the shelter. He could hear Captain Thorne shouting his name, but he didn't look back. As he ran, Aldric's hand went to the signet ring hidden beneath his glove, the symbol of his true identity that his father had given him. He had sworn only to use it in dire need, and if this didn't qualify, nothing did. Reaching the shelter, just as the dragon's shadow fell over it, Aldric thrust his hand into the air, the ring gleaming in the firelight. "In the name of Solaria, I command you to stop," he shouted, his voice carrying the full weight of his royal authority. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, to Aldric's amazement, the red dragon pulled up short, hovering in mid-air as it regarded him with ancient, intelligent eyes. A tense silence fell over the village, broken only by the labored breathing of the injured blue dragon in the distance. Slowly, deliberately, the red dragon lowered its massive head until it was level with Aldric. This close, he could feel the heat radiating from its scales, see the flecks of gold in its fiery eyes. "You bear the mark of the Sunborn," the dragon rumbled, its voice like grinding boulders. "What is a Prince of Solaria doing so far from home?" Aldric swallowed hard, acutely aware that the wrong word could mean death for everyone around him. "I came seeking adventure," he admitted, "but I found a people in need. I may not be of this land, but I cannot stand by while innocents suffer." The dragon regarded him for a long moment, smoke curling from its nostrils. Then, to Aldric's shock, it inclined its head in what could only be described as a bow. "You speak with honor, young prince. Perhaps there is hope for your kind yet." With a powerful beat of its wings, the red dragon took to the sky. It circled once, let out a roar that seemed to shake the very mountains, then flew off towards the east. In its wake, the blue dragon limped into the air and departed in the opposite direction. As the dust settled, Aldric became aware of the stunned silence around him. He turned to see Lyra standing in the doorway of the shelter, her violet eyes wide with a mixture of awe and confusion. "Alden," she said softly, "or is it your highness?" Aldric felt the weight of his true identity settling back onto his shoulders. The adventure he had sought had turned into something far more complex, and he knew that nothing would be the same after this day. With a deep breath, he stepped towards Lyra, ready to face whatever consequences his actions had wrought. "It's a long story," he said with a weary smile, "one I think we both deserve to hear in full." As the villagers began to emerge from their hiding places and the crew of the Sea Sprite approached cautiously, Aldric knew that his journey in Draconia was only just beginning. The mystery of the warring dragons, the power of his royal bloodline, and the unexpected connection he felt with Lyra. All of these threads were weaving together into a tapestry of adventure beyond anything he could have imagined. And as he looked into Lyra's eyes, seeing the questions and possibilities reflected there, Aldric felt a thrill of excitement for what lay ahead. Chapter 6. Revelations and Repercussions. The aftermath of the dragon attack on Dragontooth Cove was a flurry of activity. Villagers emerged from their shelters, blinking in the sunlight as they surveyed the damage to their homes. The crew of the Sea Sprite, along with the other ships from Scalecrest, worked tirelessly to treat the wounded and begin the process of evacuation. Amidst the chaos, Aldric found himself in the eye of the storm. The revelation of his true identity had sent ripples through the gathered crowd, and he could feel the weight of their stares as he helped with the relief efforts. Captain Thorne had pulled him aside briefly, his expression a mixture of shock and grudging respect. "A prince, eh?" the old sailor had grumbled. "Well, that explains a few things. We'll have words about this later, lad. For now, there's work to be done." As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the battered village, Aldric finally found a moment to breathe. He made his way to a quiet spot on the beach, away from the bustle of the evacuation. The gentle lapping of waves against the shore provided a stark contrast to the earlier violence of the day. "I thought I might find you here," a soft voice said behind him. Aldric turned to see Lyra approaching, her violet eyes reflecting the orange glow of the setting sun. She looked exhausted, her healer's robe stained with soot and blood, but there was a quiet strength in her bearing that made Aldric's heart skip a beat. "Lyra," he said, his voice catching slightly. I owe you an explanation." She settled beside him on the sand, drawing her knees up to her chest. "Yes, you do," she agreed. "But first, I want to thank you. What you did today, you saved a lot of lives." Aldric shook his head. "I only did what anyone would have done in my position." Lyra's laugh was tinged with disbelief. "Faced down an enraged dragon, using nothing but a ring and a royal title? Somehow I doubt that's a common occurrence, even for a prince." For a long moment they sat in companionable silence, watching the sun sink lower on the horizon. Finally, Aldric took a deep breath and began to speak. "My real name is Aldric, Crown Prince of Solaria," he said, the words feeling strange on his tongue after weeks of secrecy. "I left home seeking adventure, to see the world beyond our borders, before the weight of the crown became too heavy to allow such freedom." He told her everything, his restlessness in the palace, his secret departure, the journey across the sapphire sea. Lyra listened intently, her expression thoughtful. "But why hide your identity?" she asked when he had finished. "Surely a prince would be welcomed in Draconia." Aldric sighed, running a hand through his salt-crusted hair. "I wanted to experience the world as it truly is, not as it presents itself to royalty. And—" he hesitated, then pressed on. "I wanted to know if I could make my own way, be valued for who I am rather than my title." Lyra's eyes softened with understanding. "And have you found what you were looking for?" "I'm not sure," Aldric admitted, "but I know that what happened today, the people I've met, you included, have shown me that there's so much more to the world than I ever imagined, and so much more that needs to be done." Lyra was quiet for a moment, absently tracing patterns in the sand. "The dragons," she said finally. "You said the red one spoke to you. What did it mean about your bloodline?" Aldric shook his head, bewildered. "I don't know. The histories of Solaria speak of an ancient pact with dragons, but it's always been treated as more legend than fact. To have it acknowledged so directly—" He trailed off, lost in thought. "It's not just legend," Lyra said, her voice taking on an urgent tone. "The oldest stories in Draconia speak of a time when humans and dragons lived in harmony, guided by those with the blood of both flowing through their veins. The Sunborn, they were called." Aldric's eyes widened. "But that would mean—" "That your ancestors were more than just human," Lyra finished, "and that you, Prince Aldric, may hold the key to understanding why the dragons are at war." The weight of this revelation settled over them like a heavy cloak. Aldric's mind raced with the implications, the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders, far greater than any he had imagined when he set out from Solaria. "I don't know if I'm ready for this," he confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. Lyra's hand found his in the gathering darkness, her touch sending a jolt of warmth through him. "Nobody ever is," she said softly. "But you're not alone. Whatever comes next, I want to help." Aldric turned to her, struck by the determination in her eyes. "Why?" he asked. "You barely know me." Lyra's smile was tinged with sadness. "Because I've spent my life healing the wounds inflicted by this conflict, watching my people suffer as the dragons tear each other apart. If there's even a chance that you can bring peace, I have to try." Their eyes met, and in that moment, Aldric felt a connection that transcended their brief acquaintance. He saw in Lyra a kindred spirit, someone who understood the weight of duty and the desire to make a difference. Slowly, almost unconsciously, they leaned towards each other. Aldric's heart raced as he felt Lyra's breath on his cheek. Just as their lips were about to meet, a shout from the village shattered the moment. "Your Highness!" Captain Thorne's gruff voice called out. "We've got trouble." Aldric and Lyra sprang apart, both blushing furiously. They scrambled to their feet as Thorne approached, his face grim in the fading light. "What is it, Captain?" Aldric asked, trying to regain his composure. "Words spread about your little display with the dragon," Thorne said. "Commander Vex is on her way from Scalecrest, and she's bringing a contingent of the Dragon Guard with her. Seems the draconian authorities have some questions for the prince who can command dragons." Aldric's stomach dropped. He had known there would be consequences for revealing his identity, but he hadn't anticipated how quickly they would arrive. "When will they get here?" he asked, his mind already racing with possibilities. "First light tomorrow," Thorne replied, "which doesn't give us much time to decide what we're going to do." Aldric nodded, his expression hardening with resolve. "Gather the crew, Captain, and—" He glanced at Lyra, who nodded encouragingly. "Send word to the village elders. If we're going to face this, we need all the allies we can get." As Thorne hurried off to carry out his orders, Aldric turned back to Lyra. "I'm sorry," he said softly. "I never meant to bring trouble to your people." Lyra shook her head, a fierce light in her eyes. "You've brought hope, Aldric. For the first time in generations, we have a chance to end this conflict. Whatever comes next, we face it together." With a shared nod of determination, they made their way back to the village. The sun had fully set now, leaving the beach bathed in starlight. As they walked, Aldric's hand found Lyra's once more, their fingers intertwining. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and political intrigue. But as Aldric looked at the woman beside him and thought of the friends he had made on this journey, he felt a surge of confidence. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them not as a solitary prince seeking adventure, but as part of something greater. Chapter 7. The Dragon Guard. The night passed in a flurry of activity as Aldric, Lyra, and the crew of the Sea Sprite prepared for the arrival of Commander Vex and the Dragon Guard. The village elders had been briefed on the situation, and a tense council was held in the remains of the town hall. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Aldric stood at the edge of the village, watching the road that led from Scalecrest. Lyra stood beside him, her presence a comforting anchor in the storm of uncertainty that swirled around him. "Are you ready for this?" she asked softly, her violet eyes searching his face. Aldric took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. "As ready as I'll ever be. Whatever happens, we face it together, right?" Lyra's hand found his, their fingers intertwining. "Together," she affirmed. The sound of hoofbeats in the distance drew their attention. A cloud of dust on the horizon heralded the approach of Commander Vex and her contingent. As they drew closer, Aldric could make out the glint of armor and the flutter of dragon-emblazoned banners. Captain Thorne joined them, his weathered face set in grim lines. "Remember, lad," he muttered, "you're royalty. Don't let them push you around, but don't antagonize them either. We're on their turf now." Aldric nodded, grateful for the old sailor's advice. As the riders approached, he stepped forward, Lyra and Thorne flanking him on either side. Commander Vex reined in her mount at the head of the group, her silver hair gleaming in the morning light. Her sharp eyes took in the scene before her, lingering on Aldric with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Prince Aldric of Solaria, she said, her voice carrying easily across the space between them. You've caused quite a stir. It's not every day a foreign royal commands a dragon in the heart of Draconia. Aldric met her gaze steadily. Commander Vex, I assure you, it was not my intention to cause any diplomatic incidents. I acted only to save lives. Vex dismounted, her armor clinking softly as she approached. The dragon guard fanned out behind her, their hands resting casually on their weapons. The tension in the air was palpable. Noble intentions, to be sure, Vex said, her tone neutral. But you must understand our position. A prince with the power to control dragons. It raises questions. Questions that the Dragon Council is very interested in having answered. Aldric felt Lyra tense beside him. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze before addressing Vex. I understand your concerns, Commander. I'm willing to answer any questions you have, but I want to make it clear that I'm here as a friend to Draconia, not a threat. Vex studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. Let's continue this discussion somewhere more private. Your companions may join us, if you wish. They made their way to the village elder's house, one of the few buildings left relatively untouched by the dragon attack. As they settled around a large oak table, Aldric couldn't help but notice the way the dragon guard positioned themselves strategically around the room. Now then, Your Highness, Vex began, leaning forward with her hands clasped on the table. Perhaps you could start by explaining exactly what happened yesterday. Aldric took a deep breath and recounted the events of the dragon attack, from the initial sighting to his confrontation with the red dragon. As he spoke, he could see the expressions of those around him, shifting from skepticism to amazement. When he finished, Vex sat back, her brow furrowed in thought. The ring you used, she said finally. May I see it? Aldric hesitated for a moment, then slowly removed the signet ring from his finger. He placed it on the table, where it gleamed dully in the morning light. Vex examined it closely, her eyes widening slightly. This is no ordinary royal seal, she murmured. The markings, their ancient draconic script. What does it say? Lyra asked, leaning in for a closer look. Sunborn, Vex translated. The same word the dragon used to address you, Prince Aldric. She looked up, her expression grave. Do you know what this means? Aldric shook his head. Only what Lyra has told me of the old legends, that the Sunborn were said to be a bridge between humans and dragons. Vex nodded slowly. The legends speak true, but there's more to it than that. The Sunborn were peacekeepers, mediators between the dragon clans. It was said they could calm even the most enraged dragon with a word. But that was generations ago, Captain Thorne interjected. Why would the power suddenly manifest now? That, Vex said, is the question we must answer. Prince Aldric, I'm afraid I must insist that you accompany us to Scalecrest. The Dragon Council will want to speak with you directly. Aldric felt a surge of apprehension. Am I to be your prisoner then? Vex's expression softened slightly. Not a prisoner, Your Highness, but given the delicate nature of the situation, we must insist on, let's call it protective custody. Lyra stood abruptly, her eyes flashing. You can't just take him away. He saved our village. He's here to help. Lyra, Aldric said softly, placing a hand on her arm. He turned back to Vex. I understand the need for caution, Commander, but I have a condition of my own. Lyra and Captain Thorne come with me. They've been invaluable allies, and I trust them with my life. Vex considered for a moment, then nodded. Agreed. But understand this. Once we reach Scalecrest, you'll be under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Council. I can't guarantee what they'll decide. As the meeting concluded and preparations began for the journey to Scalecrest, Aldric pulled Lyra aside. They found a quiet corner of the garden, away from prying eyes. "You don't have to come," Aldric said softly. "I don't want to drag you into danger." Lyra's eyes blazed with determination. "I told you before, we're in this together. Besides," she added with a small smile, "someone needs to keep you out of trouble." Aldric chuckled, then grew serious. "Lyra, there's something I need to say. These past few days have been chaos, but through it all, you've been my anchor. I don't know what's going to happen in Scalecrest, but I do know that He hesitated, gathering his courage. "I care for you, more than I thought possible in such a short time." Lyra's expression softened, her hand coming up to cup his cheek. "Oh, Aldric," she whispered, "I care for you too. But we're walking into a storm. Are you sure this is the right time?" "I'm not sure of anything anymore," Aldric admitted. "Except how I feel about you." Slowly, giving her every chance to pull away, Aldric leaned in. Their lips met in a soft, tentative kiss that quickly deepened, filled with the urgency of their uncertain future. When they finally parted, both were breathless. "Whatever happens," Lyra said, her forehead resting against his, "we face it together." Aldric nodded, his heart racing. "Together," he agreed. As they made their way back to the others, Aldric felt a curious mix of apprehension and hope. The journey ahead was fraught with danger and uncertainty, but with Lyra by his side and the power of his heritage flowing through his veins, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The Dragon Council awaited, and with it, the key to understanding his newfound powers and the chance to bring peace to a land torn apart by ancient conflicts. Chapter 8: The Road to Scalecrest. The journey to Scalecrest began at midday, with Aldric, Lyra, and Captain Thorn riding in the center of the Dragon Guard's formation. Commander Vex led the way, her silver hair glinting in the sunlight as she guided her mount along the winding coastal road. Aldric found himself astride a spirited black stallion, a far cry from the placid mounts he was used to in Solaria's royal stables. The beast seemed to sense his nervousness, tossing its head and prancing sideways at the slightest provocation. "Easy there, Your Highness," Captain Thorn chuckled from his own sturdy mare. "That one's got more fire than a dragon's belly. Just keep a firm hand on the reins and you'll be fine." Lyra rode beside Aldric, her own mount a gentle dappled grey. She seemed perfectly at ease in the saddle, and Aldric couldn't help but admire the way she moved in sync with her horse. As they rode, the landscape of Draconia unfolded before them in all its wild beauty. To their right, the sapphire sea stretched to the horizon, its waters glittering in the afternoon sun. To their left, rugged cliffs gave way to dense forests, their canopies occasionally broken by the jutting spires of ancient rock formations. "It's beautiful," Aldric murmured, taking in the scenery. Lyra nodded, her violet eyes scanning the skies. "It is, but it can be dangerous too. Those forests are home to wild dragons and other creatures you wouldn't want to meet on a dark night." As if on cue, a distant roar echoed from the depths of the woods, causing Aldric's mount to shy nervously. He managed to bring the horse under control, but not before earning a concerned look from one of the Dragon Guards. "Perhaps we should take a break," Commander Vex called from the front of the column. "There's a clearing up ahead that would make a good resting spot." They dismounted in a small meadow bordered by towering pines. As the Dragon Guard set up a perimeter, Aldric, Lyra, and Thorn gathered near a bubbling stream that cut through the clearing. "How are you holding up, lad?" Thorn asked, his gruff voice tinged with concern. Aldric sighed, running a hand through his wind-tousled hair. I'm not sure, to be honest. Everything's happening so fast. A week ago, I was just a prince looking for adventure. Now... He trailed off, glancing at the dragon guards. Lyra placed a comforting hand on his arm. Now you're the key to solving a centuries-old conflict and potentially saving 2 races from destruction. She finished with a small smile. No pressure. Despite himself, Aldric chuckled. When you put it like that, it sounds so simple. Their conversation was interrupted by Commander Vex approaching, her expression serious. Your Highness, a word if I may. Aldric nodded, giving Lyra's hand a quick squeeze before following Vex to the edge of the clearing. They stood in silence for a moment, watching as the sun began its descent towards the horizon. I want you to understand the gravity of the situation we're walking into, Vex said, finally, her voice low. The Dragon Council is not a unified body. There are factions, each with their own agenda. Some will see you as a savior, others as a threat. Aldric frowned. I'm not here to take sides, Commander. I only want to help bring peace. Vex turned to face him, her eyes searching his face. And that's precisely what makes you dangerous, Prince Aldric. Peace means change, and there are those who profit from the current conflict. They won't give up their power easily. What are you saying? Aldric asked, a chill running down his spine. I'm saying be careful, Vex replied. Watch what you say, who you trust, and above all, be prepared for anything. The power you've awakened, it's more significant than you know. Before Aldric could press for more information, a commotion from the edge of the clearing drew their attention. One of the dragon guards was pointing to the sky, shouting a warning. Aldric's eyes widened as he saw the cause of the alarm. A massive shape was descending from the clouds, its wingspan blocking out the sun. As it drew closer, he could make out iridescent green scales and wickedly curved talons. Green dragon! Vex shouted, drawing her sword. Defensive positions! The clearing erupted into chaos as the dragon guards scrambled to form a protective circle around Aldric and the others. Lyra rushed to his side, her face pale but determined. Remember what you did in the village, she said urgently. You can communicate with it. Aldric nodded, his heart pounding as he stepped forward, pushing past the guards despite their protests. He raised his hand, the signet ring glinting in the fading sunlight. Great dragon, he called out, his voice carrying more confidence than he felt. We mean you no harm. In the name of the Sunborn, I ask for peaceful parley. The dragon's descent slowed, its massive head turning to focus on Aldric. As it landed at the edge of the clearing, the ground shook with the impact. Up close, Aldric could see the intelligence burning in its emerald eyes. Sunborn, the dragon rumbled, its voice like the creaking of ancient trees. So the whispers are true. You have returned. Aldric swallowed hard, acutely aware of the tension around him. He could feel the dragon guard's weapons trained on the massive creature, ready to strike at a moment's notice. I have, Aldric replied, forcing his voice to remain steady. Though I don't fully understand what that means. Can you tell me why the dragons are at war? The green dragon's eyes narrowed, smoke curling from its nostrils. War? Is that what they call it? No, young Sunborn. This is not war. This is madness. What do you mean? Aldric pressed, taking a step closer, despite Lyra's warning hand on his arm. Something is poisoning the minds of my kin, the dragon growled, driving them to violence, turning clan against clan. We who remember the old ways can resist, but many have already fallen to the corruption. Aldric's mind raced with the implications. This corruption, can it be stopped? The dragon's massive head lowered until it was eye level with Aldric. He could feel its hot breath on his face as it spoke. That, young prince, is why the Sunborn have returned. Only you can restore the balance and drive out the darkness that plagues us." Before Aldric could ask more, the dragon's head snapped up, its eyes focusing on something in the distance. "They come," it hissed. "The corrupted ones. You must reach Scalecrest, Sunborn. Seek the Temple of the First Flame. There you will find the answers you seek." With a powerful beat of its wings, the green dragon launched itself into the sky, sending a gust of wind that nearly knocked Aldric off his feet. As it disappeared into the clouds, an ominous roar echoed from the direction it had been looking. "We need to move now!" Commander Vex shouted, already mounting her horse. "If that dragon was right, we've got hostiles incoming." As they scrambled to break camp and mount up, Aldric found himself beside Lyra once more. Her face was flushed with excitement and fear. "The Temple of the First Flame," she said breathlessly. "It's a legend, Aldric, the birthplace of dragonkind. If it really exists, then it might hold the key to ending this conflict." Aldric finished. He reached out, clasping Lyra's hand tightly. "Whatever happens, we're in this together, remember?" Lyra nodded, a fierce determination in her eyes. "Together," she affirmed. As they spurred their horses into a gallop, following Commander Vex's lead, Aldric's mind whirled with everything he had learned. The corruption plaguing the dragons, the mysterious Temple of the First Flame, and his own role as the returned Sunborn. It was almost too much to comprehend. But as he rode, with Lyra by his side, and the looming threat of corrupted dragons at their backs, Aldric knew one thing for certain. His great adventure had just become a quest to save not just Draconia, but perhaps the entire world. Chapter 9: Flight and Fury. The thundering of hooves echoed through the forest as Aldric, Lyra, and their companions raced towards Scalecrest. The warning of the green dragon still rang in their ears, spurring them to push their mounts to their limits. Commander Vex led the charge, her silver hair streaming behind her like a battle standard. Yet Aldric's heart pounded in his chest, a mix of exhilaration and fear coursing through his veins. He chanced a glance at Lyra, riding hard beside him. Her face was set in determination, violet eyes scanning the skies for any sign of danger. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar split the air, causing the horses to whinny in terror. Aldric looked up to see 3 dragons descending from the clouds, their scales a sickly, mottled color that seemed to writhe and shift in the fading light. "Corrupted ones!" Vex shouted, drawing her sword. "Defensive formation, protect the prince." The dragon guard quickly reorganized, forming a protective circle around Aldric, Lyra, and Captain Thorn. The dragons swooped low, their eyes glowing with an unnatural, feverish light. Aldric raised his hand, the signet ring glinting. "In the name of the Sunborn, I command you to stop," he called out, his voice carrying the full weight of his newfound authority. For a moment, the dragons hesitated, their flight faltering. But then, as if shaking off an invisible force, they renewed their attack, with increased ferocity. "It's not working!" Lyra cried, her horse rearing in panic. Aldric gritted his teeth, frustration and fear warring within him. "The corruption is too strong. We need to find another way." Captain Thorn, his weathered face grim, pulled a small cylindrical object from his saddlebag. "I was saving this for emergencies," he growled. "Reckon this qualifies." With a practiced motion, he struck the end of the cylinder against his saddle. It ignited with a brilliant flash, sending up a plume of vivid green smoke. "Dragon flare," Thorn explained, holding it high. "Should draw any friendly dragons in the area. Let's hope there are some left." The corrupted dragons, momentarily startled by the sudden burst of light and color, circled higher. But their reprieve was short-lived. With ear-splitting shrieks, the beasts dove towards the group. talons extended and jaws agape. "Brace yourselves," Vex shouted, raising her shield. Just as the lead dragon was about to strike, a massive shape burst from the tree line. Aldric's eyes widened in recognition. It was the green dragon from earlier, its emerald scales gleaming as it slammed into the corrupted one with earth-shaking force. The clearing erupted into chaos. The two remaining corrupted dragons engaged with the green one, while the dragon guard fought to keep their panicked horses under control. Aldric found himself separated from Lyra in the confusion, desperately trying to spot her amidst the melee. "Lyra!" he called out, his voice nearly drowned by the cacophony of roars and beating wings above. "Aldric!" Her voice came from his left, tinged with fear and determination. He spurred his horse towards the sound, ducking as a corrupted dragon's tail swung perilously close overhead. As he broke through a knot of dragon guards, he finally caught sight of Lyra. She was dismounted, her horse having bolted in terror, and was backing away from one of the corrupted dragons that had landed nearby. Without thinking, Aldric leapt from his own mount, drawing the sword at his hip. "Hey!" he shouted, trying to draw the dragon's attention. "Over here!" The beast's head swiveled towards him, its eyes burning with malevolent hunger. It let out a low, rumbling growl and began to stalk towards Aldric, momentarily forgetting about Lyra. Aldric's mind raced, trying to recall every lesson in swordsmanship he'd ever had. But as the dragon lunged, jaws snapping, he realized that no amount of training could have prepared him for this. He dove to the side, feeling the rush of air as the dragon's teeth closed on empty space where he had been standing a moment before. Rolling to his feet, Aldric slashed with his sword, the blade glancing off the dragon's scales with a shower of sparks. The dragon roared in fury, rearing back for another strike. Aldric braced himself, knowing he stood little chance against the massive creature, but just as the dragon was about to attack, a battle cry rang out, and Lyra appeared at its flank, wielding a fallen dragon guard's spear. With all her might, she drove the spear into a gap in the dragon's scales near its hind leg. The beast let out a shriek of pain and fury, whirling to face this new threat. In its rage, it left itself open, and Aldric saw his chance. He lunged forward, driving his sword up into the soft underside of the dragon's jaw. The blade sank deep, and for a moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with a final, gurgling roar, the corrupted dragon collapsed. Panting heavily, Aldric turned to Lyra. Their eyes met, and in that moment, all the fear and adrenaline of the battle crystallized into something else entirely. Without a word, they rushed towards each other, meeting in a fierce embrace. "I thought I'd lost you," Aldric murmured, his voice hoarse with emotion. Lyra pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, her own shining with unshed tears. "It'll take more than a few corrupted dragons to keep me from your side," she said with a shaky laugh. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, the world around them fading away for a precious few seconds. It was Vex's voice that finally broke them apart. "Your Highness, we need to move now!" Reality came crashing back. The green dragon had driven off the remaining corrupted ones, but it was clear the beast was wounded. It landed heavily near them, its breathing labored. "Sunborn," it rumbled, fixing Aldric with one brilliant emerald eye. "You must reach Scalecrest, the answers you seek, the temple." "Save your strength," Aldric said, approaching the dragon cautiously. "We'll get help." The dragon shook its massive head. "No time. The corruption spreads. You must—" It paused, seeming to come to a decision. "Climb on my back. I will take you to Scalecrest." Aldric's eyes widened in disbelief. "But you're injured. Surely you can't—" "I am stronger than I look, young prince," the dragon interrupted, a hint of amusement in its voice despite the pain. And this may be my last chance to aid in the fight against the corruption. Will you accept my help?" Aldric looked to Lyra, who nodded encouragingly, then to Vex and Thorn. The commander's face was a mask of conflicting emotions, but she finally nodded as well. "We'll follow on horseback," Vex said. "The dragon's right. You need to reach Scalecrest as quickly as possible. We'll handle things here and meet you there." With a deep breath, Aldric turned back to the dragon. "We accept your generous offer," he said formally, "and we are in your debt." Carefully, he and Lyra climbed onto the dragon's back, settling between two massive spines. The scales were warm beneath them, and Aldric could feel the power coiled in the muscles beneath. "Hold tight," the dragon rumbled, "and may the winds be in our favor." With a mighty beat of its wings, the dragon launched into the sky. Aldric's stomach lurched at the sudden ascent, and he felt Lyra's arms tighten around his waist. As they soared higher, the forest below becoming a dark carpet, Aldric felt a sense of awe wash over him. This was what true freedom felt like. The wind in his hair, the world spread out beneath him, and the woman he was rapidly falling in love with holding him close. Despite the danger they were flying into, Aldric couldn't help but smile. Their great adventure was far from over. Scalecrest and the Dragon Council awaited, along with the mysteries of the Temple of the First Flame. But for now, as they flew through the star-studded night sky on the back of a dragon, Aldric allowed himself to savor this moment of wonder. Little did he know that the true tests of his courage, wisdom, and newfound powers were yet to come. The fate of Draconia, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance, and the weight of it all rested on the shoulders of a young prince who had only wanted to see the world beyond his kingdom's borders. As Scalecrest's lights appeared on the horizon, Aldric steeled himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. With Lyra by his side, and the power of the Sunborn flowing through his veins, he felt ready to face anything. The next chapter of their perilous journey was about to unfold, and Aldric was determined to see it through to the end. Chapter 10. The Dragon Council. The first light of dawn was breaking over the horizon as the green dragon began its descent towards Scalecrest. From their lofty vantage point, Aldric and Lyra could see the city sprawled out before them, a maze of winding streets and towering spires that seemed to defy gravity. At the heart of the city stood an enormous structure that could only be the Dragon Council's headquarters. Its architecture was unlike anything Aldric had ever seen, with sweeping arches and intricate carvings that seemed to ripple and move in the early morning light. "It's beautiful," Lyra breathed, her voice filled with awe. Aldric nodded in agreement, but he could feel the tension in the dragon's muscles beneath them. "Are you all right?" he asked, leaning forward to speak near the creature's ear. "The corruption, it grows stronger," the dragon rumbled, its voice strained. "I fear I cannot land within the city limits. The wards, they may see me as a threat." "Then set us down outside the gates," Aldric decided quickly. "We can make our way in on foot." The dragon complied, angling towards a clear area just beyond the city's outer wall. As they neared the ground, Aldric could see figures rushing about, pointing up at them. Clearly their arrival had not gone unnoticed. With a final beat of its massive wings, the dragon touched down, sending up a cloud of dust. Aldric and Lyra slid from its back, their legs wobbly from the long flight. "Thank you, noble dragon," Aldric said, bowing deeply. "We are in your debt." The dragon's emerald eyes fixed on him, filled with a mixture of pain and hope. "No, young Sunborn, it is we who are in yours. Remember the Temple of the First Flame. The answers you seek, the key to our salvation, lies within." With those final words, the dragon launched itself back into the sky, quickly becoming a speck on the horizon. Aldric watched it go, a sense of loss and determination warring within him. "Aldric," Lyra's voice pulled him back to the present. "We have company." He turned to see a contingent of dragon guards approaching, led by a tall, imposing woman with flame-red hair and golden armor that seemed to glow in the morning light. "Prince Aldric of Solaria," she called out as they drew near. "I am High Commander Zara of the Dragon Guard. We've been expecting you, though I must admit, your mode of arrival was unexpected." Aldric straightened, channeling every ounce of royal bearing he possessed. "High Commander, thank you for your welcome. I apologize for any alarm our arrival may have caused. We come seeking an audience with the Dragon Council on a matter of utmost urgency." Zara's eyes narrowed slightly, assessing him. "So I've heard. The Council has indeed convened to discuss your unique situation. If you'll follow me, I'll escort you to the Citadel." As they made their way through the city gates, Aldric felt Lyra's hand slip into his. He gave it a reassuring squeeze, drawing strength from her presence. The streets of Scalecrest were a riot of color and activity, even at this early hour. Vendors were setting up stalls filled with exotic goods, the air thick with the scent of spices and the calls of strange, colorful birds. But beneath the bustle, Aldric could sense an undercurrent of tension. People's eyes lingered on their group, whispers following in their wake. "They know something's wrong," Lyra murmured, echoing his thoughts. "The dragon attacks haven't gone unnoticed, even here." Aldric nodded grimly. "Let's hope the Council is ready to listen." As they approached the Citadel, its true scale became apparent. The building seemed to touch the sky, its spires disappearing into the low-hanging clouds. At its base, massive doors carved with intricate dragon motifs stood open, guarded by armored figures that Aldric realized with a start were not human, but draconic in form. High Commander Zara led them through a series of grand hallways, each more impressive than the last. Finally, they arrived at a set of ornate double doors. "The Council Chamber," Zara announced. "They await you within. I must warn you, Prince Aldric. Tread carefully. The Council is divided on how to handle this situation." Aldric took a deep breath, squaring his shoulders. "Thank you for the warning, High Commander. We'll do our best to navigate these troubled waters." With a nod to the guards, Zara pushed open the doors. Aldric and Lyra stepped into a vast circular chamber, its domed ceiling adorned with a mural depicting the history of dragons and humans. Around the perimeter sat 12 figures on raised daises, each bearing the insignia of a different dragon clan. At the center of the chamber stood a dais with 2 empty chairs. Aldric and Lyra were guided to these seats, facing the assembled council. An elderly man with a long white beard and eyes that seemed to glow with an inner fire stood, addressing the chamber. "Prince Aldric of Solaria," his voice rang out, surprisingly strong for one of his apparent age. "I am Archmage Thalassius, head of the Dragon Council. You stand before us today under most unusual circumstances. We have heard tales of your ability to command dragons, of the return of the Sunborn. What say you to these claims?" Aldric rose, his heart pounding but his voice steady. "Honored Council, I come before you not as a commander of dragons, but as an ally in a time of great peril. The power of the Sunborn flows through my veins. Yes, but I seek not to control, only to help." He went on to recount the events of the past few days, the attack on Dragontooth Cove, his encounter with the corrupted dragons, and the warning from the Green Dragon about the Temple of the First Flame. As he spoke, he could see the council members' reactions, ranging from skepticism to outright hostility, with only a few showing signs of belief or support. When he finished, a tense silence fell over the chamber. It was broken by a harsh laugh from one of the council members, a woman with scales visible along her neck and arms. "A pretty tale, young prince," she sneered. "But why should we believe the word of an outsider? For all we know, you could be the cause of this corruption you speak of." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the chamber, but Lyra stood, her eyes flashing with anger. "How dare you!" she exclaimed. "Aldric risked his life to save my village, to warn you of the danger we all face. If you're too blind to see the truth before you, then perhaps you don't deserve to sit on this council." The chamber erupted into chaos, council members shouting over each other. Archmage Thalassius raised his hands, calling for silence. "Enough!" his voice boomed, magically amplified to echo through the chamber. "We will hear all sides of this matter. Prince Aldric, you speak of the Temple of the First Flame. What do you know of this place?" Aldric hesitated, looking to Lyra for support. She nodded encouragingly, and he turned back to the council. "In truth, Archmage, I know little beyond what the Green Dragon told us, but I believe it holds the key to understanding and stopping the corruption that plagues your people. I humbly request the council's aid in locating this temple." Thalassius stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The Temple of the First Flame is more than just legend, young prince. It is a sacred place, hidden from the world for millennia. Its location is known only to a select few, passed down through generations of dragonkind." "Then please," Aldric implored, "help us find it. Together, we can put an end to this conflict before it's too late." The council chamber fell silent once more, the weight of the decision hanging heavy in the air. Aldric held his breath, acutely aware that the fate of Draconia, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance. Finally, Thalassius spoke. "We will consider your request, Prince Aldric. The council will deliberate and render its decision on the morrow. Until then, you and your companion will be given quarters here in the citadel. I suggest you rest and prepare yourselves. Whatever our decision, I fear your trials are far from over." As they were led from the chamber, Aldric felt a mix of frustration and hope. They had been heard, at least, even if no immediate action was taken. Once alone in their assigned quarters, a luxurious suite high in one of the citadel's towers, Aldric turned to Lyra. "What do you think?" he asked, running a hand through his hair. "Did we convince them?" Lyra sighed, sinking onto a plush couch. "Some, perhaps, but others, Aldric, I fear there may be those on the council who already know about the corruption and are actively working against us." Aldric nodded grimly. "I had the same thought. We'll need to be careful, watch our steps." He moved to sit beside her, taking her hands in his. "Lyra, I want to thank you for standing up for me in there, for being by my side through all of this. I couldn't do this without you." Lyra's eyes softened, a small smile playing at her lips. "There's nowhere else I'd rather be, Aldric. Whatever comes next, we face it together, remember?" "Together," he agreed, leaning in to capture her lips in a tender kiss. As they broke apart, Aldric rested his forehead against hers. "Get some rest," he murmured. "Tomorrow, one way or another, our real journey begins." As night fell over Scalecrest, Aldric stood at the window of their tower room, looking out over the city. Somewhere out there, beyond the twinkling lights and shadowed streets, lay the answers they sought. The Temple of the First Flame, the key to ending the corruption and bringing peace to Draconia. Whatever the council decided, Aldric knew in his heart that he would see this quest through to the end. With Lyra by his side, and the power of the Sunborn flowing through his veins, he felt ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. Chapter 11. Whispers in the Dark. The night passed slowly for Aldric, his mind too full of the day's events to allow for restful sleep. He tossed and turned on the luxurious bed, acutely aware of Lyra's peaceful breathing from the adjacent room. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the tower windows, he gave up on sleep entirely and made his way to the balcony. The view from their high perch was breathtaking. Scalecrest sprawled out before him, a tapestry of colors and textures slowly coming to life as the city awakened. In the distance, he could see dragons wheeling through the sky, their scales glinting in the early morning light. "Couldn't sleep either." Lyra's voice came from behind him, soft and tinged with concern. Aldric turned to see her standing in the doorway, wrapped in a silken robe provided by their hosts. Her violet hair was tousled from sleep, and Aldric thought she had never looked more beautiful. "Too much on my mind," he admitted with a rueful smile. "I keep thinking about the council, about what they might decide." Lyra moved to stand beside him, leaning against the balcony railing. "Whatever they decide, we'll face it together. You know that, right?" Aldric nodded, reaching out to take her hand. "I do, and that's what gives me hope." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching the city come to life. Suddenly, a commotion from the street below caught their attention. A group of street vendors were arguing loudly, gesticulating wildly at what appeared to be an overturned cart of fruits. "I told you not to stack them so high," one vendor shouted, his face turning an impressive shade of red. "Me, it was your blasted lizard that knocked them over," the other retorted, pointing accusingly at a small winged creature that looked like a miniature dragon. The lizard in question chose that moment to snatch up a fallen fruit and take off into the sky, leaving the vendors shouting and shaking their fists. Despite the tension of their situation, Aldric and Lyra found themselves laughing at the absurd scene. "Well," Aldric chuckled, "I suppose even in the midst of a crisis, life goes on." Lyra grinned, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "Indeed, and it seems draconian street drama is a universal constant." Their laughter was interrupted by a knock at the door. High Commander Zara entered, her golden armor gleaming even in the dim light of the room. "Prince Aldric, Lady Lyra," she greeted them formally. "The council has reached a decision and requests your presence immediately." The mirth of moments ago evaporated, replaced by a tense anticipation. Aldric and Lyra quickly dressed and followed Zara through the winding corridors of the citadel. As they approached the council chamber, Aldric felt Lyra's hand slip into his, giving it a reassuring squeeze. The chamber was as imposing as ever, the council members seated in their high chairs, faces impassive. Archmage Thalassius stood as they entered, his ancient eyes seeming to pierce right through Aldric. "Prince Aldric of Solaria," he began, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The council has deliberated long into the night regarding your request. We have reached a decision, though not without considerable debate." Aldric held his breath, acutely aware of the weight of the moment. "We will grant you the information you seek regarding the Temple of the First Flame," Thalassius continued. "However, this comes with conditions." "Name them," Aldric said, his voice steady despite his racing heart. "First, you will be accompanied by a delegation of our choosing. They will guide you to the temple and ensure that its secrets remain protected. Second, you must swear on your life and the honor of your kingdom that you will use whatever you find there only for the purpose of ending this conflict. And third," here Thalassius paused, his expression grave, "you must understand that this journey may well be one way. The temple's defenses are ancient and powerful. Not all who seek it return." A hushed murmur ran through the chamber at these words. Aldric felt Lyra tense beside him, but when he looked at her, he saw only determination in her eyes. "We accept your conditions, Archmage," Aldric said, his voice ringing clear through the chamber. "I swear on my life, and the honor of Solaria, that we will use the temple's secrets only to end the corruption and bring peace to Draconia." Thalassius nodded solemnly. "Then it is decided. You will depart at noon. High Commander Zara will lead the delegation accompanying you." As the council members began to file out of the chamber, the woman with draconic features who had spoken against Aldric the day before approached. Up close, he could see that her eyes were a startling shade of amber, with vertical pupils like a cat's. "I hope you know what you're doing, Princeling," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "If you bring harm to our people or our sacred places, there will be nowhere in this world or the next that you can hide from Dragonkind's wrath." Before Aldric could respond, she turned on her heel and stalked away. He exchanged a worried glance with Lyra. "Well," Lyra said dryly, "I think we've made a new friend." Despite the gravity of the situation, Aldric couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, let's hope the rest of our traveling companions are a bit more welcoming." As they made their way back to their quarters to prepare for the journey, Aldric's mind raced with questions and possibilities. The Temple of the First Flame, a place of legend, was within their grasp, but at what cost? "Aldric," Lyra said softly as they reached their room, "are you sure about this? The Archmage said it might be a one-way journey." Aldric turned to her, taking both her hands in his. "Lyra, I won't lie to you. I'm terrified, but I also know that this is bigger than just me, or even just Draconia. If we don't stop this corruption, who knows how far it might spread." He paused, searching her eyes. "But I want you to know that you don't have to come. You've already risked so much. If you want to stay here where it's safe—" Lyra silenced him with a finger to his lips. "Aldric, you wonderful, noble fool," she said, a mix of exasperation and affection in her voice. "Haven't you learned by now? Where you go, I go. We're in this together, remember?" Relief and love washed over Aldric. Without thinking, he pulled Lyra close and kissed her deeply. She responded with equal passion, her arms wrapping around his neck. When they finally broke apart, both slightly breathless, Aldric rested his forehead against hers. "What did I do to deserve you?" he murmured. Lyra grinned impishly. "Well, saving my village from rampaging dragons was a good start. Now come on, Your Highness. We've got a legendary temple to find and a world to save." Chapter 12. The Journey Begins. As the sun reached its zenith over Scalecrest, Aldric and Lyra found themselves in the Citadel's grand courtyard, surrounded by their newly appointed traveling companions. High Commander Zara stood at the head of the group, her golden armor gleaming in the midday light. "Your Highness, Lady Lyra," Zara addressed them, her voice crisp and authoritative, "allow me to introduce your escort." She gestured to a tall, lean man with silver hair and eyes that seemed to shift color like quicksilver. "This is Finn, our chief scout and tracker. He'll be guiding us through the wilderness." Finn gave a curt nod, his eyes appraising Aldric and Lyra with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Next, Zara indicated a stout, bearded man who looked more like a blacksmith than an adventurer. "Goric, our resident alchemist and healer. He'll keep us patched up and provide any magical assistance we might need." Goric grinned broadly, his ruddy cheeks dimpling. "Pleasure to meet you, Your Highness. Don't you worry, I'll keep your innards where they belong, should things get messy." Aldric couldn't help but chuckle at the dwarf's blunt manner, while Lyra looked slightly green at the thought. Finally, Zara turned to the last member of their party, a lithe woman with scales shimmering along her arms and neck. With a start, Aldric recognized her as the council member who had threatened him earlier. "And this," Zara said, a hint of wariness in her voice, "is Nyx. She's our draconic liaison." Nyx's amber eyes narrowed as she regarded Aldric and Lyra. "Don't expect me to coddle you, princeling. I'm here to ensure the sanctity of the temple, nothing more." An awkward silence fell over the group, broken only when Goric cleared his throat loudly. "Right then, shall we get this show on the road? The temple won't find itself, you know." As they made their way through the bustling streets of Scalecrest towards the city gates, Aldric couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Their group was an odd mix, to say the least, and he wondered how they would fare on the perilous journey ahead. His musings were interrupted by a commotion up ahead. A street vendor's cart had overturned, spilling an array of exotic fruits across their path. The vendor, a portly man with an impressive moustache, was frantically trying to gather his wares, while simultaneously fending off a swarm of small, winged creatures that looked like a cross between lizards and hummingbirds. "Blasted fruit dragons!" the vendor cried, swatting at the creatures with his hat. "Get away, you little thieves!" Without thinking, Aldric stepped forward, raising his hand with the signet ring. "Stop!" he commanded, his voice ringing with authority. To everyone's amazement, the fruit dragons froze in mid-air, their tiny eyes fixed on Aldric. Even the vendor stopped his frantic movements, staring at the prince in awe. Lyra, quick to seize the moment, began gathering the scattered fruit. "Come on," she said to the others. "Let's help clean this up." As they worked, Aldric maintained his focus on the fruit dragons. "You will not steal from this man," he said firmly. "There is plenty of food in the forests beyond the city. Go there to feed." With a collective chirp that sounded almost apologetic, the fruit dragons zipped away, disappearing over the rooftops. The vendor, still wide-eyed, bowed deeply to Aldric. "Thank you, Your Highness. I've never seen anything like that. Please, take these with my gratitude." He pressed a handful of the most colorful fruits into Aldric's arms. As they continued on their way, now laden with exotic fruit, Aldric could feel the curious stares of his companions. "Well," Finn said, breaking the silence, "I suppose having a dragon whisperer along might come in handy after all." Goric chuckled, clapping Aldric on the back with enough force to make him stumble. "Aye, and if we run out of provisions, we can always send ye to charm some fruit dragons." Even Nyx seemed grudgingly impressed, though she quickly masked it with a scowl. "Let's just hope your powers work on more than overgrown lizards with a sweet tooth." As they passed through the city gates and into the wilderness beyond, the gravity of their quest settled over the group once more. The path to the Temple of the First Flame would be long and fraught with danger, and they would need every skill and advantage they possessed to succeed. They made camp that evening in a small clearing, the distant roars of wild dragons echoing through the twilight. As Goric prepared a meal from their supplies and the gifted fruit, Aldric found himself sitting apart from the others, lost in thought. Lyra joined him, her presence a comforting warmth at his side. "Gold piece for your thoughts?" she asked softly. Aldric sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I'm just overwhelmed, I suppose. A few weeks ago, I was a prince longing for adventure. Now I'm on a quest to save an entire kingdom, with powers I barely understand, and the fate of 2 worlds on my shoulders." Lyra took his hand, intertwining their fingers. "You're not alone in this, Aldric. We're all here to help, and for what it's worth, I believe in you. I've seen your courage, your compassion. If anyone can do this, it's you." Aldric turned to her, his heart swelling with emotion. "Lyra, His words were cut off by a sudden shriek from the campfire. They rushed back to find Goric hopping around, batting at his beard, which had somehow caught fire. "Put it out! Put it out!" the dwarf yelled, his eyes wide with panic. Finn, looking exasperated, grabbed a water skin and doused Gorick, extinguishing the flames but leaving the dwarf spluttering and dripping. "What in the world happened?" Zara demanded, her hand on the hilt of her sword, as if expecting an attack. Gorick, looking sheepish beneath his soggy beard, held up one of the exotic fruits they'd acquired in the city. "Seems these little beauties pack quite a punch when ye bite into 'em. Bit of a surprise, that was." Nix, who had been watching the scene with barely concealed amusement, snorted. "Flame fruits, common enough knowledge to anyone who spent more than a day in Draconia. Perhaps our alchemist isn't as knowledgeable as he claims." As Gorick launched into a spirited defense of his alchemical prowess, Aldric and Lyra exchanged a glance, barely containing their laughter. Despite the weight of their mission, moments like these reminded them that even on the gravest of quests, there was still room for laughter and light. As the night deepened and the camp settled into sleep, Aldric took the first watch. He sat at the edge of the clearing, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond. The signet ring on his finger seemed to pulse with a faint warmth, a constant reminder of the power and responsibility he now carried. Lyra's words echoed in his mind, bolstering his resolve. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them head-on. With his newfound companions at his side, and Lyra's unwavering support, Aldric felt ready to take on whatever the Temple of the First Flame might throw at them. Chapter 13. Trials of the Wilderness. The next few days of their journey proved to be a grueling test of endurance and patience. The terrain grew increasingly rugged as they ventured deeper into the untamed wilds of Draconia. Finn led the way, his keen eyes constantly scanning for signs of danger or the elusive path to the Temple of the First Flame. On the third day, as they navigated a particularly treacherous mountain pass, Aldric found himself walking beside Nix. The draconic woman had kept mostly to herself since their departure, but now she regarded him with her unsettling amber eyes. "Tell me, Princeling," she said, her voice low enough that only he could hear, "what do you truly hope to accomplish with this fool's errand?" Aldric considered his words carefully before responding. "I hope to end the corruption plaguing the dragons and bring peace to Draconia. Nothing more, nothing less." Nix's laugh was harsh and humorless. "Noble intentions, but do you truly believe it will be that simple? The corruption, as you call it, runs deeper than you know. It's woven into the very fabric of our society." "What do you mean?" Aldric asked, his curiosity piqued. Before Nix could answer, a shout from Finn up ahead interrupted their conversation. "Watch your step. The path narrows here and it's a long way down if you slip." As if on cue, Gorick, who had been muttering to himself about the lack of proper alchemical ingredients in the wilderness, lost his footing on a loose stone. The dwarf teetered on the edge of the cliff, arms windmilling wildly. Time seemed to slow as Aldric watched in horror. Without thinking, he lunged forward, grabbing Gorick's pack just as the dwarf began to fall. The sudden weight nearly pulled Aldric over the edge as well, but Lyra was there in an instant, her arms wrapping around his waist and anchoring him. Together, they hauled Gorick back onto solid ground. The dwarf lay on his back, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with shock. "By the First Flame," Gorick gasped, "I thought I was done for. Thank ye, your highness, and you too, lass. I owe ye both a debt." Lyra helped Gorick to his feet, a relieved smile on her face. "Just try to watch where you're stepping from now on, all right? We can't have our alchemist taking an unscheduled flight off the mountain." The tension of the moment broke as laughter rippled through the group. Even Nix's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. As they continued their journey, Aldric noticed a subtle shift in the group's dynamic. Gorick became more attentive to his surroundings. Finn seemed to relax slightly in his constant vigilance, and even Nyx regarded Aldric with a hint less suspicion in her eyes. That evening, as they made camp in a sheltered grove, Zara approached Aldric as he was gathering firewood. "Your actions today were commendable, Prince Aldric," she said, her tone formal but with an undercurrent of warmth. "You risked your own safety without hesitation to save a companion. It speaks well of your character." Aldric felt a flush of pride at her words. "Thank you, Commander. I only did what anyone would have done in that situation." Zara shook her head, a wry smile on her lips. "Not everyone, Your Highness. Leadership is as much about quick action in a crisis as it is about grand strategies. Remember that in the trials to come." As Zara walked away, Aldric pondered her words. He had never truly thought of himself as a leader before, always assuming he had years before he would need to step into that role. But here, in the wilds of Draconia, far from the comforts and protocols of the Solarian court, he was being tested in ways he had never imagined. Later that night, as the others slept, Aldric found himself unable to rest. He sat by the dying embers of the fire, his mind racing with thoughts of the challenges ahead. Lyra, ever attuned to his moods, joined him silently. "Can't sleep?" she asked softly, leaning her head on his shoulder. Aldric sighed, wrapping an arm around her. "Too much on my mind. Lyra, do you think I'm ready for this? To lead, to bear the responsibility of whatever we find at the temple?" Lyra was quiet for a moment, considering her words. "I think," she said slowly, "that readiness is a myth. No one is ever truly ready for great challenges. But you, Aldric, have a good heart and a strong spirit. You've shown courage and compassion in equal measure. That's more important than any notion of readiness." Aldric turned to look at her, marveling at the wisdom and faith he saw in her violet eyes. Without thinking, he leaned in, capturing her lips in a tender kiss. Lyra responded eagerly, her hand coming up to cup his cheek. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Aldric rested his forehead against hers. "What did I do to deserve you?" he murmured. Lyra grinned impishly. "Well, saving me from rampaging dragons was a good start, though I have to say, your fruit dragon wrangling skills really sealed the deal." Aldric chuckled, the tension of the day finally easing from his shoulders. As they sat together, watching the stars wheel overhead, he felt a renewed sense of purpose and determination. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them with Lyra by his side and the support of their unlikely band of companions. The next morning dawned clear and crisp, the air tinged with the scent of pine, and something else, something ancient and powerful that seemed to call to the very blood in Aldric's veins. As they broke camp and prepared to continue their journey, Finn approached with an excited gleam in his quicksilver eyes. "Your Highness," the scout said, his usually stoic demeanor cracking slightly, "I believe I've found something. A marker, hidden in the rocks. It bears symbols I've never seen before, but they seem to resonate with your ring." Aldric's heart raced as he followed Finn to a nearby rock face. There, almost invisible unless you knew exactly where to look, was a series of intricate symbols carved into the stone. As Aldric drew near, his signet ring began to pulse with warmth. "It's a map," Nyx breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "An ancient draconic map leading to, by the first flame, it must be the temple." As the group gathered around, excitement building, Aldric felt a surge of both anticipation and trepidation. They were one step closer to their goal, but he knew instinctively that the true tests were yet to come. "Well then," Gorick said, breaking the awed silence with his gruff enthusiasm, "what are we waiting for? We've got a temple to find and a world to save. Though, he added with a wink at Aldric, perhaps we could find a less perilous path this time. My old heart can only take so many near-death experiences in a week. Laughter rippled through the group as they gathered their gear, a newfound sense of camaraderie and purpose uniting them. As they set off, following the ancient map's guidance, Aldric felt Lyra's hand slip into his. He gave it a gentle squeeze, drawing strength from her presence. Chapter 14. The Hidden Valley. As the group followed the ancient map's guidance, the terrain began to change dramatically. The rugged mountain paths gave way to lush, hidden valleys that seemed untouched by time. Vibrant flora, unlike anything Aldric had ever seen before, surrounded them, and the air hummed with an energy that made his skin tingle. On the 5th day of their journey since discovering the map, they crested a ridge and found themselves looking down into a mist-shrouded valley. At its center, barely visible through the swirling vapors, stood an enormous structure that could only be the temple of the first flame. "By all the dragons," Nyx breathed, her usual composure cracking in the face of such wonder. "It's real. The legends were true." Finn, ever practical, was already scanning the path ahead. "The descent looks treacherous. We'll need to be careful. There's no telling what kind of defenses an ancient temple might have." As if in response to his words, a distant roar echoed through the valley, causing the group to tense. "What was that?" Lyra asked, her hand instinctively finding Aldric's. Goric squinted into the mist, his bushy eyebrows furrowed. "Could be anything, lass, but I'd wager my best alchemical set that we're about to find out." They began their descent into the valley, the mist growing thicker with each step. Aldric felt a growing sense of unease, as if unseen eyes were watching their every move. His signet ring pulsed with warmth, reacting to the ancient magics that permeated the air. Suddenly, Finn held up a hand, signaling the group to stop. "Listen," he whispered. At first, Aldric heard nothing but the soft rustle of leaves in the breeze. Then, gradually, he became aware of a low, rhythmic sound, like the breathing of some enormous beast. Before anyone could react, the mist before them solidified into a massive serpentine form, a dragon larger than any Aldric had seen before, its scales a shimmering, ever-changing array of colors that seemed to absorb and reflect the light around it. "A prismatic dragon!" Nyx gasped, her voice filled with awe and fear. "I thought they were extinct!" The dragon's eyes, each one a swirling vortex of color, fixed upon the group. When it spoke, its voice resonated in their minds rather than their ears. "Who dares to enter the sacred valley?" The dragon's thoughts boomed. "Speak quickly, intruders, or be destroyed." Aldric stepped forward, his heart pounding but his voice steady. "I am Prince Aldric of Solaria, bearer of the Sunborn bloodline. We come seeking the temple of the first flame to end the corruption plaguing dragonkind." The prismatic dragon's gaze seemed to pierce through Aldric, reading the very essence of his being. After what felt like an eternity, it spoke again. "The Sunborn returns, in the hour of greatest need, as it was foretold." The dragon's mental voice softened slightly. "But the path to the temple is not easily won, young prince. You and your companions must prove yourselves worthy." "We're ready for any challenge," Aldric said, feeling the support of his companions behind him. The dragon's thoughts took on an almost amused tone. "Are you indeed? Very well. 3 trials await you. Wisdom, courage, and sacrifice. Pass these, and the way to the temple will be opened." With that, the prismatic dragon reared up, its wings spreading to block out the sky. A blinding light emanated from its scales, forcing the group to shield their eyes. When the light faded and they could see again, they found themselves in a vast cavern, the dragon nowhere to be seen. "Well," Gorick said, breaking the stunned silence, "I don't suppose anyone thought to pack a How to Pass Ancient Dragon Trials guide in their kit, did they?" Despite the tension of the moment, a ripple of nervous laughter ran through the group. Zara, ever the tactician, was already assessing their surroundings. "We should split up, explore this cavern, look for any clues about these trials." As they spread out, Aldric found himself drawn to a section of the cavern wall covered in intricate carvings. Lyra joined him, her eyes wide as she traced the ancient symbols with her fingers. "Aldric, look!" she said excitedly. "These tell a story, the origin of the Sunborn." As they deciphered the carvings together, a tale unfolded before them. Long ago, when the world was young and the boundaries between realms were thin, a union occurred between a powerful dragon and a human mage. From this union, the Sunborn lineage was born, beings with the potential to bridge the gap between dragons and humans. "So that's why I can communicate with dragons," Aldric murmured, his mind reeling from the implications. "I'm not just commanding them, I'm connecting with them." Lyra squeezed his hand, her eyes shining with emotion. "You're the key to all of this, Aldric, the one who can bring balance back to Draconia." Their moment of revelation was interrupted by a shout from Finn. "Everyone, gather round! I think I found something!" The group converged on Finn's position, where he stood before a large circular stone door embedded in the cavern wall. 3 indentations were carved into its surface, each glowing with a soft, pulsing light. "I believe these correspond to the 3 trials the dragon mentioned," Finn explained. "Wisdom, courage, and sacrifice." Nyx stepped forward, her expression grave. "In the old stories, such trials were never undertaken lightly. Each one will test us to our very limits." A solemn silence fell over the group as they contemplated the challenges ahead. It was Gorick who finally broke the tension, clapping his hands together with forced cheerfulness. "Well then, no use standing around gawping like a bunch of slack-jawed goblins. Who's ready for some good old-fashioned heroic trial passing?" As if in response to his words, the first indentation on the door flared to life, bathing the cavern in a soft golden glow. Ancient symbols appeared in the air before them, rearranging themselves into a riddle. "I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I don't have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" The group huddled together, debating possible answers. Theories were proposed and discarded in rapid succession. As the minutes ticked by, the golden light began to fade, adding urgency to their discussion. Just as the light was about to extinguish completely, Lyra's eyes lit up with realization. "Fire!" she exclaimed. "The answer is fire." The symbols rearranged themselves once more, forming the word worthy before disappearing. The first indentation on the door filled with a brilliant light, and a sense of accomplishment washed over the group. "1 down, 2 to go," Zara said, a hint of pride in her voice. "Well done, Lyra." As they prepared themselves for the next trial, Aldric pulled Lyra aside. "That was brilliant," he said, his voice low and intense. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Lyra smiled, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "We're in this together, remember? All of us." She gestured to their companions, each lost in their own thoughts about the trials to come. Aldric nodded, feeling a surge of affection not just for Lyra, but for all of them. This mismatched group had become more than just traveling companions. They were becoming a team, united in their quest. As the second indentation began to glow, signaling the start of the courage trial, Aldric squared his shoulders and stepped forward. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he knew they would face them together. Chapter 15. Trials of Courage and Sacrifice. As the second indentation on the stone door flared to life, the cavern was suddenly plunged into darkness. Aldric felt Lyra's hand tighten in his as the group instinctively huddled closer together. "Well, this is cozy." Gorik's voice came from somewhere to Aldric's left, his attempt at humor barely masking the nervousness in his tone. Before anyone could respond, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the chamber. "The trial of courage begins. Face your deepest fears, or be forever lost in darkness." Suddenly, Aldric felt a tugging sensation, as if an invisible force was pulling him away from his companions. He tried to hold on to Lyra's hand, but their fingers slipped apart. "Lyra!" he called out, his voice swallowed by the oppressive darkness. "Aldric!" Her response came faintly, as if from a great distance. The pulling sensation intensified, and Aldric found himself being whisked away. When the movement finally stopped, he was alone in a small, dimly lit space. The walls seemed to be made of shifting shadows, and an overwhelming sense of dread filled the air. As Aldric's eyes adjusted to the gloom, the shadows began to take form. He saw visions of Solaria in flames, dragons rampaging through the streets. He saw his father, King Edric, lying motionless on the throne, a crown of ashes upon his head. "This is your future, Sunborn," a sinister voice whispered. "This is what awaits if you fail." Aldric's heart raced, but he steeled himself against the fear. "No," he said firmly. "This is just an illusion. My actions will determine the future, not these visions." The scene shifted, and Aldric found himself facing a mirror. But instead of his reflection, he saw a monstrous version of himself, scales erupting from his skin, eyes glowing with an inhuman light. "This is your true nature," the voice hissed. "The dragon within you will consume all that you are. You will bring destruction to everything you love." For a moment, doubt crept into Aldric's heart, but then he remembered Lyra's words, the faith his companions had shown in him. He straightened his shoulders and looked the monstrous reflection in the eye. "I am Aldric, Prince of Solaria and heir to the Sunborn Legacy," he declared. "My dragon blood is a gift, not a curse. I will use it to bring peace, not destruction." As he spoke these words, the mirror shattered and light flooded the chamber. Aldric found himself back in the main cavern, surrounded by his companions. Each of them looked shaken, but there was a new strength in their eyes. Lyra rushed to him, throwing her arms around his neck. "You're all right," she breathed, relief evident in her voice. "We all are," Zara said, her usual composure slightly ruffled. "It seems we've passed the second trial." Indeed, the second indentation on the stone door was now glowing brightly. 2 down, 1 to go. As the group gathered their wits, sharing their experiences in hushed tones, Nyx approached Aldric. Her usual aloof demeanor was gone, replaced by a look of grudging respect. "You faced the fear of your own nature," she said quietly. "Many would have been broken by such a trial. Perhaps I was wrong about you, Princeling." Aldric nodded, accepting the olive branch for what it was. "We all have fears to face, Nyx, but we're stronger together." A moment of understanding passed between them, interrupted by Gorik's booming voice. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I could use a stiff drink after that ordeal. Don't suppose anyone thought to pack a flask of dragon whiskey?" The tension broke as laughter rippled through the group. Even Finn cracked a smile, shaking his head at the dwarf's irrepressible spirit. As they prepared themselves for the final trial, Aldric pulled Lyra aside. "What did you see?" he asked softly. "In your vision?" Lyra's violet eyes clouded with remembered fear. I saw myself, alone. Everyone I cared about was gone, and I was powerless to help them. She took a shaky breath. But then I remembered your words about facing our challenges together. It gave me the strength to break free. Aldric cupped her face gently, overwhelmed by the depth of his feelings for her. Lyra, His words were cut off as the final indentation on the door blazed to life. The cavern trembled, and a voice that seemed to come from the very stones themselves spoke. The final trial awaits. Sacrifice is the truest test of a hero's heart. Choose wisely, for the fate of 2 worlds hangs in the balance. The stone door swung open, revealing a narrow bridge spanning a chasm of swirling, multicolored energy. At the far end stood a pedestal, upon which rested a gleaming object, the key to the temple of the first flame. Only one may cross, the voice intoned, and the price of crossing is great. A life freely given, a future forsaken. Who among you will make the ultimate sacrifice? A heavy silence fell over the group as the implications of the trial sank in. Aldric's mind raced, trying to find a solution that didn't involve losing one of his companions. Before he could speak, Zara stepped forward, her face set in grim determination. I'll go, she said. My duty is to protect Draconia, no matter the cost. No, Finn countered, placing a hand on her arm. I'm the scout. It should be me. As the others began to argue, each volunteering to make the crossing, Aldric felt a tugging sensation in his chest. He looked down to see his signet ring glowing brightly, pulsing in time with the swirling energy of the chasm. Understanding dawned on him. This was his destiny, the reason the Sunborn blood flowed through his veins. It has to be me, he said, his voice cutting through the debate. The others fell silent, turning to look at him with a mixture of shock and dismay. Aldric, no, Lyra pleaded, grasping his hand. There has to be another way. He smiled at her, trying to convey all the love and gratitude he felt in that moment. This is why I'm here, Lyra. The Sunborn Legacy, it's not just about communicating with dragons. It's about bridging worlds, bringing balance. I understand that now. Tears welled in Lyra's eyes, but she nodded, understanding even as her heart broke. Aldric turned to address the group. Whatever happens, you must continue the mission. Find the source of the corruption and end it. Save both our worlds. One by one, his companions clasped his arm or embraced him, saying their goodbyes. Even Nyx, her usual aloofness gone, bowed her head in respect. Finally, Aldric turned back to Lyra. He pulled her close, pouring all his emotions into one last, passionate kiss. I love you, he whispered as they parted. I think I've loved you since the moment we met. I love you too, Lyra replied, her voice choked with emotion. Come back to me, Aldric. Somehow, some way. With a final, lingering look at his companions, no, his friends, Aldric stepped onto the bridge. Each step sent ripples of energy through the chasm, and he could feel the power of the Sunborn Legacy surging within him. As he reached for the key on the pedestal, Aldric closed his eyes, ready to embrace his destiny. Whatever the sacrifice entailed, he would face it for the good of both worlds. His fingers closed around the key, and the world exploded into blinding light. Chapter 16. The Heart of the Flame. The blinding light engulfed Aldric, and for a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, he felt as if he were floating in a sea of pure energy. Colors swirled around him, each hue singing with a different frequency that resonated through his very being. He could feel the Sunborn Legacy within him, responding, harmonizing with the ancient power that surrounded him. Suddenly, the light receded, and Aldric found himself standing in a vast, circular chamber. The walls were adorned with intricate murals depicting the history of dragons and humans, their stories intertwining in a tapestry of fire and shadow. At the center of the room stood a towering pillar of flame that seemed to defy the laws of nature, burning without fuel and casting no heat. "Welcome, Sunborn," a voice echoed through the chamber, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have proven yourself worthy of the trials. Now face the truth at the heart of the flame." Aldric stepped forward, drawn to the pillar of fire. As he approached, he could see images flickering within the flames, visions of the past, present, and possible futures. He saw the first Sunborn, a child born of dragon and human, bringing peace between the two races. He witnessed the gradual drift apart of dragons and humans over centuries, the loss of understanding and trust. And then, with a jolt of recognition, he saw the source of the current corruption. It wasn't an external force as they had believed, but a manifestation of the growing disconnect between dragons and humans. The corruption was born of fear, misunderstanding, and the loss of the balance the Sunborn had once maintained. "Now you see," the voice said, gentler now. "The corruption is within all beings, dragon and human alike. It can only be healed by restoring the bond between the two races." Aldric's mind raced with the implications. "But how?" he asked aloud. "How can I restore a bond that's been broken for generations?" The flame flickered, and Aldric saw an image of himself, standing between a group of humans and a flight of dragons, his hands outstretched to both. He understood then that his role was not to sacrifice himself, but to live as a bridge between worlds. "The sacrifice required," the voice explained, "is not of life, but of the old ways. To move forward, both dragons and humans must be willing to change, to open their hearts to understanding." As the realization sank in, Aldric felt a surge of hope and determination. He had a purpose, a way to truly make a difference. Suddenly, the chamber shook violently. The murals on the walls began to crack, and the pillar of flame flickered dangerously. "The corruption seeks to prevent the truth from being revealed," the voice warned. "You must return to your companions and share what you have learned. Go, Sunborn. The fate of both worlds depends on you." The chamber began to crumble around him, and Aldric felt himself being pulled back through the vortex of light and color. With a gasp, he found himself back on the bridge, the key clutched tightly in his hand. "Aldric!" Lyra's voice cut through his disorientation. He looked up to see his companions staring at him in shock and relief. "You're alive!" Goric exclaimed, his bushy eyebrows nearly disappearing into his hairline. "By my beard, lad, we thought you were a goner for sure." Before Aldric could respond, the cavern shuddered ominously. Cracks began to appear in the walls and ceiling, and the bridge beneath his feet started to crumble. "Move!" Zara shouted, her commander's instincts kicking in. "We need to get out of here now!" Aldric sprinted across the disintegrating bridge, leaping the last few feet into Lyra's waiting arms. As soon as he was clear, the entire structure collapsed into the swirling vortex below. "Run!" Finn yelled, already heading for the exit. "The whole place is coming down!" They raced through the collapsing cavern, dodging falling rocks and leaping over widening cracks in the floor. Nyx, her draconic heritage giving her superior agility, took the lead, guiding them through the chaos. Just as they reached the entrance to the cavern, a massive boulder crashed down, blocking their path. They skidded to a halt, panic rising as the destruction closed in around them. "Stand back!" Goric shouted, fumbling in his pack. He pulled out a small glowing vial and hurled it at the boulder. "Fire in the hole!" The vial exploded on impact, disintegrating the boulder in a flash of alchemical fury. They burst through the newly created opening, tumbling out onto the grassy slope beyond, just as the entire cavern collapsed behind them. For a moment they lay there, panting and stunned by their narrow escape. Then, to everyone's surprise, Nyx began to laugh. It started as a low chuckle and grew into a full-bellied roar of mirth. One by one, the others joined in, the release of tension and sheer joy of survival overwhelming them. As the laughter subsided, Lyra turned to Aldric, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I thought I'd lost you," she said softly, cupping his face in her hands. Aldric leaned in, pressing his forehead to hers. "Never," he promised. "I'll always find my way back to you." Their lips met in a passionate kiss, pouring all their relief and love into the connection. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, they became aware of the amused looks from their companions. "Well," Goric coughed, a twinkle in his eye, "as heartwarming as this reunion is, perhaps we could continue it somewhere that's not actively falling apart." Chuckling, Aldric got to his feet, helping Lyra up. As they began to make their way down the slope, he felt the weight of the key in his hand and remembered the urgent message he had to share. "Wait," he called out, causing the group to pause. "There's something you all need to know. The corruption, the source of it all, I've seen it." He explained everything he had learned in the heart of the flame, the true nature of the corruption, the role of the Sunborn, and the need for dragons and humans to reconnect. As he finished, a thoughtful silence fell over the group. It was Nyx who broke it, her amber eyes fixed on Aldric with a new respect. "So, the fate of our worlds rests on fostering understanding between dragons and humans," she mused. "A daunting task, to be sure, but perhaps not an impossible one." Zara nodded, her tactical mind already at work. "We'll need to get this information to the Dragon Council as soon as possible, and to your father's court in Solaria, Prince Aldric. This affects both our realms." "And how exactly do you propose we do that?" Finn asked, ever the practical one. "In case you hadn't noticed, we're in the middle of nowhere, and our way back just collapsed into a sinkhole." As if in answer to his question, a familiar roar echoed across the valley. They looked up to see the prismatic dragon descending towards them, its scales shimmering with ever-changing colors. "It seems," the dragon's mental voice resonated in their minds, tinged with amusement, "that you could use a lift." Goric's eyes widened comically. "Oh no," he muttered, eyeing the massive creature. "I don't suppose anyone packed some dragon-sized saddlebags." Despite the gravity of their situation, Aldric couldn't help but laugh. As they prepared to mount the prismatic dragon for their journey back to civilization, he felt a renewed sense of purpose and hope. The adventure was far from over. In fact, the real challenge, uniting dragons and humans, healing the rift between their worlds, was just beginning. But as Aldric looked at his companions, at Lyra's loving smile, he knew that together they could face anything. With the key to the Temple of the First Flame in his possession, and the knowledge of how to truly end the corruption, Aldric was ready to embrace his destiny as the Sunborn. The fate of two worlds hung in the balance, and the greatest adventure of his life was about to unfold. Chapter 17. Return to Scalecrest. The flight back to Scalecrest aboard the prismatic dragon was an experience unlike any other. As they soared through the sky, the dragon's scales shimmering with every color imaginable, Aldric felt a profound sense of connection to the ancient creature. The Sunborn Legacy within him resonated with the dragon's presence, creating a harmony of energies that left him breathless. Lyra sat behind him, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. He could feel her warmth against his back, a comforting presence amidst the whirlwind of recent events. The others were spread out along the dragon's back, each lost in their own thoughts about the revelations at the Temple of the First Flame. As they neared Scalecrest, the prismatic dragon's voice echoed in their minds. Young Sunborn, the path ahead is fraught with challenges. The truth you carry will not be easily accepted by all. Aldric nodded, understanding the weight of his responsibility. I know, he replied mentally, but it's a truth that must be shared if we're to save both our worlds. The dragon's mental tone took on a hint of approval. Wisdom beyond your years, young one. Use it well. As they descended towards the outskirts of Scalecrest, Aldric couldn't help but chuckle at the comical sight of Goric clinging desperately to one of the dragon's spines, his eyes squeezed shut. I swear by all that's holy, the dwarf muttered. If I ever set foot off solid ground again, it'll be too soon. Nyx, who had been enjoying the flight with an almost childlike wonder, smirked at the alchemist. Come now, Goric, surely a seasoned adventurer like yourself isn't afraid of a little altitude. Goric cracked one eye open to glare at her. There's a difference between adventure and madness, lass, and riding a dragon the size of a small mountain definitely falls into the latter category. Their banter was cut short as the prismatic dragon touched down in a large clearing just outside the city walls. As they dismounted, a commotion could be heard from the direction of Scalecrest. It seemed their arrival had not gone unnoticed. Looks like we're about to have company, Finn observed, his keen eyes spotting the approaching delegation from the city. Aldric straightened his posture, acutely aware of the key to the temple still clutched in his hand, and the monumental task that lay ahead. Lyra stepped up beside him, intertwining her fingers with his free hand. Together? She asked softly. Together, he affirmed, drawing strength from her presence. As the delegation from Scalecrest drew near, Aldric recognized the imposing figure of Archmage Thalassius at its head. The old mage's eyes widened as he took in the sight of the prismatic dragon and the bedraggled but determined group before him. Prince Aldric, Thalassius called out, his voice carrying easily across the distance. It seems your quest has yielded unexpected results. Aldric stepped forward, his voice clear and confident. Archmage Thalassius, honored members of the Dragon Council, we bring news of great importance. The Temple of the First Flame has revealed the true nature of the corruption plaguing our lands, and with it, the path to healing. A murmur ran through the gathered crowd. Thalassius raised a hand for silence, his piercing gaze fixed on Aldric. These are weighty claims, young prince. The council will need to hear your full account. As they made their way into the city, Aldric couldn't help but notice the mix of awe and fear on the faces of the citizens. News of their arrival atop a legendary prismatic dragon had spread quickly, and speculation ran rampant. Once inside the Citadel's Grand Council chamber, Aldric recounted their journey in full, the trials they faced, the revelations within the temple, and the true nature of the corruption. As he spoke, he could see the impact of his words on the council members' faces, ranging from disbelief to dawning understanding. When he finished, a heavy silence fell over the chamber. It was broken by a harsh laugh from one of the council members, a grizzled old dragon in human form. Preposterous, the dragon man growled. You expect us to believe that the solution to our problems is to, what, hold hands with humans and sing campfire songs? Aldric felt a flare of frustration, but before he could respond, Nyx stepped forward. Her usual aloof demeanor was gone, replaced by a fierce determination. I have seen the truth of the Sunborn's words with my own eyes, she declared, her voice ringing through the chamber. The corruption is born of our own fear and mistrust. If we are to survive, dragons and humans must learn to coexist once more. Her impassioned speech seemed to sway some of the council members, but others still looked skeptical. Thalasius stroked his beard thoughtfully, his ancient eyes studying Aldric. What you propose, Prince Aldric, would require a fundamental shift in our society, the Archmage said slowly. It will not be an easy path. Aldric nodded, understanding the enormity of the task ahead. I know it won't be easy, Archmage, but it's necessary. The corruption will only grow stronger if we don't act now. As the council debated amongst themselves, Goric sidled up to Aldric, a mischievous glint in his eye. You know, lad, he said in a stage whisper, loud enough for the entire chamber to hear, if they need a demonstration of human-dragon cooperation, we could always show them how well you handle those fruit dragons. A ripple of laughter broke the tension in the room. Even some of the more serious council members cracked smiles at the dwarf's irreverent humor. Thalasius raised his hands for silence, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Perhaps a practical demonstration is indeed in order, he mused. Prince Aldric, would you be willing to show us this connection you speak of? Aldric hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He closed his eyes, focusing on the Sunborn Legacy flowing through his veins. He thought of the harmony he had felt with the prismatic dragon, the understanding he had gained in the heart of the flame. A collective gasp from the assembled council members caused him to open his eyes. To his amazement, he saw that his body was glowing with a soft, golden light. More surprisingly, tendrils of that same light were extending outwards, connecting with every dragon and human in the room. For a brief, wondrous moment, Aldric could feel the emotions and thoughts of everyone present, their fears, their hopes, their innate connection to one another. As the light faded, he saw looks of wonder and understanding on faces that had been skeptical just moments before. By the first flame, Thalasius breathed, his voice filled with awe. It's true. The Sunborn Legacy. It's the bridge we've been missing all these years. The council chamber erupted into excited discussion. Plans were quickly formed to spread the word, to begin the process of reconnecting dragons and humans across Draconia. As the meeting adjourned, Lyra pulled Aldric into a tight embrace. You did it, she whispered, her voice filled with pride and love. Aldric held her close, overwhelmed by the events of the day. We did it, he corrected her. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Without all of you. He looked around at his companions, each of whom had played a crucial role in their quest. As they left the council chamber, ready to face the challenges ahead, Aldric felt a sense of hope and purpose unlike anything he had experienced before. The adventure he had sought when leaving Solaria had become something far greater, a quest to heal two worlds and bring balance to an ancient conflict. Chapter 18: Echoes of Change. The days following the council meeting were a whirlwind of activity. Aldric found himself at the center of a storm of diplomacy, strategy sessions, and impromptu demonstrations of his Sunborn abilities. The citadel buzzed with an energy that hadn't been felt in generations, as dragons and humans alike grappled with the implications of the revelations from the Temple of the First Flame. On the third morning, Aldric stood on the balcony of his quarters, watching the sun rise over Scalecrest. The city was already coming to life, the streets below filling with a mix of human and draconic forms. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of a young human child, fearlessly approaching a small dragon, offering it a piece of fruit. Quite a sight, isn't it? Lyra's voice came from behind him. He turned to see her leaning against the doorframe, her violet hair tousled from sleep, a soft smile on her lips. Aldric held out his hand, and she joined him at the railing. It's amazing how quickly things are changing, he mused, wrapping an arm around her waist. Lyra nodded, leaning into his embrace. People want to believe in a better future. You've given them hope, Aldric. Before he could respond, a commotion in the courtyard below caught their attention. Goric was engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument with a dragon twice his size. The dwarf's face was almost as red as his beard as he gesticulated wildly. "Oh no," Aldric groaned. "What's he done now?" They rushed down to the courtyard, arriving just in time to hear Goric's indignant voice rising to a near shout. "I don't care if you're the queen of the flame-belching mountains," the dwarf was saying. "You can't just go around melting people's alchemical equipment because you don't like the smell." The dragon, an impressive creature with scales the color of burnished copper, snorted a small puff of smoke. "Your concoctions are an offense to my sensitive nostrils," it rumbled. "Perhaps if you bathed more than once a moon cycle, the odor wouldn't be so pungent." Aldric stepped forward, trying to keep a straight face. "Is there a problem here?" Both Goric and the dragon turned to him, speaking simultaneously. "This overgrown lizard destroyed weeks of work. This malodorous dwarf is polluting our sacred air." Aldric held up his hands, calling on every ounce of diplomatic training he'd received as a prince. "All right, let's take a step back. Goric, I'm sure we can find you a more isolated space for your experiments. And," he turned to the dragon, "I apologize for any offense caused. Perhaps we could work on a system to warn dragons with sensitive noses when alchemical work is being done." Both parties grumbled, but eventually agreed to the compromise. As they parted ways, Aldric could have sworn he saw the dragon wink at him before taking flight. Lyra, who had been watching the exchange with barely contained laughter, finally let it out. "Oh, Aldric," she gasped between giggles. "I think you've found your true calling as a mediator of dwarf-dragon disputes." Aldric chuckled, shaking his head. "Let's hope that's not a regular occurrence. I'm not sure my diplomatic skills are up to the task." Their moment of levity was interrupted by the arrival of Zara, her golden armor gleaming in the morning sun. "Your Highness," she said, her tone serious, "the Archmage requests your presence. A delegation has arrived from Solaria." Aldric felt a jolt of surprise and nervousness. He hadn't expected word to reach his homeland so quickly. "My father?" he asked. Zara shook her head. "No, but they bear the royal seal. It seems news of your adventures has spread far and wide." As they made their way to the council chambers, Aldric's mind raced. How much did Solaria know? How would they react to the changes taking place in Draconia? And perhaps most pressingly, how would they view his newfound role as the Sunborn? The council chamber was already filled with a mix of dragon and human representatives when they arrived. At the center stood a group of Solarian nobles, their fine clothes and regal bearing a stark contrast to the more practical attire of the Draconians. Archmage Thalassius nodded to Aldric as he entered. "Prince Aldric, may I present Lord Cedric, royal advisor to King Edric of Solaria." A tall, austere man with graying hair stepped forward, his eyes widening slightly as he took in Aldric's appearance. "Your Highness," he said, bowing deeply, "we've been searching for you for weeks. Your father is beside himself with worry." Aldric felt a pang of guilt at the mention of his father. "Lord Cedric, I apologize for the concern I've caused, but as you can see, the situation here is complex." Over the next hour, Aldric recounted the events of the past weeks, his journey to Draconia, the discovery of his sunborn powers, and the revelations at the Temple of the First Flame. As he spoke, he could see the Solarian delegation's expressions shift from skepticism to amazement. When he finished, Lord Cedric was silent for a long moment. "This is extraordinary, Your Highness," he said, finally. "But I must ask, what of your duties to Solaria? Your father had hoped to begin the process of transitioning the crown to you upon your return." Aldric felt the weight of expectation settle on his shoulders. He looked around the room at the faces of both dragons and humans who had come to trust and believe in him. His eyes met Lyra's, and he saw in them the strength and support he needed. "My duty," Aldric said, his voice clear and resolute, "is to both Solaria and Draconia. The corruption that threatens this land could easily spread to ours if left unchecked. By fulfilling my role as the Sunborn, by bridging the gap between dragons and humans, I am protecting not just Draconia, but all realms." He stepped forward, addressing not just Lord Cedric, but the entire assembly. "I propose an alliance between Solaria and Draconia. Let us work together to heal the rift between our peoples, to combat the corruption that threatens us all. With the wisdom of dragons and the ingenuity of humans combined, there is no challenge we cannot overcome." A murmur of approval ran through the chamber. Even Lord Cedric looked impressed, though he tried to hide it behind a mask of diplomatic neutrality. "Your words are inspiring, Your Highness," the advisor said, "but such an alliance would require careful negotiation, treaties to be drawn up." "Then let us begin now," Aldric replied, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "After all, what better way to demonstrate the potential of dragon-human cooperation than by drafting the very agreement that will cement our alliance?" As the chamber erupted into excited discussion, Lyra slipped her hand into Aldric's. "You continue to amaze me," she whispered. "A prince, a dragon whisperer, and now a peacemaker between realms." Aldric squeezed her hand, drawing strength from her presence. "I couldn't do any of this without you," he said softly. "You give me the courage to face these challenges." As the day wore on, filled with negotiations, demonstrations of Sunborn abilities, and more than a few cultural misunderstandings that required Aldric's mediation, he felt a growing sense of purpose. The adventure he had sought when leaving Solaria had become something far greater, a quest to reshape the very relationship between dragons and humans, to heal ancient wounds and forge a new future for both their peoples. That night, as Aldric stood once again on the balcony of his quarters, he looked out over Scalecrest with new eyes. The city glowed with a mix of lamplight and dragonfire, the sounds of human voices and draconic rumbles blending into a harmony he had never thought possible. Lyra joined him, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "What are you thinking?" she asked, resting her chin on his shoulder. Aldric smiled, covering her hands with his own. "I'm thinking that this is just the beginning. We have a long road ahead, but for the first time, I truly believe we can succeed." Chapter 19. Bridges of Fire and Stone. The weeks following the arrival of the Solarian delegation were a whirlwind of diplomatic meetings, cultural exchanges, and no small amount of chaos as dragons and humans learned to coexist in closer quarters than they had for generations. Aldric found himself at the center of it all, his Sunborn abilities making him the ideal mediator between the two races. One particularly memorable morning, Aldric was awakened by a commotion in the Citadel's main courtyard. He rushed to the balcony, Lyra close behind, to find a scene of utter pandemonium. A group of Solarian nobles, still unused to the presence of dragons, were huddled together in terror as a young dragon playfully chased a ball of fire around them. "It's just playing fetch," Goric was shouting, trying to calm the nobles. "Perfectly harmless. Well, mostly harmless. Just don't touch the ball. It's a wee bit hot." Aldric couldn't help but laugh as he made his way down to the courtyard. "Perhaps we should stick to less flammable toys for now," he suggested, using his Sunborn abilities to gently guide the dragon away from the shaken nobles. As the situation calmed, Lord Cedric approached Aldric, his usually impeccable appearance slightly disheveled. "Your Highness," he said, trying to maintain his dignity, "while I appreciate the Unique cultural experiences we're gaining here. Perhaps we could schedule these interactions at a more reasonable hour." Aldric nodded, suppressing a smile. "Of course, Lord Cedric. I'll speak with the dragon handlers about establishing some guidelines." As the nobles retreated to the safety of the citadel, Lyra sidled up to Aldric, her eyes twinkling with amusement. "You know," she said, "a few weeks ago, the sight of a dragon in the courtyard would have sent everyone into a panic. Now it's just an inconvenience for mourning schedules." Aldric grinned, wrapping an arm around her waist. "Progress comes in small steps, I suppose. Though I'm not sure my father's court is quite ready for dragon fetch as a mourning activity." Their moment was interrupted by the arrival of Nyx, her scales shimmering in the morning sun. "Sunborn," she said, her tone urgent. "The council requests your presence. There's been a development." Exchanging a concerned glance with Lyra, Aldric followed Nyx to the council chambers. Inside, they found Archmage Thalassius and the other council members gathered around a large map of Draconia. "Ah, Prince Aldric," Thalassius greeted him, his ancient eyes filled with worry. "We've received troubling news from the eastern provinces. It seems not everyone is embracing the changes we're implementing." Aldric studied the map, noting the areas marked with ominous red symbols. "Resistance?" he asked. Thalassius nodded gravely. "A faction of dragons, led by one called Malachi the Unyielding, has declared opposition to our alliance with humans. They see it as a weakening of dragon culture, and have vowed to purify Draconia of human influence." Aldric felt a chill run down his spine. He had known there would be opposition, but open rebellion was more than he had anticipated. "What are they planning?" he asked. "Our reports suggest they're gathering forces in the Ashen Mountains," one of the Dragon Council members replied. "We fear they may be preparing for an attack on human settlements in the region." Aldric's mind raced with the implications. If Malachi and his followers succeeded in attacking human settlements, it could undo all the progress they had made in fostering trust between dragons and humans. "We need to stop them," Aldric said firmly, "not just with force, but with understanding. If we can show them the benefits of cooperation, maybe we can avoid bloodshed." The council members exchanged skeptical glances. "A noble sentiment, Sunborn," Nyx said, her voice tinged with respect. "But Malachi is not known for his willingness to listen to reason." "Then we'll make him listen," Aldric replied, a plan already forming in his mind. "I'll go to the Ashen Mountains myself. With my Sunborn abilities, I might be able to reach him in a way others can't." A heated debate erupted in the chamber, with some council members arguing for immediate military action and others supporting Aldric's diplomatic approach. In the end, it was decided that Aldric would lead a small team to attempt negotiations, with a larger force standing by in case things went awry. As the meeting adjourned, Lyra pulled Aldric aside, her eyes filled with concern. "You're really going to face this, Malachi?" she asked. Aldric nodded, taking her hands in his. "I have to try, Lyra. Everything we've worked for is at stake." Lyra's expression softened, a mix of pride and worry in her eyes. "Then I'm coming with you," she said firmly. "Someone needs to keep you from doing anything too heroically stupid." Aldric chuckled, pulling her into a tight embrace. "I wouldn't have it any other way," he murmured into her hair. The next few days were a flurry of preparation. Aldric assembled his team. Lyra, for her healing skills and unwavering support. Goric, whose alchemical concoctions might prove useful. Finn, for his tracking abilities. And Nyx, to provide insight into dragon psychology. On the morning of their departure, Aldric stood in the citadel's courtyard, watching as his companions made their final preparations. Lord Cedric approached, his expression a mix of concern and resignation. "Your Highness," he said, "I must once again express my reservations about this mission. Your father would never approve of you putting yourself in such danger." Aldric turned to the advisor, his voice firm but kind. "Lord Cedric, I understand your concerns, but this is precisely why I left Solaria in the first place, to make a difference, to face challenges head-on. I'm not just a Prince of Solaria anymore. I'm the Sunborn, and I have a responsibility to both humans and dragons." Cedric studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "You've grown much in your time here, Your Highness. Your father would be proud." He paused, a hint of a smile touching his lips. "Though perhaps we'll omit the part about you facing down a dragon rebellion when we report back to him." Aldric laughed, clapping the advisor on the shoulder. "I appreciate that, Lord Cedric, and I promise we'll be careful." As they prepared to depart, mounted on a mix of horses and smaller, rider-friendly dragons, Aldric felt a surge of determination. The path ahead was uncertain and fraught with danger, but he knew in his heart that this was where he was meant to be. Lyra rode up beside him, her violet eyes meeting his. "Ready for another adventure?" she asked with a smile. Aldric grinned back, feeling the Sunborn power humming through his veins. "With you by my side, always." As they set off towards the Ashen Mountains, Aldric couldn't help but reflect on how far he'd come since leaving Solaria. The adventure he'd sought had become a quest to reshape the very fabric of two societies, to heal ancient wounds and forge a new future. Chapter 20: The Ashen Mountains. The journey to the Ashen Mountains was arduous, taking the group through treacherous terrain that seemed to grow more hostile with each passing day. As they approached their destination, the lush forests gave way to barren, rocky landscapes, the air thick with volcanic ash that coated everything in a fine gray powder. On the 5th day of their trek, as they made camp in the shadow of a looming peak, Aldric found himself standing at the edge of their campsite, gazing out at the forbidding landscape. The Sunborn power within him felt restless, as if responding to some unseen force in these ancient mountains. "Copper for your thoughts?" Lyra's voice came from behind him. He turned to see her approaching, a steaming mug in each hand. Aldric smiled, accepting one of the mugs gratefully. "Just thinking about what we're walking into," he admitted. "Malachi and his followers, they're not going to be easy to convince." Lyra nodded, her violet eyes reflecting the concern in his own. "No, they won't be. But if anyone can do it, it's you, Aldric. You have a way of reaching people and dragons that I've never seen before." He wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her close. "I couldn't do any of this without you, you know," he said softly. "Your strength, your wisdom, you keep me grounded when everything else feels like it's spinning out of control." Lyra leaned into him, a small smile playing at her lips. "Well, someone has to keep the mighty Sunborn from getting too full of himself," she teased. Their moment was interrupted by a commotion from the campfire. They turned to see Goric engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument with Nyx, the dwarf's face almost as red as his beard. "I'm telling you, it's perfectly safe," Goric was insisting, holding up a vial of bubbling, iridescent liquid. "Just because it glows in the dark and occasionally lets out a belch of flame doesn't mean it's dangerous." Nyx's eyes narrowed, smoke curling from her nostrils. "Your alchemical abominations are an affront to draconic senses," she growled. "If you insist on brewing them, do it downwind." Finn, who had been sharpening his daggers nearby, looked up with a long, suffering sigh. "If you two don't quiet down, you'll bring every hostile dragon in the mountains down on our heads." Aldric and Lyra exchanged an amused glance before making their way over to the group. "All right, let's all take a breath," Aldric said, his voice carrying the calm authority that had become second nature to him. "Goric, perhaps you could work on your potions a bit further from camp, and Nyx, I promise we'll find a way to accommodate your sensitive nose." Both the dwarf and the dragon grumbled their assent, though Aldric could have sworn he saw a glimmer of respect in Nyx's eyes. As the tension dissipated, Aldric addressed the group. "We should all get some rest," he said. "Tomorrow we enter Malachai's territory. We need to be at our best." As the others settled in for the night, Aldric took the first watch, his eyes scanning the dark slopes around them. Lyra joined him, sitting close enough that their shoulders touched. "Do you really think we can change Malachai's mind?" she asked softly. Aldric was quiet for a moment, considering. "I have to believe we can," he said finally. "If we can't find a way to bridge this divide peacefully, I fear for the future of both our peoples." Lyra nodded, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Whatever happens," she murmured, "we face it together." As the night wore on, Aldric found himself reflecting on how far they'd come. From his impulsive departure from Solaria to the discovery of his sunborn powers, every step of the journey had led to this moment. The weight of responsibility was heavy, but with Lyra by his side and his companions at his back, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The next morning dawned grey and ominous, the peaks of the Ashen Mountains shrouded in low-hanging clouds. As the group broke camp and prepared to move out, a bone-chilling roar echoed across the valley. "That'll be one of Malachai's sentries," Nyx said grimly. "They know we're here." Aldric squared his shoulders, feeling the sunborn power thrumming through his veins. "Then let's not keep them waiting," he said. "Remember, we're here to talk, not fight, but be ready for anything." They made their way up a winding path, the air growing thinner and the ash thicker with each step. Suddenly, a massive shape burst from the clouds above them. A dragon, its scales the color of burnished steel, landed on the path ahead, blocking their way. "Halt, intruders!" the dragon growled, smoke curling from its nostrils. "You trespass on the domain of Malachai the Unyielding. Turn back now, or face the consequences." Aldric stepped forward, his voice clear and strong. "We come in peace, seeking an audience with Malachai. I am Aldric, the Sunborn, and we bring a message of unity between dragons and humans." The sentry dragon's eyes widened at the mention of Sunborn, but its aggressive stance didn't waver. "Sunborn or not, Malachai has decreed that no humans shall pass. Leave now or—" Its words were cut off as another roar, deeper and more powerful than the first, shook the very mountain beneath their feet. From a cave higher up the slope emerged a dragon of truly awe-inspiring proportions. Its scales were black as night, shot through with veins of molten red that pulsed like flowing lava. "So," the newcomer rumbled, its voice like rolling thunder, "the so-called Sunborn dares to enter my domain." The dragon's eyes, burning with an inner fire, fixed on Aldric. "I am Malachai the Unyielding. Speak quickly, human, before I decide to add your ashes to these mountains." Aldric felt Lyra tense beside him, saw Finn's hand move to his weapon, but he stepped forward, calling upon every ounce of diplomatic training and sunborn instinct he possessed. "Malachai," he said, bowing his head slightly in respect, "I come not as a threat, but as a bridge between our peoples. The world is changing, and dragons and humans must change with it if we are to survive." Malachai's laugh was like an avalanche, sharp and dangerous. "Change? You speak of weakening our proud race, of diluting our power with human frailty." "No," Aldric countered, his voice growing stronger. I speak of combining our strengths, of forging an alliance that could usher in an era of peace and prosperity for both dragons and humans." As he spoke, Aldric felt the Sunborn power rising within him. A soft golden glow began to emanate from his skin, growing brighter with each word. He could see the surprise in Malachi's eyes, feel the shift in the energy around them. "The corruption that plagues our lands," Aldric continued, "it feeds on our division, our mistrust. Only by standing together can we hope to overcome it." For a long moment, silence reigned on the mountainside. Then, to everyone's shock, Malachi threw back his head and laughed. Not the menacing sound from before, but a genuine, almost appreciative rumble. "Well spoken, young Sunborn," the great dragon said, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. "You have courage, I'll grant you that. Perhaps there is merit in hearing more of what you have to say." As Malachi invited them to his lair to continue their discussion, Aldric felt a surge of hope. The path ahead was still fraught with challenges, but this was a start, a chance to build understanding where before there had been only hostility. Lyra squeezed his hand, her eyes shining with pride and love. "You did it," she whispered. Aldric shook his head, smiling. "We did it," he corrected her. "Together." As they followed Malachi up the mountain path, Aldric knew that the real work was just beginning. Chapter 21. Fire and Diplomacy. Malachi's lair was a vast cavern deep within the heart of the largest peak in the Ashen Mountains. As Aldric and his companions followed the imposing dragon through winding tunnels, the air grew increasingly warm, tinged with the scent of brimstone. "Watch your step," Goric muttered, eyeing the glowing cracks in the floor warily. "I'd rather not end up as Dwarf Flambe." Nyx rolled her eyes, but Aldric noticed her wings twitching nervously. Even for a dragon, the intense heat was uncomfortable. They emerged into a massive chamber, its walls lined with veins of glowing magma. At the center, a raised dais of obsidian served as Malachi's throne. The great dragon settled onto it, his fiery gaze sweeping over the group. "So, Sunborn," Malachi rumbled, "you claim to seek unity between dragons and humans. A noble goal, perhaps, but one that ignores centuries of conflict and mistrust. Why should we believe your intentions are pure?" Aldric stepped forward, feeling the weight of the moment. He could sense the eyes of not just Malachi, but dozens of other dragons watching from shadowy alcoves around the chamber. "I don't ask you to trust blindly," Aldric began, his voice clear and strong. "I ask only that you listen and judge for yourself the truth of my words." Over the next hour, Aldric recounted their journey, the corruption plaguing the land, the revelations at the Temple of the First Flame, and the growing cooperation between dragons and humans in Scalecrest. As he spoke, he could see the interest kindling in Malachi's eyes. "You speak well, young prince," Malachi said when Aldric had finished, "but words are wind. What proof can you offer of this cooperation?" Aldric exchanged a glance with Lyra, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, he called upon his Sunborn powers. The familiar golden glow emanated from his skin, growing brighter until it filled the chamber. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the watching dragons, as tendrils of light extended from Aldric, connecting with each of them. For a brief, wondrous moment, Aldric could feel the emotions and thoughts of every dragon present, their fears, their pride, and underneath it all, a longing for something they couldn't quite name. As the light faded, Malachi's expression had softened slightly. "Impressive," he admitted, "but parlor tricks won't sway me. How do you propose to overcome generations of hostility?" "By starting small," Lyra interjected, stepping up beside Aldric. In Scalecrest, we've begun with simple cultural exchanges. Dragons teaching humans about their history and customs, humans sharing their art and music. Aye, Gorick chimed in, unable to contain himself. You should see the looks on the wee ones' faces when they hear a dragon sing for the first time. It's like nothing you've ever... He was cut off as the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. A low rumble filled the air, growing in intensity until small rocks began to rain down from the ceiling. Earthquake! Finn shouted, already moving to shield the others. But Malachi's eyes had widened in alarm. No, he growled. Something far worse. The volcano. It's awakening. Chaos erupted in the chamber as dragons took to the air, their wings stirring up clouds of ash and dust. Aldric could feel the temperature rising rapidly, the veins of magma in the walls pulsing ominously. We need to evacuate, Aldric shouted over the din. Malachi, are there any humans living in the valleys below? The great dragon nodded grimly. A few settlements. They'll be directly in the path of the lava flow if the mountain erupts. Without hesitation, Aldric turned to his companions. Nyx, Finn, fly ahead and start evacuating those settlements. Gorick, see if you can use your alchemy to slow the lava flow. Lyra and I will help coordinate the dragon evacuation. As the others rushed to carry out their tasks, Aldric faced Malachi. This is our chance to prove that dragons and humans are stronger together. Will you help us? For a moment, Malachi seemed to wrestle with his pride. Then, with a curt nod, he spread his massive wings. Very well, Sunborn. Let us see if your words hold true in the face of nature's fury. What followed was a frantic race against time. Aldric and Lyra worked tirelessly, using the Sunborn's power to calm panicked dragons and coordinate their efforts. Malachi, true to his word, led a group of his strongest followers to help evacuate the human settlements. As the volcano's rumblings grew more violent, Aldric found himself atop a ridge overlooking the main lava flow. Gorick had concocted a series of alchemical barriers that were slowing its advance, but they wouldn't hold for long. We need more time, the dwarf shouted, his face streaked with soot and sweat. The last village isn't clear yet. Aldric closed his eyes, reaching deep within himself. He felt the Sunborn power surge through him, stronger than ever before. Opening his eyes, he raised his hands towards the advancing lava. Golden light erupted from his palms, forming a shimmering barrier across the valley. The lava crashed against it, like waves against a seawall, hissing and steaming but unable to break through. Lyra appeared at his side, her own hands outstretched to lend her strength. Together, she said, her voice strained but determined. For what felt like hours, they held the line. Aldric's arms trembled with the effort, sweat pouring down his face. Just when he thought he couldn't hold on any longer, a massive shadow fell over them. Malachi landed beside them, his scales glowing with inner fire. The villages are clear, he announced. Now let me show you the true power of dragonkind. With an earth-shaking roar, Malachi breathed a stream of white-hot flame directly at the lava flow. Where fire met molten rock, the lava began to cool and harden, forming a natural dam. As the immediate danger passed, Aldric lowered his arms, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Lyra caught him, her own legs shaky, but her eyes shining with pride and love. You did it, she whispered, pressing her forehead to his. Aldric shook his head, a tired smile on his face. We did it, all of us together. They turned to see Malachi, regarding them with a new respect in his fiery eyes. Perhaps, the great dragon rumbled, there is more to this unity you speak of than I first believed. As the sun began to rise, painting the ash-filled sky in hues of pink and gold, Aldric looked out over the changed landscape. Dragons and humans worked side by side, tending to the injured and beginning the process of rebuilding. Malachi settled beside him, his massive form radiating heat. "You've given me much to think about, Sunborn," he said. "I cannot promise immediate acceptance from all my followers, but I am willing to listen, to explore this path of cooperation you propose." Aldric nodded, feeling a surge of hope despite his exhaustion. "That's all I ask, Malachi, a chance to build a better future, together." As they made plans to return to Scalecrest, this time with Malachi and a delegation of his dragons, Aldric couldn't help but marvel at how far they'd come. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a quest to reshape the very foundations of their world. With Lyra by his side, and their diverse group of companions around them, Aldric felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The path to true unity between dragons and humans would be long and fraught with obstacles, but for the first time, it felt truly possible. As they prepared to depart, Gorik's voice rose above the general commotion. "I don't suppose anyone thought to pack some burn salve? These volcanic hot springs are murder on a dwarf's delicate skin." Laughter rippled through the group, dragons and humans alike, and in that moment, Aldric knew that no matter what the future held, they would face it together, with courage, compassion, and perhaps a healthy dose of dwarven humor. Chapter 22. The Return to Scalecrest. The journey back to Scalecrest was a sight to behold. Aldric and his companions, now joined by Malachi and a contingent of his followers, made for an impressive and unusual caravan. Dragons of various sizes and colors soared overhead, while others walked alongside the mounted humans, engaging in tentative but curious conversations. As they crested a hill overlooking a vast plain, Aldric reined in his horse, taking a moment to appreciate the scene. Lyra rode up beside him, her violet hair whipping in the wind. "Quite a change from when we first set out, isn't it?" she remarked, a smile playing on her lips. Aldric nodded, reaching out to take her hand. "If someone had told me a few months ago that I'd be leading a mixed group of dragons and humans across Draconia, I'd have thought they were mad." "And yet here we are," Lyra said, squeezing his hand. "You've done something remarkable, Aldric." Before he could respond, Gorik's voice rang out from behind them. "Oi, if you two lovebirds are done admiring the scenery, some of us would like to make it to Scalecrest before our beards turn grey." Aldric and Lyra exchanged an amused glance before urging their horses forward. As they rejoined the main group, Aldric couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Gorik, perched somewhat precariously on the back of a smaller dragon, his knuckles white as he gripped its scales. "I thought you were getting used to dragon back riding," Aldric called out teasingly. Gorik shot him a glare. "There's a difference between getting used to it and enjoying it, lad. Give me solid ground under my feet any day." Nyx, who was flying nearby, snorted in amusement. "Perhaps if you hadn't insulted Firespark's flying abilities, you wouldn't be in this predicament." "I merely suggested that a smoother ride might be achieved with a few adjustments," Gorik protested. "How was I to know dragons were so sensitive about their aerial techniques?" Their banter was interrupted by Malachi's deep rumble. The great dragon had been listening with growing curiosity to the easy interactions between Aldric's diverse group. "You speak to each other with such familiarity," Malachi observed. "Humans and dragons, as if the barriers between our kinds do not exist." Aldric nodded, his expression turning serious. "That's the future we're working towards, Malachi. A world where dragons and humans can interact freely, learning from each other and growing stronger together." Malachi was quiet for a moment, his fiery eyes thoughtful. It is not an unpleasant vision, he admitted, though the path to such a future will not be easy. The best things in life rarely are, Lyra chimed in, but that's what makes them worth fighting for. As they continued their journey, Aldric found himself engaged in long conversations with Malachi and the other dragons. They discussed the intricacies of dragon society, the challenges of human governance, and the potential benefits of closer cooperation between their races. One evening, as they made camp near a crystal-clear lake, Aldric sat with Lyra by the water's edge. The setting sun painted the sky in vibrant hues of orange and purple, reflecting off the lake's surface like a living painting. "What are you thinking?" Lyra asked softly, leaning her head on his shoulder. Aldric wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. "I'm thinking about how much has changed since I left Solaria, about how meeting you has changed everything." Lyra lifted her head, meeting his gaze. "Oh? And how exactly have I changed things, Your Highness?" she asked, a teasing lilt in her voice. Aldric smiled, reaching up to cup her cheek. "You've shown me what true strength looks like. You've been my anchor when everything else felt uncertain, and—" He paused, his heart racing. "You've made me realize what love really means." Lyra's eyes widened, a blush creeping across her cheeks. "Aldric, He silenced her with a gentle kiss, pouring all his emotions into the connection. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Aldric rested his forehead against hers. "I love you, Lyra," he whispered. "Whatever challenges we face, whatever the future holds, I want to face it with you by my side." Lyra's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "I love you too, you noble, reckless, wonderful man. And there's nowhere else I'd rather be than by your side." Their moment was interrupted by a chorus of cheers and whistles from the direction of the camp. They turned to see their companions watching with varying degrees of amusement and approval. "About time!" Goric shouted, raising a mug in toast. "I was beginning to think we'd need to lock you two in a dragon cave to get you to admit your feelings." Even Malachi seemed amused, a rumbling chuckle escaping his massive form. "Young love," he mused. "Perhaps there is hope for our kinds yet." As they rejoined the group, accepting congratulations and good-natured teasing, Aldric felt a sense of completeness he had never experienced before. The adventure that had begun with his restless dreams had led him to this moment, surrounded by friends both human and dragon, with the woman he loved by his side. The next morning, as they prepared to make the final leg of their journey to Scale Crest, a messenger arrived on Dragonback. The rider, out of breath and wide-eyed, delivered news that sent a ripple of shock through the group. "Your Highness," the messenger panted, bowing hastily to Aldric. "Word has come from Solaria. Your father, King Edric, has fallen ill. The court physicians fear he may not have much time left." Aldric felt as if the ground had dropped out from beneath him. Lyra was at his side in an instant, her hand finding his and squeezing tightly. I have to go back," Aldric said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I need to see my father." Malachi, who had been listening intently, stepped forward. "Then go, young Sunborn. Your work here has laid the foundation for change. We will continue in your absence." Aldric looked up at the great dragon, surprise and gratitude warring in his expression. "Thank you, Malachi. But how will I reach Solaria in time?" A sly smile spread across Malachi's draconic features. "Why, on Dragonback, of course. I believe it's time to show your homeland the true meaning of dragon-human cooperation." As preparations were hastily made for Aldric's departure, he turned to Lyra, his eyes filled with conflicting emotions. "Will you come with me?" he asked. To Solaria? Lyra smiled, pressing a quick kiss to his lips. Try and stop me. Where you go, I go, remember? With tearful goodbyes and promises to return soon, Aldric and Lyra mounted Malachi's broad back. As they took to the skies, Scalecrest growing smaller beneath them, and Solaria waiting on the horizon, Aldric felt a mix of fear and determination. The next chapter of their adventure was about to unfold, bringing with it new challenges and the weight of royal responsibility. But with Lyra by his side, and the strength of his experiences in Draconia, Aldric knew he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. As they soared through the clouds, the wind whipping past them, Aldric allowed himself a small smile. Who would have thought that his quest for adventure would lead to him returning home on the back of a dragon with the love of his life and the fate of 2 kingdoms resting on his shoulders? The adventure, it seemed, was far from over. In fact, the most important chapter was just beginning. Chapter 23. Homecoming. The journey to Solaria on Malachi's back was swift but intense. As they soared over landscapes Aldric had only ever seen from the ground, he marveled at the changing terrain below. Forests gave way to rolling hills, then to the familiar golden fields that surrounded his homeland. Lyra's arms were wrapped tightly around his waist, her chin resting on his shoulder. "It's beautiful," she shouted over the wind. "I can see why you love it so much." Aldric nodded, a lump forming in his throat as the gleaming spires of the Solarian capital came into view. It felt like a lifetime ago that he had snuck out of those very walls, seeking adventure. As they approached the city, Aldric could see the panic their arrival was causing. Guards were scrambling on the walls, and he could imagine the chaos in the streets below. "Perhaps we should have sent a message ahead," Lyra mused, a hint of amusement in her voice despite the gravity of their situation. Aldric couldn't help but chuckle. "And miss the look on Lord Cedric's face when we land?" "Never." Malachi's rumbling laugh vibrated through them. "Shall we give them a proper show, young Sunborn?" Before Aldric could respond, the great dragon tucked his wings and dove towards the palace courtyard. Lyra's grip tightened, and Aldric found himself whooping with exhilaration as they plummeted. At the last moment, Malachi spread his wings, landing with surprising grace in the center of the courtyard. Guards scattered, weapons raised uncertainly as they took in the sight of their lost prince astride a massive dragon. Aldric slid from Malachi's back, helping Lyra down before turning to face the growing crowd. He spotted Lord Cedric pushing his way to the front, his face a comical mix of relief, anger, and utter bewilderment. "Your Highness," Cedric sputtered, his usual composure completely shattered. "What in the name of all that's holy—" "Lord Cedric," Aldric interrupted, his voice carrying the authority he had gained during his time in Draconia. "I've returned on urgent business. How is my father?" Cedric's expression sobered immediately. "The king's condition is grave, Your Highness. The physicians are with him now, but—" He trailed off, his meaning clear. Aldric nodded grimly. "Take me to him, and," he added, gesturing to Lyra and Malachi, "my companions are to be treated with the utmost respect and hospitality." As they made their way through the palace halls, Aldric couldn't help but notice the shocked stares and hushed whispers that followed them. He realized how he must look, his clothes travel-worn, his hair longer and windswept, with a dragon-scale pendant, a gift from Nyx, hanging around his neck. They reached the king's chambers, where 2 guards stood at attention. They gaped at Aldric for a moment before hastily opening the doors. Inside, the room was dim and heavy with the scent of medicinal herbs. King Edric lay in his massive bed, looking smaller and frailer than Aldric had ever seen him. A team of physicians hovered nearby, their faces grim. "Father," Aldric said softly, approaching the bed. King Edric's eyes fluttered open, focusing on Aldric with effort. "Aldric? Is it really you, my boy?" Aldric knelt by the bed, taking his father's hand. "It's me, Father. I'm home." A weak smile crossed the king's face. "You look different. Your adventure, was it everything you hoped for?" Aldric felt tears prickling at the corners of his eyes. "It was more than I ever could have imagined. Father, I have so much to tell you." Over the next hour, Aldric recounted his journey, his time in Draconia, the discovery of his sunborn powers, the alliances he had forged between dragons and humans. King Edric listened intently, his eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. "My son," he said when Aldric had finished, his voice stronger than before, "you have done more for our kingdom in a few months than many rulers achieve in a lifetime. I am so proud of you." Aldric felt a weight lift from his shoulders at his father's words. "Thank you, Father, but there's someone I want you to meet." He motioned for Lyra to approach. "Father, this is Lyra. She's been by my side through everything, and I love her." King Edric's gaze softened as he looked at Lyra. "So, you're the one who's captured my son's heart. Come closer, my dear." Lyra stepped forward, curtsying gracefully. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." The king studied her for a moment, then smiled. "I can see the strength in you and the love you bear for my son. You have my blessing, both of you." Aldric felt his heart swell with joy and relief. He looked at Lyra, seeing his own happiness reflected in her violet eyes. The tender moment was interrupted by a commotion outside. Lord Cedric burst into the room, his face pale. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, there's a situation in the courtyard. The dragon, it's causing quite a stir." Aldric groaned, remembering that they had left Malachi in the courtyard. "I should go deal with this. Father, will you be all right?" King Edric chuckled weakly. "Go, son. It seems your adventures are not quite finished. And bring your dragon friend to meet me when you've sorted things out. I find myself quite curious." With a quick kiss to his father's forehead and a squeeze of Lyra's hand, Aldric hurried to the courtyard. The scene that greeted him was one of barely contained chaos. Malachi was surrounded by a ring of nervous guards, their spears pointed uncertainly at the massive dragon. A crowd of nobles and servants had gathered at a safe distance, watching with a mix of fear and fascination. And in the center of it all was Goric, who had apparently arrived on the back of a smaller dragon and was now engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate with Malachi about the proper way to roast a boar. "I'm telling you, it's all about the seasoning," the dwarf was saying, gesticulating wildly. "A bit of rosemary, some thyme, maybe a dash of dragon pepper." Malachi's rumbling laugh shook the courtyard. "And I'm telling you, young dwarf, that nothing beats the pure flavor of flame-seared meat. Your human spices only mask the true taste." Aldric couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the scene. Here was one of the most powerful dragons in Draconia, debating cooking techniques with a dwarf in the heart of Solaria's royal palace. As he stepped forward to defuse the situation, Aldric felt a sense of purpose settle over him. This was his role now, in a bridge between two worlds, bringing together cultures that had long been separated. Chapter 24. A New Era Dawns. The days following Aldric's return to Solaria were a whirlwind of activity. The palace buzzed with a mixture of excitement, confusion, and no small amount of trepidation as word spread of the prince's adventures and the dragon currently residing in the royal gardens. King Edric, invigorated by his son's return and the incredible tales of Draconia, had rallied somewhat. Though still weak, He insisted on being moved to a sunlit chamber where he could receive visitors and participate in the discussions that would shape the future of both kingdoms. On the third morning after their arrival, Aldric found himself in an impromptu council meeting in his father's chambers. The room was crowded with an eclectic mix of attendees: Lord Cedric and other Solarian nobles, Lyra, Goric, and, much to the discomfort of the guards, Malachi's head poking through a hastily widened window. "So, let me see if I understand this correctly," Lord Cedric was saying, his voice strained as he tried to maintain his composure. "You propose an alliance between Solaria and Draconia, with dragons and humans living and working together?" Aldric nodded, standing tall, despite the weight of the gazes upon him. "Not just an alliance, Lord Cedric, a true integration of our societies. The corruption that threatens Draconia could easily spread to our lands if left unchecked. By uniting our strengths, we stand a better chance of overcoming it." A murmur ran through the assembled nobles. One, a portly man with a meticulously groomed mustache, stepped forward. "But Your Highness, surely you can't expect us to simply open our borders to dragons. What of our traditions, our way of life?" Before Aldric could respond, Malachi's rumbling voice filled the room. "And what of our traditions, Lord Human? Do you think dragons are eager to share our ancient lands with beings we once saw as little more than prey?" The noble paled visibly, taking an involuntary step back. Aldric raised a hand, his voice calm but firm. "Change is never easy, for dragons or humans, but the benefits of cooperation far outweigh the challenges. Already in Scalecrest, we've seen incredible advancements in medicine, agriculture, and magical studies through the sharing of knowledge between our peoples." "It's true," Lyra chimed in, her violet eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Imagine combining human ingenuity with draconic magic. The possibilities are endless." King Edric, who had been listening intently, spoke up from his bed. "I have seen the fire of conviction in my son's eyes, and heard the wisdom in his words. If Aldric believes this is the path to a brighter future for both our kingdoms, then he has my full support." A hush fell over the room at the king's declaration. Aldric felt a surge of gratitude and love for his father, whose trust in him had never wavered. Lord Cedric, ever the pragmatist, cleared his throat. "While I don't doubt the potential benefits, the logistics of such an integration would be daunting, to say the least." "Ah, that's where you're wrong, my good man," Goric interjected, a mischievous glint in his eye. "The logistics are the easy part. It's getting you stuffy nobles to loosen up that'll be the real challenge." A ripple of laughter broke the tension in the room. Even some of the more serious nobles cracked smiles at the dwarf's irreverent humor. "Goric's right in his own way," Aldric said, seizing the moment. "The greatest challenge we face is not in the practical details, but in opening our hearts and minds to new possibilities. I've seen firsthand the wonders that can be achieved when dragons and humans work together. Now I'm asking you to take a leap of faith and see it for yourselves." As the meeting continued, with plans being tentatively laid for cultural exchanges and diplomatic missions, Aldric felt a hand slip into his. He turned to see Lyra smiling up at him, her eyes shining with pride. "You're doing it," she whispered. "You're really changing the world." Aldric squeezed her hand, drawing strength from her presence. "We're doing it," he corrected her. "I couldn't have come this far without you." Their moment was interrupted by a commotion from the window. Malachi had apparently grown bored with the bureaucratic discussions and had decided to amuse himself by blowing smoke rings, much to the alarm of the guards. "Oh, do calm down," the dragon rumbled, rolling his eyes at the nervous soldiers. "If I wanted to burn down your castle, I'd have done it already. Although, he added with a sly glance at Gorick. "I am getting rather peckish. How do you humans feel about flame-broiled diplomat for lunch?" The look of utter horror on Lord Cedric's face was too much for Aldric. He burst out laughing, the sound infectious as it spread through the room. Soon, even the most uptight nobles were chuckling, the absurdity of the situation finally breaking through their reserve. As the laughter died down, Aldric felt a shift in the energy of the room. The initial fear and skepticism had given way to a cautious curiosity, a willingness to at least consider the possibilities of this new world he was proposing. King Edric, his eyes twinkling with amusement and pride, raised his hand for attention. "My lords and ladies, honored dragon guests, I believe we have much work ahead of us. But for now, perhaps we could adjourn for a meal. I, for one, am eager to sample some of this draconic cuisine I've heard so much about, though perhaps not flame-broiled diplomat." As the meeting broke up, with plans made to reconvene the next day, Aldric found himself pulled aside by his father. The king's face was serious, but there was a warmth in his eyes that spoke volumes. "Aldric, my son," he said softly, "I want you to know how proud I am of the man you've become. When you left Solaria, I feared I had lost you, but you've returned not just a prince, but a true leader." Aldric felt a lump form in his throat. "Thank you, father. That means more to me than you know." King Edric smiled, reaching out to clasp his son's hand. "I think it's time we began discussing the transition of power. You're ready, Aldric, ready to lead Solaria into this new era you've envisioned." The weight of his father's words settled on Aldric's shoulders, but instead of feeling burdened, he felt a sense of purpose and determination. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had led him here, to a moment where he could truly make a difference in the world. As he left his father's chambers, Lyra was waiting for him in the hallway. Without a word, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. "Whatever comes next," she murmured into his chest, "we face it together." Aldric held her close, breathing in the scent of her hair and feeling the steady beat of her heart against his. "Together," he agreed. They walked hand in hand to the gardens, where Malachi and Gorick were engaged in what appeared to be an impromptu cooking competition, much to the bewilderment of the palace staff. The sight of the massive dragon delicately turning a spit while the dwarf shouted instructions was so absurd that Aldric couldn't help but laugh. This was the future he was fighting for, a world where dragons and humans could come together, where ancient prejudices could be overcome with understanding and friendship. It wouldn't be easy, but as he looked at the motley crew he now called family, Aldric knew it was possible. Chapter 25. Bridging Two Worlds. The weeks following the initial council meeting were a flurry of activity in Solaria. The palace, once a bastion of human tradition, had become a melting pot of cultures as dragons of various sizes and colors came and went, participating in diplomatic talks and cultural exchanges. Aldric found himself at the center of it all, mediating discussions, explaining draconic customs to bewildered nobles, and occasionally using his Sunborn powers to calm tensions when they arose. Lyra was always by his side, her quick wit and compassionate nature proving invaluable in smoothing over misunderstandings. One particularly memorable morning, Aldric was awakened by a commotion in the palace gardens. He rushed to his balcony, Lyra close behind, to find a scene of utter chaos. A young dragon, no larger than a horse, was zooming between the meticulously pruned topiaries, pursued by a group of frantic gardeners. "Come back here, you overgrown lizard," the head gardener shouted, waving his pruning shears. "Those bushes took years to shape." The dragon, clearly thinking this was all a grand game, let out a gleeful roar and breathed a small jet of flame, turning a swan-shaped bush into a rather abstract sculpture. Aldric couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. "I suppose we should go down there and sort this out," he said to Lyra, who was trying and failing to suppress her own giggles. As they made their way to the gardens, they ran into Goric, who was carrying a large sack that emitted suspicious clinking sounds. "Ah, Your Highness!" the dwarf exclaimed, a bit too cheerfully. "Lovely morning, isn't it? Don't mind me. Just taking care of some alchemical business." Aldric raised an eyebrow. "Goric, please tell me you're not trying to brew dragonfire whiskey again. We're still repairing the east wing from your last experiment." The dwarf had the grace to look sheepish. "Well, you see, I've made some modifications to the formula. This batch should be much more stable. Probably. Maybe." Lyra sighed, shaking her head fondly. "Just try not to blow up anything important, all right?" As Goric scurried off, muttering about ungrateful royals who didn't appreciate the finer points of dwarven alchemy, Aldric and Lyra continued to the gardens. They arrived to find Malachi already there, looking both amused and exasperated as he addressed the young dragon. "Sparktail," the great dragon rumbled, "what have I told you about respecting human dwellings?" The smaller dragon landed, looking suitably chastened. "That their nests are not for playing in, and their strange leafy sculptures are important to them," Sparktail recited dutifully. Aldric stepped forward, trying to keep a straight face. "It's all right," he said to the fuming head gardener. "No lasting harm done. In fact," he added, struck by an idea, "perhaps we could use this as an opportunity for some cross-cultural landscaping." The gardener looked skeptical, but as Aldric explained his vision of combining traditional Solarian gardening techniques with draconic fire shaping, the man's eyes began to light up with creative possibilities. As the gardener and Sparktail began to discuss potential designs, with Malachi offering occasional input, Aldric felt a warm sense of pride. These small moments of cooperation and understanding were the foundation upon which they would build a new, united future. Later that day, Aldric found himself in a more serious meeting with Lord Cedric and several other advisors. They were discussing the logistics of the first major diplomatic summit between Solaria and Draconia, to be held in neutral territory halfway between the two kingdoms. "The security concerns alone are staggering," Lord Cedric was saying, poring over a map, "not to mention the accommodations. How does one prepare lodging suitable for both humans and dragons?" Aldric leaned forward, his eyes bright with determination. "That's exactly the point, Lord Cedric. This summit isn't just about signing treaties. It's about showing both our peoples that coexistence is possible, even comfortable. We'll face challenges, certainly, but overcoming them together is how we'll build trust." As the discussion continued, delving into the minutiae of diplomatic protocol and logistical planning, Aldric felt a familiar warmth in his chest. The Sunborn power within him seemed to resonate with the very idea of bringing dragons and humans together. Suddenly, a golden glow began to emanate from Aldric's skin, startling the advisors. Tendrils of light extended outward, touching each person in the room. For a brief, wondrous moment, Aldric could sense the thoughts and emotions of everyone present, their fears, their hopes, and underneath it all, a growing excitement for the possibilities that lay ahead. As the light faded, there was a moment of awed silence. Then Lord Cedric cleared his throat, looking slightly embarrassed. "Well," he said, straightening his robes, "I suppose that settles the matter. If the Sunborn himself believes so strongly in this summit, who are we to argue?" The meeting adjourned shortly after, with plans moving forward at an accelerated pace. As Aldric left the council chamber, he found Lyra waiting for him in the hallway. I felt your power from halfway across the palace, she said, her violet eyes shining with pride and love. You're getting stronger, aren't you? Aldric nodded, pulling her into a gentle embrace. It's like the more we work towards unity, the stronger the Sunborn Legacy becomes, as if it's responding to the very purpose it was meant for. Lyra leaned back, studying his face. And how are you feeling about all of this? The summit, the changes, the responsibility? Aldric was quiet for a moment, considering. Overwhelmed sometimes, he admitted, the weight of two kingdoms' futures resting on our success. It's daunting, but then I look at how far we've come already, at the friendships forming between dragons and humans, and I know it's all worth it. He cupped Lyra's face gently, his voice softening. And having you by my side. Lyra, I couldn't do any of this without you. Your strength, your wisdom, your love, they ground me, give me the courage to face whatever challenges come our way. Lyra's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she leaned in, pressing her lips to his in a tender kiss. When they parted, she rested her forehead against his. Always, she whispered, wherever this journey takes us, we face it together. Their moment was interrupted by a distant explosion, followed by Gorik's voice echoing down the hallway. It's fine, everything's fine, just a small, calibration issue with the Dragonfire whiskey, nothing to worry about. Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look before bursting into laughter. Come on, Aldric said, taking her hand. Let's go make sure our alchemist hasn't accidentally opened a portal to the elemental plane of fire or something equally disastrous. As they hurried towards the source of the commotion, Aldric felt a sense of joy and purpose, unlike anything he'd experienced before. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a quest to reshape the very foundations of their world. And with Lyra by his side, their friends supporting them, and the power of the Sunborn flowing through his veins, Aldric knew that anything was possible. Chapter 26. The Summit of Two Realms. The day of the great summit between Solaria and Draconia dawned bright and clear. The chosen location was a vast meadow nestled between rolling hills, roughly equidistant from both kingdoms. As Aldric surveyed the scene from atop a small rise, he marveled at the transformation that had taken place over the past week. A small city of tents and pavilions had sprung up, with structures designed to accommodate both human and draconic delegates. At the center stood an enormous circular pavilion, its roof open to the sky to allow larger dragons to participate comfortably. Flags bearing the emblems of both kingdoms fluttered in the gentle breeze, their colors intermingling like a promise of unity. Lyra appeared at his side, slipping her hand into his. It's incredible, she said softly. A few months ago, this would have been unthinkable. Aldric nodded, squeezing her hand. And now it's just the beginning. Their moment of reflection was interrupted by Gorik's arrival, the dwarf puffing slightly as he climbed the hill. There you are, he exclaimed. I've been looking all over for you two. The Solarian delegation is in a right tizzy about seating arrangements, and Malachi's threatening to roast anyone who suggests he perch on the roof like some common gargoyle. Aldric couldn't help but chuckle. All right, let's go sort this out. The fate of two kingdoms may well rest on where people sit for dinner. As they made their way down to the main encampment, Aldric found himself pulled in a dozen different directions. He mediated a dispute between a group of Solarian nobles and a young dragon who had accidentally singed their tent with an over-enthusiastic sneeze, calmed a nervous draconian diplomat who was convinced the human food would poison him, and somehow ended up giving an impromptu lesson on human etiquette to a cluster of curious dragonettes. Through it all, Lyra was by his side, her quick wit and calming presence proving invaluable. When a particularly pompous Solarian duke began blustering about the indignity of dining alongside dragons, it was Lyra who smoothly intervened. "My lord," she said, her voice sweet but with a steel undertone, "surely a man of your stature and experience understands the importance of cultural exchange. Why, I've heard that dragon cuisine includes delicacies that would make even the finest Solarian chefs weep with envy. Wouldn't you like to be among the first to sample such rarities?" The Duke's expression shifted from outrage to intrigue, and soon he was eagerly questioning a bemused dragon chef about cooking techniques. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the encampment, the delegates gathered for the opening ceremony. Aldric stood at the center of the great pavilion, Lyra to his right and Malachi to his left, facing the assembled crowd of humans and dragons. "Friends, allies, honored guests," Aldric began, his voice carrying clearly through the hushed pavilion. "We stand here today on the brink of a new era. For too long, our peoples have lived apart, separated by fear, misunderstanding, and ancient grudges. But today we take the first step towards a future of unity and cooperation." As he spoke, Aldric felt the familiar warmth of his sunborn powers rising within him. A soft golden glow began to emanate from his skin, growing brighter with each word. "The challenges we face, the corruption that threatens our lands, the wounds of our shared history, these are not burdens for dragons or humans alone to bear. They are challenges we must face together, drawing strength from our differences and finding common ground in our shared hopes for the future." Tendrils of golden light extended from Aldric, reaching out to touch each person and dragon in the pavilion. Gasps of wonder and awe rippled through the crowd as, for a brief moment, everyone present could feel the emotions and thoughts of those around them, the excitement, the trepidation, and the growing sense of possibility. As the light faded, there was a moment of profound silence. Then, starting softly but quickly, growing in volume, applause and cheers erupted from both humans and dragons alike. Aldric felt a surge of hope and determination. This was just the beginning, but it was a powerful one. The ceremony transitioned into a feast unlike any other in history. Humans and dragons mingled, sharing stories and sampling each other's cuisines. Aldric watched with amusement as Goric engaged in an animated discussion about brewing techniques with a group of dragon elders, while nearby, a young Solarian scribe was getting a lesson in draconic script from a patient elder dragon. As the night wore on, Aldric found a quiet moment with Lyra away from the main festivities. They stood together on a small hillock, overlooking the twinkling lights of the encampment below. "You were amazing today," Lyra said, leaning her head on his shoulder. "The way you brought everyone together, it was like magic." Aldric smiled, wrapping an arm around her waist. "I couldn't have done it without you. You've been my strength through all of this, Lyra, my anchor in the storm." He turned to face her fully, taking both her hands in his. The moonlight caught in her violet eyes, making them sparkle like amethysts. Aldric felt his heart swell with love and certainty. "Lyra," he said softly, "I know we're in the middle of reshaping two kingdoms and facing challenges beyond anything we could have imagined. But there's one thing I'm absolutely sure of, no matter what the future holds." He dropped to one knee, pulling a small box from his pocket. Inside was a ring, crafted from intertwined strands of gold and dragon scale, set with a stone that seemed to glow with an inner fire. "I love you, Lyra. You've been my partner in every sense of the word, in adventure, in diplomacy, in facing down dragons and stuffy nobles alike. Will you be my partner in life as well? Will you marry me?" Lyra's eyes widened, filling with tears of joy. For a moment she seemed too overcome to speak. Then, with a laugh that was half sob, she pulled Aldric to his feet and into a passionate kiss. "Yes," she whispered against his lips, 1,000 times, yes. Their joyous moment was interrupted by a chorus of cheers and roars. They turned to see that their hilltop wasn't as private as they'd thought. A crowd of humans and dragons had gathered below, watching the proposal with unabashed delight. Gorik's voice rose above the din. "About time, you two. Now let's see if dragon fire whiskey works for a toast." As congratulations poured in from all sides, Aldric and Lyra found themselves at the center of an impromptu engagement celebration. Dragons breathed gentle flames into the sky in a dazzling display, while human musicians struck up a lively tune. In the midst of the revelry, Malachi approached, his massive form dwarfing the celebrating crowd. "Young Sunborn," he rumbled, his eyes twinkling with an uncharacteristic softness. "It seems you have found a mate worthy of your legacy. May your union bring strength to both our peoples." Chapter 27. Winds of Change. The days following the summit and Aldric's proposal to Lyra were a whirlwind of activity. News of their engagement spread rapidly, adding a personal touch to the already historic alliance between Solaria and Draconia. The palace in Solaria was abuzz with excitement, as preparations for both a royal wedding and the implementation of new cross-cultural policies kept everyone busy. One particularly chaotic morning found Aldric in the Great Hall, surrounded by a mix of human wedding planners and draconic cultural advisors, all clamoring for his attention. "Your Highness, we simply must discuss the seating arrangements," fretted Lady Amelia, the chief wedding planner. "How does one politely seat a dragon next to Great-Aunt Gertrude without her fainting?" Before Aldric could respond, a young dragon named Zephyr chimed in. "And what about the traditional draconian flame dance? It's a crucial part of any dragon bonding ceremony." Aldric raised his hands, calling for silence. "Everyone, please. We'll find a way to honor both our traditions. Lady Amelia, perhaps we could create a special seating area for our more nervous guests. And Zephyr, I'm sure we can incorporate the flame dance, as long as we take proper safety precautions." Just then, Gorik burst into the room, his beard singed and his eyes wild with excitement. "Your Highness, I've done it! I've finally perfected the dragon fire whiskey!" A collective groan went up from the assembled planners, all too familiar with the dwarf's explosive experiments. Aldric couldn't help but chuckle. "That's wonderful, Gorik, but perhaps we could discuss it later, when we're not surrounded by highly flammable wedding decorations." As the meeting continued, Lyra slipped into the room, immediately sensing Aldric's growing stress. She made her way to his side, placing a calming hand on his arm. "How about we take a break?" she suggested softly. "You look like you could use some air." Grateful for the reprieve, Aldric excused himself, and the couple made their way to their favorite spot in the palace gardens. It was a secluded alcove, shaded by ancient oak trees, where they had spent many quiet moments since their return from the summit. As they sat on a stone bench, Aldric let out a long sigh. "I never imagined planning a wedding could be more complicated than negotiating peace between two kingdoms," he said, with a wry smile. Lyra laughed, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Well, you did insist on making it a symbol of our new united future. Of course it's going to be a bit chaotic." Aldric turned to face her, taking her hands in his. "Are you sure this is what you want? We could have a smaller private ceremony if all this is too much." Lyra's violet eyes softened as she gazed at him. "Aldric, my love, I want whatever you want. Yes, it's a bit overwhelming, but it's also exciting. We're not just planning a wedding, we're setting the stage for a new era. And besides, she added with a mischievous grin, I'm rather looking forward to seeing you try to dance with a dragon. Aldric laughed, pulling her close for a tender kiss. As they parted, he rested his forehead against hers. What did I do to deserve you? He murmured. Their moment of peace was interrupted by a commotion from the direction of the palace. They turned to see Malachi's massive head peering over the garden wall, an amused expression on his draconic features. I hate to interrupt your human courtship rituals, the great dragon rumbled, but it seems your dwarf friend has managed to set the East Wing on fire with his latest batch of dragon fire whiskey. Quite impressive, really. I didn't think human-made spirits could achieve such a magnificent blaze. Aldric groaned, running a hand through his hair. We'd better go deal with this before Goric accidentally burns down the entire palace. As they hurried back, hand in hand, Lyra couldn't help but giggle. You have to admit, life is certainly never boring with our friends around. The rest of the day was spent coordinating fire suppression efforts, which, ironically, were greatly aided by the assistance of several helpful dragons, and calming down panicked nobles who were convinced the palace was under attack. By the time evening fell, Aldric was exhausted but oddly exhilarated. As he prepared for bed, a knock came at his chamber door. He opened it to find his father, King Edric, looking better than he had in weeks. "Father," Aldric said, surprised, "is everything all right?" King Edric smiled, a twinkle in his eye. "Everything is more than all right, my son. I wanted to speak with you privately." They settled into comfortable chairs near the fireplace, and for a moment Edric simply studied his son's face. "Aldric," he began, his voice filled with pride, "watching you these past few weeks, leading our people, bridging the gap with Draconia, even handling today's excitement with grace and humor. I've never been more certain of anything in my life." Aldric leaned forward, curious. "What do you mean, father?" "I mean," Edric said, reaching out to clasp Aldric's hand, "that it's time for me to step down and for you to take the throne." Aldric felt as if the wind had been knocked out of him. "Father, are you sure? Your health has been improving, and there's still so much I have to learn." Edric shook his head, smiling gently. "My health is better, yes, but I'm not getting any younger. And as for learning, my boy, you've shown wisdom beyond your years. The challenges ahead, uniting our kingdoms, facing this corruption, they need a young visionary leader. They need you, Aldric." As the weight of his father's words settled over him, Aldric felt a mixture of emotions: fear, excitement, and a deep sense of responsibility. He thought of Lyra, of their friends, both human and dragon, of the future they were all working towards. "When?" he asked simply. "We'll begin the preparations immediately," Edric replied. "Your coronation will take place a week after your wedding. A new chapter for you and for Solaria. Chapter 28, A Union of Realms." The day of Aldric and Lyra's wedding dawned bright and clear, as if the very heavens were smiling upon the union of not just two people, but two worlds. The palace and surrounding city of Solaria had been transformed into a breathtaking blend of human and draconic aesthetics. Banners of gold and sapphire fluttered alongside iridescent dragon scales strung like pennants. The air thrummed with excitement and the occasional burst of dragonfire as final preparations were made. Aldric stood in his chambers, adjusting his ceremonial robes, a masterpiece that combined traditional Solarian design with draconic motifs. His hands trembled slightly as he fastened the clasp, a beautifully crafted sun intertwined with a dragon. A knock at the door preceded Goric's entrance, the dwarf resplendent in a suit that somehow managed to incorporate both his clan's tartans and scales, gifted by Malachi. "Well, lad," Gorick said, his eyes suspiciously misty, "the big day's finally here. How are you holding up?" Aldric turned to his friend with a nervous smile. "I feel like I'm about to face a dragon for the first time all over again. Excited, terrified, and wondering if I'm completely mad." Gorick chuckled, producing a small flask from his pocket. "Here, a wee nip of my special brew, guaranteed to calm the nerves and put fire in your belly." Aldric eyed the flask warily, remembering all too well the dwarf's previous alchemical experiments. "Gorick, I appreciate the thought, but I'd rather not breathe fire during my vows." "Ah, ye have no sense of adventure," Gorick grumbled good-naturedly, taking a swig himself. His eyes widened comically, and he let out a belch that produced a small puff of blue smoke. "On second thought, perhaps it's best ye abstain. Wouldn't want to singe your lovely bride's dress, now would we?" Meanwhile, in another wing of the palace, Lyra was being attended to by a mix of human handmaidens and young dragon assistants. Her dress was a marvel, woven from the finest Solarian silk and adorned with softly glowing dragon scales that shimmered like starlight with every movement. Nyx, who had taken on her human form for the occasion, was carefully weaving tiny flowers into Lyra's violet hair. "You look radiant," the dragon woman said softly. "Aldric won't know what hit him." Lyra smiled, her eyes shining with a mix of joy and nerves. "I just hope I don't trip over my own feet. Or tail. Do I have a tail in this dress? It feels like I might." The room erupted in laughter, easing some of the pre-wedding tension. As the final touches were put in place, a gentle knock came at the door. King Edric entered, looking regal despite the cane he now used to support himself. "My dear," he said warmly, taking in Lyra's appearance, "you are a vision. Aldric is a fortunate man indeed." He paused, his expression growing more serious. "I wanted to speak with you privately before the ceremony." As the others filed out, Edric took Lyra's hands in his. "Lyra, I want you to know how grateful I am, not just for the happiness you've brought my son, but for the strength and wisdom you've shown in helping to bridge our two worlds. Solaria and Draconia are fortunate to have you as a future queen." Lyra felt tears prickling at the corners of her eyes. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I promise to do my best to be worthy of that trust." Edric smiled, patting her hand. "I have no doubts. Now shall we go and make history?" The ceremony itself was a breathtaking blend of Solarian and Draconian traditions. The great courtyard had been transformed into an open-air cathedral, allowing dragons of all sizes to participate. Malachi himself served as a living archway, his massive form curled protectively over the altar. As Lyra made her way down the aisle, escorted by King Edric, a hush fell over the assembled crowd. Humans and dragons alike watched in awe as she seemed to float towards Aldric, her dress shimmering like captured starlight. Aldric felt his breath catch in his throat as he saw her. In that moment, all his nerves vanished, replaced by a certainty that filled his entire being. This was right. This was meant to be. The ceremony itself was a beautiful blend of traditions. Vows were exchanged in both human and draconic tongues, with Aldric's sunborn powers allowing him to speak the ancient language flawlessly. As they sealed their union with a kiss, a chorus of human voices raised in song was joined by the harmonious rumble of dragon throats, creating a music unlike anything ever heard before. The reception that followed was a joyous affair that would be talked about for generations. Humans and dragons mingled freely, sharing food, drink, and stories. Gorick, emboldened by his own special brew, attempted to teach a group of young dragons a traditional dwarven jig, resulting in a few singed tablecloths, but much laughter. As the celebration was in full swing, Aldric and Lyra managed to slip away for a quiet moment. They found themselves in their favorite garden alcove, the sounds of the party a distant hum. "Wife," Aldric said softly, testing the word on his tongue as he gazed at Lyra. "Husband," she replied with a radiant smile, leaning in to kiss him tenderly. As they parted, Aldric rested his forehead against hers. "Are you happy?" he asked. Lyra's violet eyes shimmered with joy. "More than I ever thought possible. And you?" "I feel like I could take on the world," Aldric admitted. "With you by my side, I believe anything is possible." Their moment was interrupted by a soft cough. They turned to see Finn standing nearby, looking uncharacteristically uncomfortable. "Begging your pardon, your highnesses," the scout said, "but there's a bit of a situation that requires your attention." Exchanging a concerned glance, Aldric and Lyra followed Finn back to the main celebration. They arrived to find a circle of guests surrounding Goric, who was engaged in what appeared to be a heated debate with one of the dragon elders. "I'm telling ye," the dwarf slurred, waving his flask for emphasis, "my dragon fire whiskey is a revolutionary breakthrough in cross-species alchemy." The dragon elder, his scales a dignified silver, snorted a small puff of smoke. "And I'm telling you, small one, that no human concoction could possibly compare to the fire that burns in a dragon's belly." Aldric stepped forward, ready to intervene, but Lyra placed a hand on his arm. "Wait," she whispered, a mischievous glint in her eye. "I have an idea." Raising her voice, Lyra addressed the gathered crowd. "Esteemed guests, it seems we have a challenge before us. What better way to celebrate the union of our peoples than with a friendly competition? Let us have a taste test, dragon fire against dwarven alchemy." A cheer went up from the assembled humans and dragons. Soon, a panel of judges was assembled, including representatives from both species. Goric, looking both nervous and excited, presented his prized whiskey. The dragon elder, not to be outdone, prepared a small vial of his own fire breath. What followed was a spectacle that would be recounted in both human and dragon tales for years to come. Brave or foolhardy, volunteers stepped forward to sample both concoctions. The results were explosive, to say the least. One human noble hiccuped a small fireball, singeing his own eyebrows. A young dragon, after tasting Goric's whiskey, belched a flame so blue and hot it momentarily lit up the night sky. In the end, the contest was declared a draw, with both Goric and the dragon elder acknowledging the unique merits of each other's fiery brews. As laughter and good-natured ribbing filled the air, Aldric pulled Lyra close. "You're amazing, you know that?" he murmured into her hair. "You just turned a potential diplomatic incident into a bonding experience." Lyra grinned up at him. "Well, someone has to keep the peace. Might as well start on our wedding day, right?" As they rejoined the celebration, now livelier than ever, Aldric felt a sense of profound joy and purpose. This day marked not just the beginning of his life with Lyra, but a new chapter for both their kingdoms. Chapter 29. The Weight of the Crown. The week following Aldric and Lyra's wedding passed in a blur of activity and anticipation. The joy of their union was tempered by the knowledge that in just a few short days, Aldric would ascend to the throne of Solaria. The palace buzzed with preparations for the coronation, an event that would mark not just a change in leadership, but the dawn of a new era for both Solaria and Draconia. On the eve of the coronation, Aldric found himself unable to sleep. He slipped out of bed, careful not to wake Lyra, and made his way to the palace balcony overlooking the city. The pre-dawn air was crisp, carrying the scent of anticipation that seemed to permeate every corner of Solaria. As he leaned against the railing, lost in thought, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Couldn't sleep either, eh?" Aldric turned to see Goric approaching, the dwarf's beard slightly singed as usual. "Goric," he greeted with a small smile. "What are you doing up at this hour?" The dwarf shrugged, coming to stand beside him. "Ah, you know me, always tinkering. Besides, I figured you might need a friendly ear on a night like this." Aldric sighed, grateful for his friend's perceptiveness. "I'm nervous," he admitted. "Tomorrow I become king. Not just of Solaria, but in many ways, a king for Draconia as well. The weight of it all." Goric nodded sagely. "Aye, it's a heavy burden you're taking on, lad, but you're not alone in bearing it. You've got Lyra, you've got friends like me, and that overgrown lizard Malachi, and you've got 2 kingdoms full of people who believe in you." As they talked, the sky began to lighten, the first rays of dawn painting the city in hues of gold and pink. Aldric felt a surge of determination. "You're right, Goric. We're in this together, all of us." Their moment was interrupted by a commotion from the courtyard below. They looked down to see a young dragon, no larger than a horse, tangled in a mass of ceremonial banners and ribbons. "Oh, for the love of Sparktail," Goric groaned. "What have you gotten yourself into now?" The dragon, recognizing Goric's voice, let out a pitiful whine. "I was just trying to help with the decorations, but these human ribbons are so flimsy and flammable." Aldric couldn't help but laugh as he and Goric made their way down to help. By the time they'd untangled Sparktail, the sun had fully risen, and the palace was coming to life with the bustle of coronation preparations. As Aldric returned to his chambers to prepare, he found Lyra already awake and dressed in a stunning gown that seamlessly blended Solarian and Draconian styles. "There you are," she said, her violet eyes sparkling with a mix of excitement and concern. "I was beginning to wonder if you'd run off to find another adventure." Aldric pulled her close, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. "Never," he murmured. "My greatest adventure is right here, with you." They shared a tender kiss before the reality of the day's events pulled them apart. As Aldric donned his ceremonial robes, each piece laden with symbolism and history, Lyra helped him fasten the clasps. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, smoothing down his collar. Aldric took a deep breath, meeting her gaze in the mirror. "Nervous, excited, terrified, but mostly ready. I think I'm ready, Lyra." She smiled, her eyes shining with pride and love. "You are, and I'll be right beside you, every step of the way." The coronation ceremony itself was a grand affair, blending ancient Solarian traditions with new elements that acknowledged the alliance with Draconia. The great throne room was packed with dignitaries from both kingdoms, as well as representatives from allied nations curious about this new united realm. As Aldric made his way down the aisle, he could feel the weight of every gaze upon him, but when he caught sight of his father's proud smile, Lyra's unwavering support, and the encouraging nods from friends like Goric, Finn, and even Malachi, whose massive head was poking through a specially widened window, he felt a surge of confidence. King Edric, looking regal despite his frailty, presided over the ceremony. As he placed the crown upon Aldric's head, his voice rang out clear and strong. "I crown thee Aldric, first of his name, King of Solaria, protector of the realm, and bridge between worlds. May your reign be long and prosperous, and may you guide our people into a new era of peace and unity." As Aldric rose, now King Aldric, The throne room erupted in cheers. Humans and dragons alike raised their voices in celebration. But the most powerful moment came when Aldric felt the familiar warmth of his sunborn powers rising within him. Golden light began to emanate from his skin, growing brighter until it filled the entire room. Tendrils of light reached out, touching every person and dragon present. For a breathtaking moment, everyone could feel the connection between them, the hopes, fears, and shared destiny that bound them all together. As the light faded, there was a moment of awed silence. Then, starting softly but quickly growing in volume, a chant began. "Long live King Aldric! Long live the Sunborn!" The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind of ceremonies, feasts, and celebrations. Aldric found himself constantly pulled in different directions, greeting dignitaries, mediating minor disputes, and trying to prevent Goric from sharing his latest batch of improved dragon fire whiskey with the more adventurous guests. It wasn't until late in the evening that Aldric and Lyra finally found a moment alone. They slipped away to their favorite garden alcove, the sounds of the ongoing celebration a distant hum. "So, Your Majesty," Lyra teased gently, reaching up to straighten his slightly askew crown. "How does it feel?" Aldric let out a long breath, the events of the day finally catching up with him. "Overwhelming," he admitted. "But also, right. Like this is where I'm meant to be, what I'm meant to do." Lyra nodded, her expression turning serious. "It won't be easy, you know. There are still those who resist the changes we're making, both in Solaria and Draconia. And the corruption, we still don't fully understand it or how to stop it." Aldric pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. "I know, but we'll face it all together. You and me, our friends, our people, both human and dragon. We've already accomplished the impossible. What's a few more challenges?" Lyra laughed, the sound like music to Aldric's ears. "Well, when you put it that way, how can I argue?" Their moment was interrupted by a distant crash, followed by Goric's voice floating across the garden. "It's fine. Everything's under control. Just a small, celebratory explosion." Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look before bursting into laughter. "We should probably go deal with that," Aldric sighed, though his eyes twinkled with amusement. As they made their way back to the main celebration, hand in hand, Aldric felt a sense of purpose and determination, unlike anything he'd experienced before. Chapter 30. The First Test. The weeks following Aldric's coronation were a whirlwind of activity as the young king worked tirelessly to implement the changes he had envisioned for Solaria and its newfound alliance with Draconia. Each day brought new challenges, from mediating disputes between human nobles and dragon elders to overseeing the integration of draconic magic into Solarian infrastructure. One particularly memorable morning found Aldric in the newly established Council of Unity, a chamber designed to accommodate both human and dragon representatives. The room was a marvel of architecture, with high ceilings for larger dragons and cleverly designed seating that could adjust for beings of various sizes. As Aldric called the meeting to order, he couldn't help but smile at the sight before him. Lord Cedric, still adjusting to the presence of dragons in formal settings, was engaged in a heated debate with a young fire dragon named Ember over the proper temperature for brewing tea. "I assure you, my scaled friend," Cedric was saying, his mustache quivering with indignation, "that water boiled by dragon flame is far too hot for delicate tea leaves." Ember snorted, a puff of smoke curling from her nostrils. "And I tell you, human, that your tepid brews are an insult to the art of tea-making. A proper cup should scald the tongue and warm the soul." Aldric cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "Perhaps, he suggested with a hint of amusement. We could task our culinary experts with developing a blend that satisfies both human and dragon palates. In the meantime, we have more pressing matters to discuss. As the council settled, Lyra, seated at Aldric's right, leaned in to whisper, "Nicely handled, Your Majesty. Though I must admit, I'm rather curious about dragon-brewed tea now." Aldric chuckled softly before addressing the council. "Esteemed representatives, we've made great strides in the past weeks, but reports from our outer provinces are concerning. The corruption we fought so hard against seems to be spreading, affecting both land and living beings." A murmur of unease rippled through the chamber. Malachi, who had taken on a smaller form to fit comfortably in the room, spoke up. "The dragons of the eastern peaks have reported similar disturbances. The very air seems tainted in some regions." Aldric nodded grimly. "It's time we take more direct action. I propose sending a joint expedition to the most affected areas. We need to study this corruption up close, if we're to have any hope of stopping it." The council erupted into discussion, with various members arguing over the composition of the expedition and the potential risks involved. As the debate grew heated, Aldric felt the familiar warmth of his sunborn powers rising within him. Without conscious thought, a soft golden glow began to emanate from his skin. Tendrils of light reached out, touching each council member. Suddenly, the arguing stopped, as everyone in the room was filled with a sense of unity and shared purpose. "We cannot let fear divide us," Aldric said, his voice carrying the weight of his power. "This threat affects us all, human, dragon, and every creature in between. We must face it together." As the light faded, there was a moment of awed silence. Then, one by one, the council members nodded in agreement. Plans were quickly drawn up for an expedition led by Aldric himself, accompanied by a select group of human and dragon experts. As the meeting adjourned, Lyra pulled Aldric aside, her violet eyes filled with concern. "Are you sure about this?" she asked softly. "Leading the expedition yourself is risky." Aldric cupped her face gently, his thumb tracing the curve of her cheek. "I have to do this, Lyra. I can't ask others to face dangers I'm not willing to face myself. Besides," he added with a small smile, "someone needs to keep Goric from trying to bottle the corruption for his next alchemical experiment." Lyra laughed despite her worry, leaning into his touch. "Just promise me you'll be careful. I've grown rather fond of you, you know. It would be terribly inconvenient to have to break in a new husband so soon." Their moment was interrupted by a commotion in the hallway. They emerged from the council chamber to find Goric, covered in soot and sporting a rather impressive set of singed eyebrows, being lectured by an exasperated Finn. "For the last time," Finn was saying, his usual stoic demeanor cracking, "you cannot improve the palace's heating system with experimental dragon fire condensers." Goric, unrepentant, was already launching into an explanation of his latest invention. "But think of the possibilities. We could harness the power of dragon flame for all sorts of applications. Cooking, forging, maybe even powering some of those fancy mechanical contraptions the gnomes are always tinkering with." Aldric and Lyra exchanged an amused glance before stepping in to mediate. As they calmed the situation and gently suggested that perhaps Goric's experiments could be conducted in a more remote location, Aldric felt a surge of affection for his eclectic group of friends and advisors. The next few days were a flurry of preparation for the expedition. Maps were studied, supplies gathered, and a team of the most skilled and diverse experts was assembled. On the morning of their departure, the palace courtyard was filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Aldric stood at the center of it all, dressed in practical traveling clothes, but with his crown glinting in the early morning sun. a reminder of the responsibility he carried. Lyra was by his side, her own pack ready. They had agreed that where one went, the other would follow, no matter the danger. As final preparations were made, Aldric addressed the assembled group. "Friends, colleagues, fellow adventurers," he began, his voice carrying across the courtyard. "The journey ahead will not be easy. We face an unknown threat, one that challenges the very fabric of our world. But I have faith in each and every one of you. Together, we will find answers and, God's willing, a solution to this corruption." A cheer went up from the group, humans and dragons alike raising their voices in unity. As they prepared to depart, with dragons readying for flight and horses being saddled, Aldric felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find his father, King Edric, looking both proud and concerned. "Aldric," the old king said softly, "I know I can't talk you out of this, but please, be careful. You carry not just your own life, but the hopes of 2 kingdoms with you." Aldric embraced his father tightly. "I will, father. I promise." As they broke apart, Edric's eyes twinkled with a hint of his old mischief. "And do try to keep Goric from blowing anything up, won't you? I'm rather fond of this kingdom, and would prefer it remain in one piece." Chapter 31. Into the Unknown. The expedition had been traveling for 5 days, pushing deeper into the territories where the corruption was said to be strongest. The landscape had gradually shifted from the lush forests and rolling hills of Solaria to something altogether more unsettling. The vegetation grew twisted and sickly, with an oily sheen coating leaves and bark. The very air seemed heavier, carrying an acrid scent that made eyes water and throats burn. Aldric rode at the head of the column, Lyra by his side. Behind them, a mix of human and dragon researchers followed, their excited chatter from the first days of the journey now replaced by tense silence. Goric and Finn brought up the rear, the dwarf uncharacteristically quiet as he took in their surroundings. As they crested a hill, Aldric raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. Before them lay a valley that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Tendrils of sickly purple mist curled along the ground, and in the center, a large crystal formation jutted from the earth, emitting a faint, ominous glow. "By all the dragons!" Malachi rumbled, landing beside Aldric's horse. The great dragon had shrunk himself to a more manageable size for the journey, but even in this form, his presence was imposing. "I've never seen corruption manifest like this before." Lyra leaned in close to Aldric, her voice low. "Can you feel it? It's like the very air is trying to push us away." Aldric nodded, a chill running down his spine despite the oppressive heat. He could feel his sunborn powers reacting to the corruption, a warmth in his chest, pushing against the encroaching cold of the tainted land. "We'll make camp here," he announced to the group. "Tomorrow we'll enter the valley and begin our investigations. Everyone stay alert. We don't know what effects prolonged exposure to this corruption might have." As the expedition set up camp, Aldric noticed Goric fidgeting with various vials and contraptions. "Goric," he called out, a note of warning in his voice, "please tell me you're not planning to experiment with the corrupted flora." The dwarf looked up, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. "Me? Never. I'm simply cataloging samples, for purely scientific purposes, of course." Finn, overhearing the exchange, rolled his eyes. "The last time you said that, we ended up with a flock of fire-breathing chickens terrorizing the royal coop." "Ah, but think of the advancements in magical poultry we made that day," Goric protested, a twinkle in his eye. Despite the tension of their situation, laughter rippled through the group. Aldric smiled, grateful for the moment of levity. These were the moments that reminded him of the strength they found in each other, human and dragon alike. As night fell, Aldric found himself unable to sleep. He slipped out of the tent he shared with Lyra, careful not to wake her, and made his way to the edge of the camp. The corrupted valley lay before him, the crystal at its center pulsing with an eerie rhythm. "Trouble sleeping, young Sunborn?" Malachi's voice came from behind him. Aldric turned to see the dragon settling beside him, his scales shimmering in the moonlight. "Just thinking," he replied, "about what we might find down there and what it could mean for our kingdoms." Malachi was quiet for a moment, his ancient eyes fixed on the valley. "In all my years," he said finally, "I've never encountered a force quite like this corruption. It goes against the very nature of magic itself." Aldric nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. "Do you think we can stop it?" The dragon turned to him, a fierce determination in his gaze. "With you leading us, I believe we can do anything, young king. You've already united two realms that had been divided for centuries. What's one more impossible task?" Aldric chuckled, feeling a surge of affection for the old dragon. "When you put it that way, how can I argue?" Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion from the camp. They turned to see Goric sprinting towards them, his beard singed and smoking. "Your Majesty," the dwarf panted, "you might want to come see this. I may have, accidentally, created a small problem." Aldric and Malachi exchanged a look of exasperated amusement before following Goric back to camp. They found a scene of controlled chaos. A patch of corrupted plants near Goric's tent had come to life, their twisted vines writhing and reaching for anything nearby. Lyra was already there, directing efforts to contain the animated flora. "Goric," she said, her voice a mix of frustration and resignation, "what did you do?" The dwarf had the grace to look sheepish. "I was just trying to neutralize a small sample of the corruption. How was I to know it would react so enthusiastically to my alchemical solution?" As they worked to subdue the corrupted plants, Aldric couldn't help but marvel at how seamlessly the humans and dragons in their group worked together. Finn's quick reflexes complemented the precise flame bursts from the dragon researchers, while Lyra's healing magic soothed the burns left behind. Finally, as dawn broke, they managed to contain the last of the animated flora. Exhausted but relieved, the group gathered around the remains of the campfire. "Well," Aldric said, trying to inject some optimism into his voice, "at least we know the corruption can be influenced by our magic and alchemy. That's something, right?" Lyra leaned against him, stifling a yawn. "Always looking on the bright side, aren't you?" He wrapped an arm around her, drawing strength from her presence. "Someone has to. Besides, if we can accidentally animate corrupted plants, imagine what we might be able to do intentionally." As the group discussed their findings and plans for entering the valley, Aldric felt a familiar warmth building in his chest. His Sunborn powers were responding to the unity of their team, growing stronger in the face of adversity. "Everyone," he said, standing to address the group, "what we face down in that valley is unknown and dangerous. But looking at all of you, humans and dragons working side by side, combining your strengths and overcoming your differences, I know we can face anything. Together, we are stronger than any corruption." A soft golden glow began to emanate from his skin, tendrils of light reaching out to touch each member of the expedition. For a moment, they all felt the connection between them, the shared purpose that bound them together. As the light faded, there was a moment of awed silence. Then, one by one, they stood, determination written on every face. "Well said, Your Majesty," Finn spoke up, a rare smile on his usually stoic face. Though perhaps next time, we could inspire unity without Goric nearly burning down the camp. Laughter rippled through the group, easing the last of the tension. As they began to break camp and prepare for their descent into the corrupted valley, Aldric felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. This was what he had always dreamed of, a true adventure with purpose and meaning. Chapter 32. Heart of Corruption. The descent into the corrupted valley was like entering another world. With each step, the air grew thicker, filled with a sickly sweet scent that made heads spin and stomachs churn. The twisted vegetation seemed to writhe at their approach, as if aware of their presence. Aldric led the way, his sunborn powers creating a faint golden aura that pushed back against the encroaching corruption. Lyra walked beside him, her hand firmly clasped in his, while the rest of the expedition followed close behind. Dragons flew low overhead, their keen eyes scanning for any immediate threats. As they neared the center of the valley, where the massive crystal pulsed with malevolent energy, Goric's voice broke the eerie silence. "Well, I don't mean to alarm anyone," the dwarf said, his voice unusually high-pitched. "But does anyone else feel like we're being watched by every plant, rock, and speck of dirt in this blasted place?" Finn, ever stoic, merely grunted in response, but Aldric could see the tension in the scout's shoulders, his hand never straying far from his weapon. Suddenly, Malachi landed in front of them with a thud, his eyes wide with alarm. "Something's coming," the dragon growled. "Something big." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the ground began to tremble. The corrupted flora around them thrashed wildly, and a deafening roar split the air. From behind the central crystal emerged a creature that defied description, a monstrous amalgamation of plant, animal, and pure corruption. "By all the gods!" Lyra breathed, her grip on Aldric's hand tightening. The creature, easily the size of 3 dragons combined, fixed its gaze on the expedition. Multiple eyes, glowing with the same sickly light as the crystal, blinked in unsettling unison. "Well," Goric quipped, his voice shaking slightly, "I don't suppose this fellow's up for a friendly chat over tea, is he?" Before anyone could respond, the creature charged. Its massive form moved with surprising speed, tendrils of corruption whipping out towards the group. "Scatter!" Aldric shouted, his sunborn powers flaring to life. A shield of golden light erupted around them, deflecting the first wave of attacks. What followed was a chaotic battle unlike anything they had faced before. Dragons swooped and dove, breathing fire that seemed to have little effect on the corrupted beast. Finn darted between its legs, his blades flashing as he sought weak points. Goric, in a moment of either brilliance or madness, began hurling vials of alchemical concoctions that exploded in bursts of multicolored smoke. Lyra's voice rose above the din, chanting healing spells that knitted wounds and renewed energy, and at the center of it all was Aldric, his sunborn powers blazing like a second sun. As the battle raged, Aldric felt a strange resonance between his powers and the pulsing crystal. An idea formed in his mind, desperate, perhaps even foolish, but possibly their only chance. "Lyra," he called out, deflecting another tendril of corruption. "I need to get to the crystal. I think I can use it to stop this thing." Lyra's eyes widened in understanding. Without a word, she nodded, determination setting her features. "Everyone," she shouted to the group, "protect Aldric. Get him to the crystal." The expedition rallied around their king. Malachi swooped low, providing cover fire as Aldric sprinted towards the towering crystal. Finn and Goric flanked him, fending off attacks from all sides. Just as Aldric reached the base of the crystal, a massive tendril slammed into the ground before him, cutting off his path. He looked up to see the corrupted creature looming over him, its maw opening to reveal rows of jagged, crystalline teeth. Time seemed to slow. Aldric could hear Lyra screaming his name, could see his friends fighting desperately to reach him. In that moment, he felt the full weight of his destiny as the Sunborn. With a roar that matched the creature's, Aldric thrust his hands forward. Golden light erupted from his palms, colliding with the corruption head-on. The two forces met in a spectacular explosion of energy that sent shockwaves through the valley. Aldric felt himself being lifted off his feet, pulled towards the crystal as if by a powerful magnet. He didn't fight it. Instead, he embraced the pull, channeling every ounce of his Sunborn power into the connection. As he made contact with the crystal, the world around him vanished. Aldric found himself in a void, face to face with a swirling mass of corruption that seemed to have a consciousness of its own. "You do not belong here, Sunborn." A voice that was not quite a voice reverberated through his mind. "This world is ours to reshape, to perfect." Aldric stood his ground, his inner light pushing back against the encroaching darkness. "This world belongs to all who live in it," he declared. "Dragons, humans, every creature great and small, and we will fight to protect it." He could feel the corruption probing at his mind, seeking weaknesses, trying to tempt him with visions of power beyond imagination. But Aldric held firm, drawing strength from the bonds he had forged, with Lyra, with his friends, with the united peoples of Solaria and Draconia. "You are but one," the corruption hissed. "We are legion." Aldric smiled, a fierce, defiant grin. "I am one," he agreed, "but I do not stand alone." With that, he opened himself fully to his Sunborn powers. Golden light exploded outward, filling the void. Aldric could feel the connections to every member of his expedition, to every citizen of his kingdoms. Their strength flowed into him, and his flowed into them. The corruption shrieked, recoiling from the light. Aldric pressed his advantage, pushing harder, driving the darkness back. "This ends now," he growled through gritted teeth. With a final, monumental effort, Aldric released a pulse of pure Sunborn energy. The void shattered around him, and he found himself back in the valley, his hands still pressed against the now crumbling crystal. The corrupted creature let out an unearthly wail as cracks of golden light spread across its body. In a burst of radiance, it disintegrated, leaving behind nothing but a shower of purified dust. As the light faded, Aldric swayed on his feet, exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him. But before he could fall, familiar arms wrapped around him. He looked up to see Lyra's tear-streaked face, her violet eyes shining with relief and love. "You did it," she whispered, pressing her forehead to his. "You actually did it." Aldric managed a weak smile. "We did it," he corrected her. "All of us together." As their companions gathered around them, a mix of jubilant cheers and concerned questions filling the air, Aldric took in the changed landscape. The corruption was receding, withering away in the face of the purifying light. New, healthy growth was already beginning to sprout from the cleansed earth. Goric, his beard singed and his clothes torn but his spirit undiminished, summed up the mood perfectly. "Well, Your Majesty, I'd say this calls for a celebration. Anyone up for some Victory Dragonfire whiskey?" Laughter rippled through the group, the release of tension palpable. As they began to make plans for studying the cleansed area and reporting back to their kingdoms, Aldric felt a profound sense of accomplishment and hope. Chapter 33: Echoes of Victory. The journey back to Solaria was markedly different from their tense expedition into the corrupted lands. A sense of triumph and camaraderie permeated the group, with humans and dragons alike sharing stories of their roles in the battle against the corruption. Even the landscape seemed to reflect their victory, with new growth sprouting from the purified earth in their wake. As they crested the final hill, overlooking the capital, Aldric reined in his horse, taking a moment to appreciate the view. The city gleamed in the afternoon sun, its spires reaching towards the sky. Dragons soared peacefully alongside human-made airships, a testament to the new era of cooperation. Lyra rode up beside him, her violet hair whipping in the breeze. "It looks different somehow, doesn't it?" she mused, "as if the whole kingdom is brighter." Aldric nodded, reaching out to take her hand. "It's not just the kingdom that's changed. We've all been transformed by this journey." Their moment was interrupted by Gorik's exuberant voice. "Oi, are we stopping for another scenic view, or can we get on with the triumphant return? I've got a cellar full of aged dragon fire whiskey calling my name." Laughter rippled through the group as they began their descent towards the city. As they approached the main gates, Aldric could see a crowd gathering, word of their return spreading rapidly. The cheers grew louder as they entered the city proper, with flowers and ribbons raining down from balconies and windows. In the main square, King Edric awaited them, looking frail but proud. As Aldric dismounted and approached his father, he was struck by the mix of emotions on the old king's face: relief, joy, and a hint of wistfulness. "My son," Edric said, his voice carrying despite its weakness. "Or should I say my king? You've done it. You've faced the corruption and emerged victorious." Aldric embraced his father, feeling the fragility in the once strong frame. "We did it, father. All of us, together." As the celebration began in earnest, with impromptu feasts springing up throughout the city, Aldric found himself pulled in a dozen directions. Nobles wanted detailed accounts of the battle, dragon elders sought his insight on the nature of the corruption, and citizens simply wanted to express their gratitude and awe. Through it all, Lyra remained by his side, her steady presence a balm to his overwhelmed senses. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the festivities, she gently tugged him away from the crowds. "Come on, hero," she said with a teasing smile. "Even kings need a moment to breathe." They slipped away to their favorite spot in the palace gardens, a secluded alcove hidden behind a curtain of willow branches. As they settled onto a stone bench, Aldric let out a long breath, feeling the tension of the past weeks finally begin to ease. "Thank you," he murmured, pulling Lyra close. "I don't know how I'd manage any of this without you." Lyra's eyes softened as she gazed at him. "You'd manage just fine, but I'm glad you don't have to." She paused, a mischievous glint entering her expression. "Besides, someone has to keep you from letting all this savior of the realm business go to your head." Aldric laughed, the sound full and genuine. "Oh, really? And how do you plan to keep me humble, my queen?" In response, Lyra leaned in and kissed him deeply. Aldric felt the world fall away, all his worries and responsibilities fading in the face of their connection. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, Lyra rested her forehead against his. "I have my ways," she whispered, her voice full of promise. Their moment of peace was shattered by a resounding explosion from the direction of the main courtyard, followed by Gorik's distinctive voice shouting, "It's under control! Just a small celebratory mishap." Aldric groaned, though he couldn't quite suppress his smile. "We should probably go make sure he hasn't accidentally opened a portal to the elemental plane of fire, or something equally disastrous." As they made their way back to the main celebration, hand in hand, they found a scene of controlled chaos. Gorik stood in the center of a scorch mark on the cobblestones, his eyebrows singed off, but a triumphant grin on his face. Surrounding him were several young dragons, all looking thoroughly impressed. "Your Majesties," the dwarf called out, waving a smoking vial. "You're just in time. I've made a breakthrough in cross-species alchemy. Behold the dragon's breath elixir." Before anyone could stop him, Gorick downed the contents of the vial. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a hiccup, the dwarf belched out an impressive gout of multicolored flame. The young dragons cheered, while nearby humans scrambled to douse small fires that had sprung up. Finn, looking exasperated but resigned, was already organizing a bucket brigade. "Gorick," Aldric said, trying and failing to keep a straight face, "perhaps we could save the more explosive experiments for a less crowded venue." The dwarf had the grace to look sheepish, though his eyes still twinkled with excitement. "Of course, Your Majesty, though you have to admit, it's quite the party trick." As they worked to contain the minor blazes and calm the more excitable guests, Aldric couldn't help but marvel at the scene around him. Humans and dragons working side by side, laughing and celebrating together. It was everything he had dreamed of, and more. Later that night, as the festivities began to wind down, Aldric found himself on a balcony overlooking the city. The stars twinkled overhead, and the sounds of continued celebration drifted up from the streets below. Malachi landed softly beside him, the great dragon's form silhouetted against the night sky. "Quite the change from when you first arrived in Draconia, eh, young Sunborn?" Aldric nodded, a smile playing at his lips. "It feels like a lifetime ago. I was so naive then, thinking I was just out for a simple adventure." Malachi chuckled, the sound like rolling thunder. "And instead, you reshaped the very fabric of our world. Not bad for a simple adventure, I'd say." They stood in companionable silence for a moment, watching as a group of young humans and dragons engaged in what appeared to be an impromptu flying lesson in the courtyard below. "What comes next, Aldric?" Malachi asked, his tone growing serious. "The corruption has been dealt a significant blow, but we both know it's not fully vanquished." Aldric sighed, running a hand through his hair. "We continue the work we've started, strengthen the bonds between our peoples, push back against the corruption wherever we find it. And—" he paused, a determined glint entering his eye. "We find its source. This battle was won, but the war isn't over." Malachi nodded approvingly. "Wise words, young king. And know that when you're ready to take that fight to the corruption's doorstep, you'll have the full might of dragonkind behind you." As the dragon took flight, disappearing into the night sky, Aldric felt a renewed sense of purpose. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a quest to reshape the very foundations of their world. And though the challenges ahead were daunting, he knew that with Lyra by his side and the united strength of two kingdoms behind him, anything was possible. Chapter 34. The Seeds of Tomorrow. In the months following their victory over the corruption in the valley, Solaria and Draconia entered a period of unprecedented growth and cooperation. The alliance between the two realms strengthened daily, with cultural exchanges, joint magical research, and integrated defense forces becoming the norm rather than the exception. Aldric found himself at the center of it all, working tirelessly to nurture the bonds between humans and dragons. Today, he stood in the newly constructed Hall of Unity, a massive structure designed to accommodate beings of all sizes for diplomatic meetings and cultural events. "Your Majesty," Lord Cedric approached, a stack of parchments in his arms. "The latest reports from the border regions. It seems the purification efforts are progressing well." Aldric nodded, taking the documents. "Excellent. And the new settlements?" "Thriving, sire. The mixed communities of humans and dragons are proving remarkably successful. Though, Cedric added with a hint of amusement. "We may need to revisit building codes. It seems dragon architecture and human plumbing don't always mix well." As if on cue, a distant explosion echoed through the hall, followed by the now familiar sound of Gorik's voice. "It's fine. Just a small calibration issue with the steam dragon hybrid heating system." Aldric couldn't help but chuckle. "I see some things never change. Perhaps we should assign Gorik a workshop further from, well, everything?" Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Lyra, her violet hair elegantly braided and adorned with small, shimmering dragon scales, a gift from Malachi for her last birthday. "Aldric," she said, her eyes twinkling with excitement, "the delegation from the Eastern Peaks has arrived, and you won't believe who's leading them." Curious, Aldric followed Lyra to the main entrance of the hall. As the doors swung open, he was greeted by the sight of a familiar face, or rather, snout. "Sparktail!" Aldric exclaimed, recognizing the young dragon who had once caused chaos in the palace gardens. "You're the Eastern Peaks delegate?" The dragon, now nearly twice the size he had been during that first encounter, bowed his head respectfully. "Indeed, Your Majesty. It seems my, youthful exuberance has been channeled into more diplomatic pursuits." Lyra leaned in to whisper in Aldric's ear. "Apparently, he's become quite the mediator between the more traditional dragon clans and the progressive factions. Who would have thought?" As they escorted Sparktail and his entourage into the hall, Aldric marveled at how much had changed. The once mischievous young dragon now carried himself with dignity, engaging in serious discussions about trade agreements and magical exchange programs. The day progressed with a series of meetings, each one a testament to the new era of cooperation. Human scholars debated magical theory with dragon sages, while mixed teams of architects presented plans for cities that could comfortably house both species. As evening approached, Aldric found himself in need of a break from the constant diplomacy. He slipped away to a quiet balcony, breathing in the cool night air. Moments later, he felt Lyra's presence beside him. "Copper for your thoughts?" she asked softly, intertwining her fingers with his. Aldric smiled, pulling her close. "Just marveling at how far we've come. A year ago, the idea of humans and dragons living and working together like this would have seemed impossible." Lyra nodded, resting her head on his shoulder. "It's amazing what can be accomplished when people, and dragons, come together. Though," she added with a grin, "I think we might need to keep a closer eye on Gorik. I heard him discussing the possibility of dragon-powered flying machines with some of the younger dragons earlier." Aldric groaned good-naturedly. "Why do I have a feeling our next great adventure will involve putting out fires, both literal and figurative, caused by our enthusiastic dwarf friend?" Their laughter was interrupted by a commotion from the main hall. They rushed back inside to find a scene of controlled chaos. Sparktail, it seemed, had been demonstrating a traditional dragon greeting ritual, which involved a small burst of flame. Unfortunately, he had misjudged the flammability of human formal wear. Several nobles were now running around with smoldering coattails, while dragons of various sizes attempted to help by blowing cool air, which only served to fan the flames. In the center of it all stood Gorik, wielding what appeared to be a modified version of his dragon fire extinguisher, dousing everyone indiscriminately with a foul-smelling foam. "Don't panic," the dwarf shouted gleefully. "The smell will dissipate, eventually." Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look before jumping into action. With a combination of Aldric's Sunborn powers to calm the panicked guests and Lyra's quick thinking in organizing a cleanup effort, they managed to bring the situation under control. As the last of the fires was extinguished and the foam-covered guests were led away to clean up, Aldric found himself face to face with a very apologetic Sparktail. "Your Majesty," the dragon began, his scales flushed with embarrassment, "I cannot express how sorry I am for this incident. Perhaps I'm not as suited for diplomacy as I thought." Aldric, to Sparktail's surprise, burst out laughing. "My friend," he said, clapping the dragon on his scaled shoulder, "if there's one thing I've learned in my adventures, it's that diplomacy isn't about perfection. It's about how we handle the unexpected, and I'd say you've given us all a valuable lesson in cross-species fire safety protocols." Sparktail's eyes widened, then crinkled with amusement. Soon, the entire hall was filled with the mingled laughter of humans and dragons, the earlier tension dissipating like smoke. Later that night, as Aldric and Lyra prepared for bed, they couldn't help but reflect on the day's events. "You know," Lyra mused, brushing out her long violet hair, "a year ago, a diplomatic incident involving dragon fire would have caused an international crisis. Now it's just Tuesday." Aldric chuckled, pulling her into his arms. "We've come a long way, haven't we? Though I have a feeling our adventures are far from over." Lyra's eyes sparkled with mischief and love. "I should hope not. Life would be terribly dull without the occasional explosion or world-saving quest." As they settled into bed, Aldric felt a profound sense of contentment. The path ahead was still uncertain, with the lingering threat of corruption and the challenges of maintaining their hard-won peace. But with Lyra by his side, and the united strength of 2 kingdoms behind him, he knew they could face anything. Chapter 35. Whispers of Shadows. The peace that had settled over the united kingdoms of Solaria and Draconia was shattered one crisp autumn morning. Aldric was in his study, poring over reports of the ongoing purification efforts, when a frantic knock at the door jolted him from his concentration. "Enter," he called, noting the urgency in the rapid taps. Finn burst into the room, his usually stoic demeanor replaced by barely contained alarm. "Your Majesty," he panted, "we've received urgent news from the far western borders. The corruption, it's back, and it's stronger than ever." Aldric felt his heart sink. They had known the battle against the corruption wasn't over, but he had hoped for more time to prepare. "Gather the council," he ordered, already rising from his desk. "We need to act quickly." Within the hour, the Hall of Unity was filled with a mix of human and dragon advisors. Lyra sat at Aldric's right, her face etched with concern. Malachi's massive form dominated one end of the chamber, while Goric paced nervously, his singed beard a testament to his latest breakthrough in corruption-fighting alchemy. "The reports are dire," Finn began, unrolling a map on the central table. "Entire villages have been evacuated. The corruption is spreading faster than we've ever seen, consuming everything in its path." Murmurs of fear and anger rippled through the assembled council. Aldric raised a hand for silence, his sunborn powers instinctively flaring to life, casting a calming golden glow over the room. "We've faced this enemy before," he said, his voice steady and determined. "And we'll face it again. Together." As they debated strategies and organized response teams, Goric suddenly leapt onto the table, nearly singeing Malachi's snout with his wild gesticulations. "I've got it!" the dwarf exclaimed, brandishing a vial of swirling iridescent liquid. "The ultimate anti-corruption potion, guaranteed to purify any tainted land or your gold back." Before anyone could stop him, Goric uncorked the vial and took a hearty swig. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like 1,000 wind chimes being struck at once, the dwarf's beard began to glow with an otherworldly light. Is that supposed to happen?" Lyra asked, eyeing Goric's luminous facial hair warily. Goric stroked his glowing beard thoughtfully. Well, not exactly, but think of the possibilities. We could use me as a beacon in corrupted lands, or perhaps as a very festive Winterfest decoration. Despite the gravity of the situation, laughter rippled through the chamber. Even Malachi let out a rumbling chuckle that shook the rafters. Aldric, fighting to keep a straight face, gently guided Goric off the table. Perhaps we should save the experimental potions for a less crucial moment, my friend. Though I must admit, the glowing beard is quite impressive. As the council returned to the serious matter at hand, Aldric felt a familiar warmth in his chest. This was what made their kingdom strong, the ability to find moments of joy and camaraderie even in the face of great challenges. Plans were quickly drawn up. A joint force of human mages and dragon fire wielders would be sent to contain the spread of corruption. Meanwhile, Aldric would lead a smaller team to investigate the source of this new outbreak. As the meeting adjourned and preparations began, Lyra pulled Aldric aside. Her violet eyes were filled with a mix of determination and concern. "You're going to the heart of it, aren't you?" she asked, though it was more statement than question. Aldric nodded, taking her hands in his. "I have to, Lyra. My Sunborn powers are our best defense against the corruption. And—" he paused, his voice softening. "I need you with me. Your strength, your wisdom. I couldn't do this without you." Lyra's expression melted into a smile, though her eyes still held a hint of worry. "As if I'd let you go alone. Someone has to keep you from doing anything too heroically stupid." Their moment was interrupted by Goric, his beard still glowing faintly. "Begging your pardon, your majesties, but if we're heading into the belly of the beast, I've got a few more concoctions that might come in handy. Just need to run a few more tests. Don't suppose either of you is willing to be a guinea pig?" Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look of amused exasperation. "I think we'll pass, Goric," Aldric said, diplomatically. "But perhaps you could focus on potions that don't involve physical transformations?" As they made their way to their chambers to prepare for the journey, Aldric couldn't help but reflect on how far they'd come. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a quest to save not just one kingdom, but 2 entire realms, and now they faced their greatest challenge yet. That night, as they lay in bed, Aldric pulled Lyra close. "Are you scared?" he asked softly, voicing the fear he'd been holding back. Lyra was quiet for a moment, her fingers tracing patterns on his chest. "Yes," she admitted, "but not of the corruption or the danger. I'm scared of losing this, losing you, losing the world we've built together." Aldric tilted her chin up, meeting her gaze. "That won't happen," he said firmly. "No matter what we face out there, we face it together. And together, we're stronger than any corruption." Their lips met in a kiss that was both tender and passionate, a reaffirmation of their bond and a promise for the future. As they slowly undressed each other, their touches were filled with a new urgency, a need to memorize every curve and plane of each other's bodies. Aldric trailed kisses down Lyra's neck, reveling in the soft sighs that escaped her lips. Her hands tangled in his hair, pulling him closer as their bodies joined. They moved together in a familiar dance, their connection deepened by the knowledge of the challenges that lay ahead. As they reached their peak together, Aldric felt his Sunborn powers flare to life, enveloping them both in a soft golden glow. For a moment, it was as if they were one being, their hearts beating in perfect synchronization. Afterward, as they lay tangled in each other's arms, Aldric made a silent vow. He would protect this, protect Lyra, protect their people, protect the world they had worked so hard to build. Whatever the corruption threw at them, they would face it head-on and emerge victorious. The next morning dawned clear and crisp. As Aldric and Lyra made their final preparations, a commotion in the courtyard drew their attention. They arrived to find Goric attempting to saddle what appeared to be a very reluctant dragon, his glowing beard causing the beast to shy away nervously. "Come on, you overgrown lizard," the dwarf grumbled. "It's not like I'm going to set you on fire. Probably." Malachi, watching the scene with barely concealed amusement, finally took pity on Goric. "Perhaps, small one, you would be more comfortable riding with me. I assure you, no amount of alchemical mishaps will faze me." As they set out, their small but determined group are ready to face whatever lay ahead. Aldric felt a surge of hope and determination. The corruption may have returned stronger than ever, but so had they. United, with the strength of two kingdoms behind them and the bonds of friendship and love tying them together, they were a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 36. Into the Heart of Darkness. The journey to the western borders was tense, with an air of foreboding that grew stronger with each passing mile. Aldric led the way atop Malachi, with Lyra seated behind him. Goric, his beard still faintly glowing, rode with Finn on a smaller dragon, while a contingent of human mages and dragon fire-wielders followed close behind. As they neared the affected area, the landscape began to change dramatically. Lush forests gave way to twisted, sickly vegetation. The very air seemed to thicken, carrying an acrid scent that made eyes water and throats burn. "By all the dragons!" Malachi rumbled, his voice tinged with horror. "It's worse than we imagined." Aldric nodded grimly, feeling the corruption pushing against his sunborn powers like a physical force. "We need to find the source quickly. This spread is unnatural, even for the corruption we've faced before." They landed in a small clearing that had yet to be fully consumed by the taint. As the group dismounted and began to set up a base camp, Goric approached Aldric, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. "Your Majesty," the dwarf said, fumbling with various vials in his pack, "I've been working on some new formulas that might help us track the source of the corruption. Just need a small sample of the tainted earth to test them." Aldric eyed the alchemist warily, remembering all too well some of Goric's previous breakthroughs. "Just be careful, Goric. We can't afford any unexpected explosions out here." As Goric scurried off to collect his samples, Lyra joined Aldric, her violet eyes scanning the corrupted landscape. "It feels different this time," she murmured, "more alive somehow." Before Aldric could respond, a piercing shriek split the air. The group whirled to see a massive, twisted creature emerging from the corrupted tree line. It was like nothing they had ever encountered before, a grotesque fusion of plant, animal, and pure darkness. "Defensive positions!" Aldric shouted, his sunborn powers flaring to life. Golden light erupted from his palms, forming a protective barrier around the group. What followed was a chaotic battle unlike anything they had faced before. The creature seemed to absorb their attacks, growing stronger with each blast of dragonfire or magical spell. Aldric's sunborn powers were the only thing that seemed to truly harm it, but even those were quickly depleting against the onslaught. In the midst of the fray, Goric's voice rang out. "I've got it! The ultimate corruption-busting formula!" Before anyone could stop him, the dwarf hurled a large vial at the creature. The resulting explosion was spectacular. A burst of multicolored light engulfed the monster, and for a moment, it seemed as if Goric's concoction had worked. But as the light faded, they saw that the creature had only split into multiple, smaller versions of itself. "Ah!" Goric said weakly, his singed eyebrows raised in surprise. "That wasn't supposed to happen." "Goric!" Finn shouted, dodging a tendril of corruption. "When we get out of this, Remind me to have a long talk with you about battlefield safety." Despite the dire situation, Aldric couldn't help but let out a short laugh. Even in the face of overwhelming danger, his friend's spirits remained unbroken. As the battle raged on, Aldric felt his strength beginning to wane. The constant use of his sunborn powers was taking its toll. Just as he thought they might be overwhelmed, he felt Lyra's hand slip into his. "Together," she said, her eyes meeting his with fierce determination. In that moment, something extraordinary happened. As their hands clasped, Lyra's innate magical abilities seemed to resonate with Aldric's sunborn powers. A surge of energy flowed between them, and the golden light emanating from Aldric grew blindingly bright. With a shout that was equal parts battle cry and declaration of love, Aldric and Lyra released a wave of purifying energy that swept across the clearing. The corrupted creatures shrieked and withered, dissolving into harmless dust. As the light faded and the dust settled, the group stood in stunned silence. The clearing, which had been on the verge of being consumed by corruption, was now pristine. New, healthy growth was already beginning to sprout from the purified earth. "Well," Malachi said, breaking the silence, "it seems the Sunborn has found his perfect match in more ways than one." Aldric turned to Lyra, his eyes wide with wonder. "How did you—" Lyra shook her head, looking equally amazed. "I don't know. It was like your power called to something inside me, and I just answered." Their moment was interrupted by Goric, who was excitedly scooping up samples of the purified earth. "Fascinating, simply fascinating. Your Majesties, if you could just recreate that little light show, I think we might be onto something revolutionary in the field of corruption cleansing." As the group began to recover from the battle, tending to wounds and discussing what had just occurred, Aldric pulled Lyra aside. They found a quiet spot at the edge of the clearing, away from the others. "Lyra," Aldric began, his voice soft but intense. "What happened back there? I've never felt anything like it. It was like our very souls were connected." Lyra nodded, her violet eyes shimmering with emotion. "I felt it too. Aldric, I think this is why we were meant to find each other, not just as partners in life, but as two halves of something greater." Aldric cupped her face gently, overwhelmed by the depth of his feelings for her. "Whatever lies ahead, whatever we face it together, not just as king and queen, but as soulmates," Lyra finished for him, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Their lips met in a kiss that was both tender and passionate, a reaffirmation of their bond and a promise for the future. As they embraced, a soft golden glow enveloped them, their combined power humming in harmony. When they finally parted, both slightly breathless, they turned to see their companions watching with varying degrees of amusement and awe. "If you two are quite finished," Finn said dryly, though there was a hint of a smile on his usually stoic face, "we should probably discuss our next move. That creature didn't come from nowhere, and I'd wager there are more where it came from." Aldric nodded, his expression turning serious, though he kept his hand firmly clasped with Lyra's. "You're right. We need to push deeper into the corrupted lands. Find the source and put an end to this once and for all." Chapter 37. The Corruption's Core. The group pushed deeper into the corrupted lands, the landscape growing more twisted and alien with each passing mile. Aldric and Lyra led the way, their combined powers creating a protective bubble of golden light that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. Malachi flew overhead, his keen dragon eyes scanning for any signs of danger, while Finn scouted ahead on foot, his skills as a tracker proving invaluable in navigating the treacherous terrain. Goric, meanwhile, had taken to riding atop a smaller dragon, his glowing beard serving as an unlikely beacon in the murky gloom. The dwarf's constant stream of commentary and alchemical observations provided an oddly comforting background noise in the otherwise eerie silence of the corrupted forest. "Fascinating!" Gorick exclaimed for what felt like the 100th time, scooping up yet another sample of tainted earth. "The molecular structure of this corruption is unlike anything I've ever seen. It's as if it's constantly evolving, adapting to our presence." Finn, who had circled back to report, rolled his eyes. "That's precisely what worries me, old friend. The corruption seems to be learning." Aldric nodded grimly, feeling the truth of Finn's words in the way the darkness pressed against his sunborn powers. All the more reason to find the source quickly. We need to end this before it grows too strong for even our combined powers to handle. As they pressed on, the group encountered increasingly bizarre and dangerous manifestations of the corruption. Twisted creatures that were part plant, part animal, and wholly monstrous lurked in the shadows, while the very ground beneath their feet seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. During a brief rest, as they huddled around a small fire of purifying flame conjured by Malachi, Lyra pulled Aldric aside. Her violet eyes were filled with a mix of determination and concern. "Aldric," she said softly, intertwining her fingers with his, "I can feel the corruption trying to push into my mind. It's whispering things, terrible things." Aldric felt a chill run down his spine. He had been experiencing similar intrusions but had hesitated to mention them, not wanting to worry the others. "I felt it too," he admitted. "It's getting stronger the closer we get to the source." Lyra's grip on his hand tightened. "We can't let it divide us. Whatever happens, whatever we see or hear, we have to trust in each other, in our bond." Aldric nodded, pulling her close and resting his forehead against hers. As their skin made contact, he felt the familiar surge of their combined powers, a warmth that pushed back against the encroaching cold of the corruption. "Together," he whispered, "no matter what." Their moment was interrupted by a startled yelp from Gorick. They turned to see the dwarf frantically patting at his glowing beard, which had suddenly burst into multicolored flames. "Don't panic!" Gorick shouted, though his wide eyes betrayed his own alarm. "It's just a small alchemical reaction, perfectly normal." Malachi, looking both amused and exasperated, gently blew a cooling breath over the dwarf, extinguishing the flames. "Perhaps," the dragon rumbled, "we should leave the experimental alchemy for less perilous situations. Small one." As the others laughed, the tension of their dire circumstances momentarily broken, Aldric felt a surge of affection for his eclectic group of companions. Even in the heart of darkness, they found ways to bring light and laughter. Their mirth was short-lived, however, as a bone-chilling roar echoed through the corrupted forest. The group immediately snapped to attention, weapons drawn and magic at the ready. From the twisted undergrowth emerged a creature of nightmares, a massive, writhing mass of corruption given form. It towered over them, its body a constantly shifting amalgamation of warped flesh, twisted metal, and pulsing darkness. "Well," Finn said dryly, knocking an arrow to his bow, "I think we've found the welcoming committee." What followed was a battle unlike any they had faced before. The creature seemed to absorb their attacks, growing stronger with each blast of dragonfire or magical spell. Even Aldric and Lyra's combined sunborn powers, which had proven so effective before, seemed to only slow the monster's advance. As the fight raged on, Aldric found himself back-to-back with Lyra, both of them panting heavily as they fended off the creature's relentless attacks. "We need to try something different," Lyra shouted over the din of battle. "Our powers alone aren't enough." In that moment, Aldric had a flash of inspiration. "Not alone," he said, a plan forming in his mind, "but together, all of us." Understanding dawned in Lyra's eyes. Without a word, she nodded, and they began to move in perfect synchronization. "Everyone!" Aldric called out, his voice carrying the authority of the Sunborn. "Join hands. Focus your energy on Lyra and me." Despite their confusion, the others quickly complied. Malachi curled his massive form around the group, while Finn and Goric clasped hands with Aldric and Lyra, forming a circle. As they connected, Aldric felt a surge of power unlike anything he had experienced before. It was as if he could feel the essence of each of his companions. Malachi's ancient wisdom, Finn's unwavering loyalty, Goric's boundless creativity, and at the center of it all, Lyra's unconditional love. With a shout that seemed to shake the very foundations of the corrupted land, Aldric and Lyra released a wave of purifying energy that exploded outward. The golden light engulfed the monstrous creature, which let out an unearthly shriek as it began to disintegrate. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the entire world was bathed in radiant, cleansing light. When it finally faded, the group found themselves standing in a patch of pristine forest. The corruption burned away to reveal healthy, vibrant life. As they caught their breath, marveling at the transformation around them, Goric broke the silence with a whoop of joy. "We did it!" the dwarf exclaimed, his singed beard somehow even more luminous than before. "And more importantly, I think I've just had a breakthrough in unified alchemical theory. Quick, someone write this down before I forget." The tension broke as laughter rippled through the group. Even Finn cracked a rare smile, clapping Goric on the back. "Only you could be thinking of alchemy at a time like this, old friend." As the others began to recover and take stock of their surroundings, Aldric pulled Lyra into a tight embrace. "We did it," he murmured into her hair. "Together." Lyra leaned back, her violet eyes shimmering with unshed tears of joy and relief. "We're stronger together," she said softly. "All of us. That's how we'll win this fight." Aldric nodded, feeling a renewed sense of hope and determination. The corruption was far from defeated. They could still feel its presence lurking at the edges of their awareness. But they had proven that, united, they were a force to be reckoned with. As they prepared to press on, seeking the heart of the corruption, Aldric looked at his companions with pride and affection. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a quest to save not just one kingdom, but an entire world. And with these extraordinary individuals by his side, he knew that no challenge was insurmountable. Chapter 38. The Veil of Shadows. As Aldric and his companions pushed deeper into the corrupted lands, the very air around them seemed to thicken, becoming a tangible force that pressed against their bodies and minds. The landscape had transformed into a nightmarish realm of twisted vegetation and pulsating, otherworldly growths. At the center of it all loomed a massive structure that defied description, part organic, part crystalline, and wholly alien. "By all the dragons," Malachi rumbled, his voice tinged with awe and revulsion, "I believe we've found the heart of the corruption." Aldric nodded grimly, feeling the weight of their quest settle heavily upon his shoulders. He reached for Lyra's hand, drawing strength from her presence. "This is it. Whatever we face in there, we face it together." As they approached the structure, tendrils of sickly purple mist began to curl around their feet, carrying whispers that seemed to bypass their ears and speak directly into their minds. "Turn back," the voices hissed. "You don't belong here. This realm is beyond your comprehension." Finn, his face set in grim determination, knocked an arrow to his bow. "Stay alert. These whispers are just the beginning. The corruption will try to break us before we even enter its lair." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the mist thickened, obscuring their vision. When it cleared, each member of the group found themselves seemingly alone in a distorted version of the corrupted landscape. Aldric blinked, disoriented. He could no longer see or hear his companions. Instead, he was confronted by a shadowy figure that bore an unsettling resemblance to his father, King Edric. "My son," the apparition spoke, its voice a cruel mockery of the king's. "Why do you persist in this foolish quest? Return to Solaria. Take up your crown and rule as you were meant to. Leave this corrupted land to its fate." Aldric felt a pull in his chest, a longing for the simplicity of the life he'd left behind. But he steeled himself, remembering Lyra's words about trusting in their bond. "You're not my father," he declared, his sunborn powers flaring to life, "and I will not abandon my people or my purpose." Meanwhile, Lyra found herself face to face with a mirror image of herself, but twisted and corrupted. This dark Lyra sneered, her violet eyes now a sickly yellow. "Look at you," the doppelganger taunted, "playing at being a queen, pretending you belong in Aldric's world. You're nothing but a commoner with a bit of magic. He'll tire of you eventually." Lyra's hands clenched into fists, her own magic rising to combat the illusion. "You know nothing of our love," she spat. "Aldric and I are bound by something stronger than titles or power." Goric, separated from the others, was confronted by visions of failed experiments and catastrophic explosions. The corruption played on his deepest fears of inadequacy and the potential harm his creations could cause. "You think your clever concoctions can stop us?" A chorus of mocking voices echoed around him. "You're nothing but a bumbling fool playing with forces beyond your control." The dwarf's glowing beard bristled with indignation. "Bumbling fool, am I? Well, this fool has a few tricks up his sleeve yet." With that, he began mixing various vials, determined to prove his worth. Finn found himself in a forest clearing, surrounded by the ghosts of comrades lost in past battles. Their accusing eyes bore into him, voices whispering of his failures and the lives he couldn't save. The stoic scout closed his eyes, centering himself. "I honor your memories," he said softly, "but I will not be paralyzed by the past. There are still lives to save, and I intend to do just that." Malachi, even in his reduced size, was confronted by a massive, shadowy dragon that represented all the ancient prejudices and fears his kind held towards humans. "You betray your own species," the shadow dragon roared, "consorting with humans, helping them tame our wild magic. You are no true dragon." Malachi's eyes narrowed, flames licking at the edges of his maw. "True dragons adapt," he growled. "We evolve. It is you, clinging to outdated notions, who betrays our potential." As each member of the group fought their personal battles, Aldric felt a familiar warmth building in his chest. His sunborn powers were responding to the unity of their team, even across the illusory divide. "Everyone," he shouted, hoping his voice would reach through the corruption's veil. "Focus on our connection. Remember why we're here, what we're fighting for." A soft golden glow began to emanate from his skin, tendrils of light reaching out to touch each member of the expedition. For a moment they all felt the connection between them, the shared purpose that bound them together. The illusions began to waver, the corrupted landscape flickering like a faulty projection. With a collective effort of will, the group pushed back against the psychological assault. The mist dissipated, and they found themselves once again standing together before the entrance to the corruption's heart. Lyra was at Aldric's side in an instant, her hand finding his. "That was intense," she said, her voice shaky but determined. Goric, his beard smoking slightly from whatever concoction he'd brewed to combat the visions, nodded vigorously. Aye, lass, but we showed that corrupted nightmare a thing or two, didn't we? Finn, his stoic demeanor firmly back in place, was already scanning the structure before them. The corruption knows we're here now. It'll throw everything it has at us once we're inside. Malachi, who had maintained his smaller form, rumbled in agreement. We must be prepared for anything. The physical dangers may pale in comparison to the mental assaults we've just faced. Aldric took a deep breath, surveying his companions. Despite the ordeal they'd just endured, he saw nothing but determination in their eyes. We've come too far to turn back now, he said, his voice carrying the authority of the Sunborn. Whatever lies beyond that threshold, we face it together. For Solaria, for Draconia, for every living being threatened by this corruption. With a collective nod of agreement, the group stepped forward. The entrance to the structure seemed to pulse, as if alive, and then parted like a grotesque mouth opening to swallow them whole. As they crossed the threshold, Aldric felt a shift in the air, as if they were passing through a barrier between worlds. The corruption's presence was overwhelming here, pressing against his sunborn powers like a physical force. Stay close, he warned, a golden aura beginning to form around him and Lyra. And remember, what we see and hear may not be real, but the danger certainly is. Chapter 39. Echoes of the Past. As Aldric and his companions pushed deeper into the heart of the corrupted structure, the air grew thick with an oppressive energy that seemed to seep into their very souls. The walls pulsed with an otherworldly light, casting eerie shadows that danced and twisted with each step they took. Suddenly, the corridor opened into a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness high above. At the center stood a massive crystal, pulsing with the same sickly light they had seen throughout their journey. But this crystal was different. It seemed to be the source, the very heart of the corruption. As they approached, tendrils of dark energy lashed out, forcing them to scatter. Aldric raised his hands, golden light erupting from his palms to form a protective barrier around the group. Be careful, he warned, his voice tight with strain. This place, it's trying to get into our minds. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the chamber began to shift and warp around them. The corrupted crystal at the center fractured into countless shards, each one reflecting a different scene, memories, fears, regrets pulled from the deepest recesses of their minds. Lyra gasped, her eyes fixed on one of the shards. Aldric, she whispered, her voice trembling. I see the day my village was destroyed. But it's different. I'm the one causing the destruction. Aldric reached for her hand, intertwining their fingers. It's not real, Lyra. The corruption is trying to break us. We have to stay strong. But even as he spoke, Aldric felt his own resolve wavering. In another shard, he saw himself on the throne of Solaria, but it was a twisted version of reality. In this vision, he ruled with an iron fist, dragons and humans alike cowering before him. The power of the Sunborn had corrupted him, turned him into the very thing he fought against. No, Aldric growled, tearing his gaze away. That's not who I am. That's not who we are. Goric, his glowing beard flickering erratically, stumbled backward, his eyes wide with horror. By all the alchemical wonders, he muttered, I see a world destroyed by my inventions. Everything I've created, twisted and used for destruction. Finn, usually so stoic, fell to his knees, his bow clattering to the ground. My family, he whispered, reaching out to touch one of the crystal shards. I could have saved them. If only I'd been faster, stronger. Malachi, even in his reduced size, roared in anguish, flames licking at the edges of his maw. The ancient wars, he rumbled, his voice filled with centuries of pain. So much death, so much loss. And for what? Pride? Territory? As each member of the group faced their deepest fears and regrets, the corruption grew stronger, feeding on their anguish and self-doubt. The crystal at the center of the chamber pulsed more rapidly, dark tendrils reaching out to ensnare them. Aldric felt the weight of despair threatening to crush him. But then, through the haze of dark visions, he caught sight of Lyra. Despite the tears streaming down her face, her violet eyes met his, filled with a fierce determination. "Aldric," she called out, her voice cutting through the corruption's whispers. "Remember who we are. Remember what we've built together." Her words sparked something within him. Aldric closed his eyes, focusing on the warmth of Lyra's hand in his, on the bonds he had forged with his companions. When he opened them again, his gaze was clear, his sunborn powers blazing to life with renewed strength. "Everyone, listen to me!" he shouted, his voice carrying the authority of the Sunborn. "These visions, these fears, they're not who we are. They're what the corruption wants us to believe we could become. But we are more than our darkest moments. We are defined by our choices, by the light we bring to the world." As he spoke, tendrils of golden light began to extend from Aldric, touching each of his companions. Where the light touched, the dark visions began to fade, replaced by memories of triumph, of friendship, of love. Lyra straightened, her own powers resonating with Aldric's. "We've faced impossible odds before," she added, her voice growing stronger, "and we've overcome them together. This is no different." Goric blinked, shaking his head as if coming out of a trance. "Aye," he said, his trademark grin slowly returning. "My inventions have saved lives, brought joy. That's the legacy I choose to embrace." Finn rose to his feet, retrieving his bow. "My family, they would want me to keep fighting, to protect others from suffering the same fate." Malachi's eyes cleared, the ancient wisdom returning to his gaze. "The past cannot be changed," he rumbled, "but the future is ours to shape, and I choose a future of unity, not division." As each member of the group overcame their personal demons, the corruption's hold on the chamber began to weaken. The crystal at the center cracked, and from within, a voice that was not quite a voice echoed through their minds. "Impressive, Sunborn," it hissed. "But do you truly understand what you face? We are the primordial chaos, the darkness that existed before light. We are eternal, inevitable." Aldric stepped forward, his hand still clasped with Lyra's. "Then tell us," he demanded. "What are you? Where did you come from?" The voice laughed, a sound like shattering glass. "We are as old as this world, Sunborn. When the first spark of creation ignited, we were there. For eons we existed in balance with the light, neither good nor evil, simply being." "But something changed," Lyra said, realization dawning in her eyes. "The balance was disrupted." "Yes," the voice hissed, "the rise of conscious beings, dragons, humans, all the races of this world. Your fears, your doubts, your conflicts, they fed us, strengthened us. We grew beyond our natural bounds, becoming the corruption you now face." Aldric's mind raced, processing this revelation. "So, the corruption, it's a natural force gone awry, thrown out of balance by the very existence of thinking, feeling beings. And now you seek to destroy us," the voice continued, ignoring Aldric's question. "But consider this, Sunborn. What would happen to your world without us? Without the darkness to challenge you, to drive you forward? Without fear, can there be courage? Without loss, can there be growth? The chamber fell silent as the weight of these words settled over the group. Aldric looked at his companions, seeing the conflict in their eyes. They had come here to defeat the corruption, to eradicate it entirely. But if what this entity said was true, could they risk destroying something so fundamental to the very fabric of their world? No, Aldric said finally, his voice firm. We didn't come here to destroy you. We came to restore balance, to heal our world, not tear it apart. He turned to his companions, his eyes blazing with determination. The corruption isn't our enemy, at least not in its true form. It's a part of our world that's grown too powerful, too destructive. Our task isn't to eliminate it, but to bring it back into harmony with the light. Lyra squeezed his hand, a smile of understanding spreading across her face. Just as we've brought dragons and humans together, finding strength in our differences, we must find a way to reintegrate the corruption, Aldric finished, to acknowledge the role of darkness in our world without letting it consume us. As the realization of their true purpose dawned on the group, the chamber around them began to shift once more. The cracked crystal at the center pulsed with a new energy, not the sickly light of before, but a swirling mixture of light and shadow. You understand, the voice said, sounding almost relieved, but the task ahead will not be easy. Are you prepared for what it will require of you, Sunborn? Aldric looked at his companions, at Lyra, his soulmate and partner, at Goric, whose inventive spirit had saved them countless times, at Finn, whose quiet strength had been their rock, at Malachi, whose ancient wisdom had guided them through their darkest moments. We're ready, Aldric declared, his voice ringing with certainty. Whatever it takes, we'll restore the balance, for our world, for our future, for everything we've built together. Chapter 40. The Breaking Point. The corrupted landscape stretched endlessly before Aldric and his companions, as they pushed deeper into the heart of the tainted lands. The air grew thicker with each step, filled with an acrid scent that burned their lungs and made their eyes water. Even Malachi, the mighty dragon, seemed to struggle against the oppressive atmosphere. As they crested a hill, a sight of utter devastation greeted them. What had once been a lush valley was now a wasteland of twisted vegetation and pulsating, otherworldly growths. At the center stood a massive crystal formation, its surface crawling with tendrils of darkness. By all the gods, Lyra whispered, her hand tightening in Aldric's. It's like nothing we've ever seen before. Aldric nodded grimly, feeling his sunborn powers reacting to the corruption's presence. This must be the source. We have to find a way to destroy it. As they began their descent into the valley, a bone-chilling shriek split the air. From behind the crystal emerged a creature that defied description, a monstrous fusion of corrupted flesh and crystalline structures. Well, Goric quipped, his voice shaking slightly, I don't suppose that fellow's up for a friendly chat over tea, is he? Before anyone could respond, the creature charged. Its massive form moved with surprising speed, tendrils of corruption whipping out towards the group. Scatter! Aldric shouted, his sunborn powers flaring to life. A shield of golden light erupted around them, deflecting the first wave of attacks. What followed was a chaotic battle that pushed them to their limits. Dragons swooped and dove, their fire seeming to have little effect on the corrupted beast. Finn darted between its legs, his blades flashing as he sought weak points. Goric, in a moment of either brilliance or madness, began hurling vials of alchemical concoctions that exploded in bursts of multicolored smoke. Lyra's voice rose above the din, chanting healing spells that knitted wounds and renewed energy. And at the center of it all was Aldric, his sunborn powers blazing like a second sun. As the battle raged on, Aldric felt his strength beginning to wane. The constant use of his powers was taking its toll, and the corruption seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Just as he thought they might be overwhelmed, he felt Lyra's hand slip into his. "Together," she said, her eyes meeting his with fierce determination. Their combined powers surged, creating a wave of purifying energy that pushed back the corruption. For a moment it seemed as if they might turn the tide. But then everything went wrong. As Aldric and Lyra focused their efforts on the main creature, a tendril of corruption snaked unnoticed towards Goric. The dwarf, distracted by his latest alchemical creation, didn't see the danger until it was too late. "Goric!" Finn's shout of warning came a second too late. The tendril wrapped around Goric's ankle, pulling him off balance. As he fell, the vial he had been holding shattered, its contents mixing with the corrupted earth. A plume of sickly purple smoke erupted, enveloping the dwarf. "No!" Aldric cried, trying to reach his friend, but the creature redoubled its assault, forcing him back. When the smoke cleared, Goric stood motionless, his eyes closed. For a heartbeat, hope flared in Aldric's chest. Then, slowly, Goric's eyes opened, revealing orbs of solid black. "Well now," the dwarf said, his voice distorted and alien, "this is quite the interesting development." "Goric," Lyra called out, her voice trembling, "can you hear us?" A cruel smile spread across Goric's face, so unlike his usual jovial grin. "Oh, I can hear you just fine, Your Majesty, but I'm afraid Goric isn't home at the moment. Would you like to leave a message?" With a cackle that chilled Aldric to his core, the corrupted Goric raised his hands. Dark energy crackled between his fingers, and the vials at his belt began to glow with an ominous light. "I must thank you," the thing wearing Goric's face said. "Your friend's knowledge of alchemy, combined with our power. Oh, the possibilities are endless." Aldric felt as if the ground had dropped out from beneath him. Goric, his friend, his trusted advisor, now stood before them as an agent of the very corruption they fought against. "We have to retreat!" Malachi roared, swooping low to provide cover. "We can't fight both of them!" Every instinct in Aldric's body screamed to stay, to fight, to save his friend. But he knew Malachi was right. They were outmatched and exhausted. "Fall back!" he ordered, his heart breaking with each word. "To the ridge!" As they retreated, Goric's laughter echoed behind them, mingling with the creature's unearthly shrieks. Aldric felt Lyra tugging at his arm, urging him to move faster, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from the friend they were leaving behind. They didn't stop running until they reached a small cave in the nearby cliffs, far enough from the corruption's reach to catch their breath. As reality set in, the weight of their loss crashed down upon them. Finn slumped against the cave wall, his usual stoic demeanor cracking. "We left him," he said, his voice hollow. "We left Goric behind." Lyra knelt beside the scout, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "We had no choice, Finn. That wasn't Goric anymore." Aldric stood at the mouth of the cave, staring out at the corrupted landscape. He could feel his companion's eyes on him, looking to him for guidance, for hope. But for the first time since this journey began, he felt utterly lost. "This is my fault," he said softly, his voice thick with emotion. "I led us here. I should have been more careful, should have protected him better." Malachi's rumbling voice filled the cave. "No, young Sunborn, the blame lies with the corruption alone. Goric knew the risks, as did we all." Lyra approached Aldric, gently turning him to face her. "Aldric, look at me," she said, her violet eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "We will find a way to save Goric, to save everyone. But first we need to regroup, to plan. We can't let this break us." Aldric met her gaze, drawing strength from her unwavering faith. He looked around at his companions, Finn, battered but unbowed, Malachi, ancient and wise, Lyra, his partner in all things. They had come so far together, faced so much, he couldn't let them down now. Taking a deep breath, Aldric straightened his shoulders. "You're right," he said, his voice growing stronger with each word. "This isn't over. The corruption may have won this battle, but the war is far from lost. We will find a way to defeat it, to save Goric and everyone else affected by this blight." As he spoke, a faint golden glow began to emanate from his skin. It grew brighter, filling the cave with warmth and light. Aldric felt his sunborn powers responding to his resolve, to the bond he shared with his companions. "We've come too far to give up now," he continued. "Yes, we've suffered a setback. Yes, we've lost a dear friend. But we will not let his sacrifice be in vain. We will use this pain, this anger, to fuel our determination. We will find a way to cleanse this corruption once and for all, no matter the cost." The others straightened, hope rekindling in their eyes. Even Finn managed a grim smile, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. "So," Lyra said, a hint of her usual spark returning to her voice, "what's our next move, Your Majesty?" Aldric turned back to the cave entrance, his eyes scanning the corrupted landscape. In the distance, he could see the crystal formation pulsing with dark energy, and somewhere out there was Goric, trapped within his own corrupted mind. "We rest," he said firmly. "We recover our strength, and then we go back. We find the source of this corruption, and we end it. For Goric, for our kingdoms, for every living being threatened by this darkness." As night fell over the tainted land, Aldric and his companions huddled together in the small cave. The loss of Goric weighed heavily on their hearts, but a new determination had taken root. They had been pushed to their breaking point, but they had not shattered. Instead, they had emerged stronger, more united than ever before. The corruption may have won this round, but the final battle was yet to come. And Aldric, Sunborn of legend, knew that with his friends by his side, and the power of their bond flowing through him, they stood a chance of turning the tide. Chapter 41. Rekindled Hope. The group huddled in the small cave, their spirits as dampened as their rain-soaked clothes. The loss of Goric to the corruption weighed heavily on their hearts, and the realization that they were now facing an enemy that could turn their own against them added a new layer of dread to their already dire situation. Aldric sat at the mouth of the cave, his eyes fixed on the corrupted landscape beyond. The sickly purple mist that had become all too familiar swirled and eddied, occasionally taking shapes that seemed almost mocking in their familiarity. He could have sworn he saw Goric's profile in one particularly dense patch, the dwarf's usually jovial features twisted into a sinister grin. Lyra approached, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. "We need to talk strategy," she said softly. "The others are waiting." Aldric nodded, rising to his feet with a weariness that seemed to seep into his very bones. As they made their way deeper into the cave, he saw the rest of their companions gathered around a small, flickering fire. Malachi had shrunk himself to fit comfortably in the confined space, while Finn methodically sharpened his blades, the rhythmic scraping a counterpoint to the tense silence. "All right," Aldric began, his voice rough with exhaustion and emotion. "We've suffered a significant setback, but we can't let this defeat us. We need a new plan." Finn looked up from his work, his eyes hard. "With all due respect, Your Majesty, how can we possibly formulate a strategy against an enemy that can turn our own friends against us? Goric's knowledge of alchemy, combined with the corruption's power, it's a nightmare scenario." Malachi rumbled in agreement, smoke curling from his nostrils. The dwarf's creations were unpredictable enough when he was on our side. I shudder to think what horrors he might concoct now. Lyra stepped forward, her violet eyes blazing with determination. That's precisely why we can't give up. Gorick is counting on us, whether he knows it or not. We have to find a way to save him, to save everyone affected by this corruption. As the discussion continued, growing heated at times as fear and frustration bubbled to the surface, Aldric felt a familiar warmth building in his chest. His sunborn powers were responding to the intensity of the moment, to the bonds that held their group together even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. Without thinking, he reached for Lyra's hand. The moment their fingers intertwined, a surge of energy passed between them. Golden light erupted from their joined hands, filling the cave with a radiance that pushed back the shadows and seemed to cleanse the very air they breathed. "Aldric!" Lyra gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. "Do you feel that?" He nodded, marveling at the new depth of their connection. It was as if he could sense Lyra's very essence, her thoughts and emotions flowing into him as his flowed into her. And more than that, he could feel the corruption itself, a dark counterpoint to their combined light. "I think," Aldric said slowly, his mind racing with the implications, "I think we might have found our new strategy." Over the next hour, they formulated a plan that was equal parts daring and desperate. Using their newly discovered connection, Aldric and Lyra would attempt to locate the heart of the corruption, the source from which all the taint flowed. Meanwhile, Malachi and Finn would lead a diversionary attack, drawing the attention of the corrupted forces, including, they all acknowledged with heavy hearts, Gorick. As dawn broke, painting the corrupted sky in sickly hues of green and purple, the group prepared to put their plan into action. Aldric and Lyra stood at the mouth of the cave, their hands clasped tightly. "Are you ready?" Aldric asked, searching Lyra's face for any sign of doubt. She met his gaze steadily, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "With you? Always." They closed their eyes, focusing on their connection. The golden light of their combined powers enveloped them, growing brighter and brighter until it rivaled the sickly sun. As one, they reached out with their senses, probing the corrupted land for any trace of its source. At first, all they felt was the overwhelming presence of the taint, a suffocating darkness that threatened to snuff out their light. But then, almost imperceptibly at first, they sensed something else, a pulse, a rhythm that seemed to underlie the chaotic swirl of corruption. "There," Lyra whispered, her voice seeming to come from both everywhere and nowhere. "Do you feel it?" Aldric nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Together they pushed deeper, following the pulse to its source. As they drew closer, the corruption's defenses intensified. Dark tendrils of energy lashed out at them, trying to break their concentration and sever their connection. But with each attack, Aldric and Lyra's bond only grew stronger. Their individual lights merged into a single brilliant star that burned away the darkness, and at the heart of that star, they saw it, the true source of the corruption, a swirling vortex of pure chaos and malevolence. With a gasp, they opened their eyes, finding themselves back in the physical world. The others were gathered around them, concern etched on their faces. "You were glowing so brightly," Finn said, his usual stoicism cracking slightly. We feared." "We're all right," Aldric assured him, though his voice shook slightly from the intensity of the experience. "And we found it. We know where the heart of the corruption lies." Malachi's eyes widened, a spark of hope kindling in their ancient depths. "Then there's still a chance. We can end this, once and for all." As they quickly outlined what they had discovered, Aldric felt a renewed sense of purpose flooding through him. Yes, they had suffered losses. Yes, the road ahead would be fraught with danger. But they had something the corruption could never truly understand or replicate: the power of their bond, of their love for each other, and for the world they were fighting to save. "We move at nightfall," Aldric declared, his voice ringing with authority and determination. "Malachi, Finn, your diversionary attack will be crucial. We need to draw as much attention away from the corruption's heart as possible." The dragon and the scout nodded, a grim resolve settling over their features. They knew the risks, knew that they might be facing their corrupted friend in battle, but they also knew the stakes, the fate of 2 kingdoms, of an entire world, hung in the balance. As the others made their final preparations, Aldric pulled Lyra aside. For a moment they simply held each other, drawing strength from their embrace. "Whatever happens," Aldric murmured into her hair, "know that I love you, more than I ever thought possible." Lyra leaned back, her violet eyes shimmering with unshed tears and fierce determination. "And I love you. We're going to make it through this, Aldric. We're going to save Gorick, save our people, save everything we've built together." Their lips met in a kiss that was both tender and passionate, a reaffirmation of their bond and a promise for the future. As they parted, the golden glow of their combined powers surrounded them once more, a physical manifestation of their unbreakable connection. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the corrupted landscape. Aldric looked at his companions, Lyra, his soulmate and partner in all things, Malachi, ancient and wise, Finn, loyal and steadfast. They had come so far together, faced so much, and now they stood on the precipice of their greatest challenge yet. Chapter 42, The Final Push. The air grew thick with an oppressive energy as Aldric and his companions approached the pulsating heart of the corruption. The landscape had transformed into a nightmarish realm of twisted vegetation and writhing shadows. At the center of it all stood a massive crystalline structure, its surface crawling with tendrils of darkness. Aldric turned to his companions, his eyes blazing with determination. "This is it. Everything we've fought for comes down to this moment." Lyra squeezed his hand, her violet eyes meeting his. "Together, my love, no matter what." Gorick hefted a satchel filled with his latest alchemical concoctions, his glowing beard casting an eerie light. "Well, lad, I'd say it's time to show this corruption what happens when it messes with the united realms of Solaria and Draconia." Finn knocked an arrow, his face set in grim determination. "Whatever comes, Your Majesty, we're with you to the end." Malachi, who had shrunk himself to a more manageable size for the coming battle, rumbled his agreement. "Let us bring an end to this blight once and for all." As they began their approach, the corruption seemed to sense their presence. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and from the twisted earth erupted a horde of corrupted creatures, monstrous fusions of plant, animal, and pure darkness. "Defensive formation!" Aldric shouted, his sunborn powers flaring to life. Golden light erupted from his palms, forming a protective barrier around the group. The battle that ensued was chaos incarnate. Finn's arrows found their marks with unerring accuracy, each shot followed by a burst of purifying light. Gorick hurled vial after vial of his alchemical brews, creating explosions of multicolored flame that seared through the corrupted flesh. Malachi took to the air, his dragon fire cutting swaths through the enemy ranks, but for every creature they felled, 2 more seemed to take its place. Lyra's voice rose above the din, chanting healing spells that knitted wounds and renewed energy, her magic intertwined with Aldric's sunborn powers, creating a harmonious force that pushed back against the encroaching darkness. As they fought their way closer to the crystalline structure, Aldric felt the corruption's presence growing stronger, pressing against his mind with insidious whispers. "You cannot win, Sunborn," the voice hissed. "We are eternal. We are inevitable." Aldric gritted his teeth, pushing back against the mental assault. "We've heard that before," he growled, "and yet here we stand." A massive tendril of corruption lashed out, slamming into Aldric's shield of light. The impact sent him staggering, and he felt a sharp pain in his side. Lyra was at his side in an instant, her healing magic flowing into him. "Aldric," she said, her voice tight with concern. "We can't keep this up forever. We need to find a way to strike at the source." He nodded, his mind racing. The crystal structure seemed to pulse in time with the waves of corrupted creatures. If they could reach it, perhaps they could end this, once and for all. "Malachi," Aldric called out, "we need a path to that crystal." The dragon understood immediately. With an earth-shaking roar, Malachi unleashed a torrent of white-hot flame, carving a path through the horde of corrupted beings. "Go!" Finn shouted, loosing arrow after arrow to keep the path clear. "We'll hold them off." Aldric hesitated for a moment, looking at his friends. "I can't ask you to—" "You're not asking, lad," Goric interrupted, a fierce grin on his face despite the dire situation. "We're telling. Now get going before I decide to test my new experimental dragonfire whiskey on you instead of these beasties." With a nod of gratitude, Aldric and Lyra sprinted down the path Malachi had cleared, their combined powers forming a protective bubble around them. As they ran, Aldric could hear the sounds of battle behind them. Finn's bowstring singing, Goric's concoctions exploding, and Malachi's earth-shaking roars. They reached the base of the crystal structure, its surface writhing with dark energy. Up close, Aldric could see images flickering within its depths, twisted reflections of their world, consumed by corruption. "How do we destroy it?" Lyra asked, her voice barely audible over the chaos around them. Aldric placed his hand on the crystal surface, feeling the corruption push against his sunborn powers. "Not destroy," he said, a realization dawning. "Transform, like we did before, together." Lyra nodded, understanding immediately. She placed her hand next to his, and together they began to channel their combined powers into the crystal. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Golden light surged through the structure, battling against the darkness within. Aldric felt as if he was being pulled in 1,000 directions at once, his very essence stretching to encompass the vastness of the corruption. Through it all, Lyra's presence was his anchor. Her strength flowed into him as his flowed into her, their powers intertwining in a dance of light and magic. But the corruption fought back with terrifying force. Dark tendrils lashed out, trying to break their connection. Aldric heard Lyra cry out in pain, felt his own strength beginning to wane. Just as he thought they might be overwhelmed, a new source of power joined theirs. Aldric opened his eyes to see Malachi, Finn, and Goric surrounding them, each with a hand on the crystal. "Did you really think we'd let you have all the fun?" Goric quipped, though his voice was strained with effort. "Together," Finn said simply, his usual stoicism cracking to reveal fierce determination. Malachi's ancient voice rumbled with power. "For both our realms, for all living things." With their friend's strength added to their own, Aldric and Lyra pushed harder. The golden light grew brighter, spreading through the crystal like veins of pure radiance. The corruption shrieked and writhed, its hold on the world weakening. Aldric could feel it trying to flee, to find some dark corner where it could hide and regrow. But they pressed on, relentless in their assault. As the light reached the pinnacle of the crystal, Aldric felt something within the corruption shatter. There was a moment of absolute silence, as if the entire world held its breath. Then, with a sound like 1,000 glass panes shattering at once, the crystal structure exploded in a nova of purifying light. The shockwave swept across the corrupted lands, transforming everything it touched. Twisted vegetation straightened and bloomed. Corrupted creatures dissolved into motes of light. The very air seemed to clear, the oppressive energy replaced by a sense of renewal and hope. As the light faded, Aldric found himself on his knees, exhausted beyond measure. Lyra was beside him, her hand still clasped tightly in his. Around them, their friends looked equally drained but triumphant. "Did we?" Lyra began, her voice hoarse. "We did it," Aldric confirmed, a weary smile spreading across his face. "It's over." As they helped each other to their feet, surveying the transformed landscape around them, Aldric felt a profound sense of accomplishment and hope. The corruption had been defeated, not through destruction, but through transformation, much like the journey that had brought them all together. Chapter 43. At the Precipice. The air grew thick with an oppressive energy as Aldric and his companions pushed deeper into the heart of the corrupted lands. The landscape had transformed into a nightmarish realm of twisted vegetation and writhing shadows. At the center of it all stood a massive crystalline structure, its surface crawling with tendrils of darkness that seemed to reach out hungrily towards the approaching group. Aldric led the way, his sunborn powers creating a protective bubble of golden light that pushed back against the encroaching corruption. Lyra walked beside him, her hand firmly clasped in his, their combined powers resonating with an intensity that made the very air around them shimmer. Behind them, Malachi moved with surprising grace for his size, his keen dragon senses alert for any sign of danger. Finn scouted ahead, his years of experience evident in the way he effortlessly navigated the treacherous terrain. Goric brought up the rear, his glowing beard serving as an unlikely beacon in the murky gloom. As they approached the base of the crystalline structure, a wave of dizziness washed over Aldric. He stumbled, and Lyra quickly steadied him. "Aldric?" she asked, her voice laced with concern. "What's wrong?" He shook his head, trying to clear the fog that had suddenly descended on his mind. "I'm not sure. It's like the corruption is trying to speak to me." Malachi's rumbling voice filled the air. "Be cautious, young Sunborn. We are at the very heart of the taint. Its influence will be strongest here." Finn appeared from the shadows, his face grim. "There's an opening ahead. It looks like it leads into the center of the structure." Aldric nodded, straightening his shoulders. "Then that's where we need to go. Whatever's causing all this, whatever's behind the corruption, it's in there. We end this today." As they entered the cavernous interior of the crystal, the oppressive atmosphere intensified. The walls pulsed with an otherworldly light, casting eerie shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. At the center of the chamber stood a swirling vortex of pure corruption, its dark energy spiraling upwards into the heights of the structure. "By all the dragons!" Goric breathed, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. "It's beautiful, in a terrifying, world-ending sort of way." Aldric stepped forward, his sunborn powers flaring brightly in response to the concentrated corruption. As he neared the vortex, a voice that was not quite a voice filled his mind. "Sunborn," it hissed, the sound seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have come far, little Lightbringer, but do you truly understand what you face, what you are?" Aldric gritted his teeth, pushing back against the mental intrusion. "I know enough. I know you're a threat to everything we've built, everything we love, and I'm here to stop you." The voice laughed, a sound like shattering glass that sent shivers down Aldric's spine. Stop us? Oh, foolish child. We are not some external force to be vanquished. We are a part of you, a part of everything. Just as light casts shadows, life breeds corruption. It is the natural order of things. Confusion and doubt began to creep into Aldric's mind. He felt Lyra's hand tighten in his, her presence anchoring him against the corruption's influence. "What are you talking about?" Aldric demanded, his voice echoing through the chamber. "The Sunborn powers have always been a force for good, for purification." The corruption's response came not in words, but in a flood of images that overwhelmed Aldric's senses. He saw flashes of the past, the first Sunborn, harnessing the power of light to push back the primordial darkness. But as the light spread, so too did the shadows deepen. With each act of purification, the corruption grew stronger, feeding off the imbalance. "You see now, don't you?" The voice whispered. "The Sunborn and the corruption are two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. In your quest to purify the world, you have only strengthened us." Aldric fell to his knees, the weight of this revelation threatening to crush him. Everything he had believed about his powers, about his destiny, was being turned on its head. Lyra knelt beside him, her violet eyes filled with determination. "Aldric, listen to me. Whatever this thing is saying, whatever it's showing you, remember who you are. Remember what we've accomplished together." Malachi's voice joined hers, the ancient dragon's wisdom cutting through Aldric's confusion. "The corruption speaks in half-truths, young Sunborn. Yes, light and darkness are intertwined, but that doesn't mean they must be in conflict. There is a balance to be struck." Finn, ever practical, added his own perspective. "Think about it, Your Majesty. If the corruption were truly invincible, truly a natural part of the world, why would it be trying so hard to discourage you? You've hurt it before. You can do it again." Goric, his beard glowing brighter than ever, chimed in with his unique brand of encouragement. "Besides, lad, if we're going to be facing cosmic forces of light and darkness, I'd much rather be on Team Sunborn. The corruption's color scheme is terribly drab." As his friend's words washed over him, Aldric felt his resolve strengthening. He stood, his Sunborn powers blazing to life with renewed intensity. "You're right," he said, his voice growing stronger with each word. "The Sunborn powers and the corruption might be connected, but that doesn't mean we're destined to be enemies. There's another way." He turned to face the swirling vortex of corruption, his eyes blazing with golden light. "You say we're two sides of the same coin. Then let's find a way to coexist, to bring balance instead of endless conflict." The corruption's response was immediate and violent. Tendrils of darkness lashed out, trying to engulf Aldric and his companions. But they were ready. Lyra's hand found Aldric's, their combined powers creating a shield of pure light that pushed back against the encroaching shadows. Malachi unleashed a torrent of dragonfire, its purifying heat searing away corrupted growths. Finn's arrows, imbued with a spark of Sunborn energy, found their marks with unerring accuracy, and Goric, in a moment of either brilliance or madness, hurled a concoction into the heart of the vortex that exploded in a burst of cleansing light. As the battle raged, Aldric felt a change coming over him. The Sunborn powers were evolving, responding to his newfound understanding. Instead of simply pushing back the darkness, he found himself able to channel it, to redirect its energy into something new. With a shout that shook the very foundations of the crystal structure, Aldric released a wave of power unlike anything he had ever experienced. Golden light and shadow intertwined, spreading outward in a rapidly expanding sphere. As the energy washed over the corrupted lands, Aldric could feel the change taking place. The twisted vegetation didn't simply wither away, but transformed, taking on new forms that blended elements of light and darkness. The corrupted creatures that had plagued them dissolved, their essence reintegrating into the newly balanced ecosystem. When the light faded, Aldric found himself standing in a landscape that was neither purely corrupted nor blindingly pure. Instead, it was a harmonious blend of both, teeming with new forms of life that seemed to thrive in the balance between light and shadow. Exhausted but triumphant, Aldric turned to his companions. Their faces showed a mixture of awe, relief, and lingering confusion. What just happened?" Goric asked, his singed beard still smoking slightly. Aldric smiled, feeling a profound sense of peace settling over him. "We found the balance," he said simply. "The Sunborn powers weren't meant to eradicate the darkness, but to work in harmony with it. And in doing so, we've created something entirely new." As they surveyed the transformed land around them, Aldric knew that their journey was far from over. There would be much to learn about this new balance, and undoubtedly new challenges to face. But with Lyra by his side, and their friends supporting them, he felt ready for whatever the future might hold. Chapter 44. Light and Shadow. The air crackled with tension as Aldric, Lyra, and their companions stood at the threshold of the corruption's innermost sanctum. The pulsing heart of darkness lay before them, a swirling vortex of malevolent energy that seemed to devour light itself. Aldric's sunborn powers flared instinctively, creating a protective aura around the group. He felt Lyra's hand slip into his, their combined energies resonating with newfound strength. "This is it," Aldric said, his voice steady despite the gravity of the moment. "Whatever happens, we face it together." Lyra nodded, her violet eyes shimmering with determination. "Together," she echoed. As they stepped forward, the corruption reacted violently. Tendrils of darkness lashed out, forcing the group to scatter. Malachi unleashed a torrent of dragonfire, momentarily illuminating the cavernous chamber. Finn's arrows, imbued with a spark of sunborn energy, found their marks with unerring accuracy. Goric, his glowing beard serving as an unlikely beacon, hurled vial after vial of his alchemical concoctions. "Take that, ye corrupted nightmare!" the dwarf shouted as multicolored explosions lit up the darkness. At the center of it all, Aldric and Lyra moved in perfect synchronization. Their combined powers created a swirling vortex of golden light that pushed back against the encroaching shadows. For every tendril of corruption they severed, two more seemed to take its place. As they fought their way closer to the heart of the corruption, a voice that was not quite a voice filled their minds. "Foolish children of light," it hissed, "you cannot hope to destroy us. We are eternal, inevitable, the shadow that exists wherever there is light." Aldric gritted his teeth, pushing back against the mental assault. "We're not here to destroy you," he shouted. "We're here to restore balance." The corruption seemed to pause, as if considering his words. Then, with renewed fury, it lashed out. A massive tendril of pure darkness slammed into Aldric's shield of light, sending him staggering backward. "Aldric!" Lyra cried out, rushing to his side. As she helped him to his feet, her eyes widened in horror. Where the corruption had touched him, tendrils of darkness were spreading across his skin. "It's trying to corrupt him!" Malachi roared, unleashing another blast of dragonfire to keep the encroaching darkness at bay. Lyra placed her hands on Aldric's chest, channeling her power into him. The golden light of their combined energies fought against the spreading corruption, but it was a losing battle. "Lyra," Aldric gasped, his voice strained. "I can feel it. Trying to take control. You have to end this, without me if necessary." Tears streamed down Lyra's face as she shook her head vehemently. "No, I won't lose you. There has to be another way." As their companions fought desperately to hold back the tide of corruption, Lyra's mind raced. Then, in a moment of clarity, she understood what needed to be done. "Aldric," she said, her voice filled with a mix of love and sorrow, "do you trust me?" Despite the pain racking his body, Aldric managed a smile. "With my life," he whispered. Lyra took a deep breath, steeling herself for what was to come. "Then forgive me for this." Before Aldric could react, Lyra plunged her hand into the corruption spreading across his chest. The darkness surged up her arm, eager to claim another victim. But instead of fighting it, Lyra embraced it. "Lyra, no!" Aldric cried out, realizing her intention too late. As the corruption flowed into her, Lyra channeled every ounce of her power into Aldric. Their energies merged in a blinding flash of light and shadow, creating a perfect balance of opposing forces. The voice of the corruption screamed in their minds, a sound of both agony and ecstasy. "What is this? What have you done?" Aldric and Lyra stood at the eye of the storm, their bodies glowing with an otherworldly light. Where they touched, neither light nor shadow could fully dominate. "You were right," Aldric said, his voice echoing with power. "Light cannot exist without shadow, but neither can shadow exist without light." "We are the balance," Lyra continued, her eyes now swirling pools of violet and black. "The bridge between two worlds." Together, they reached out towards the heart of the corruption. As their hands made contact with the pulsing core, a shockwave of energy exploded outward. Malachi, Finn, and Goric were thrown back, shielded at the last moment by a bubble of golden light. When the dust settled, the chamber had been transformed. The oppressive darkness was gone, replaced by a soft, twilight glow. At the center stood Aldric and Lyra, their bodies shimmering with a mix of light and shadow. What happened?" Goric asked, his singed beard smoking slightly as he picked himself up. Malachi's ancient eyes widened in understanding. "They've done it," the dragon rumbled. "They've restored the balance." Finn approached cautiously, his bow still at the ready. "Your Majesties," he called out, "are you still you?" Aldric turned to face his friends, his eyes now a swirling mix of gold and shadow. "We are," he said, his voice carrying an echo of something ancient and powerful. "But we are also more." Lyra nodded, squeezing Aldric's hand. "The corruption wasn't something to be destroyed," she explained. "It was a force out of balance, just as the light had become too dominant in our world. By accepting both aspects," Aldric continued, "we've restored the natural order, light and shadow, creation and destruction, in perfect harmony." As the group made their way out of the chamber, they found the landscape already beginning to change. The twisted, corrupted growth was receding, replaced by a new kind of vegetation that seemed to thrive in the balance between light and shadow. Malachi landed beside them, his scales shimmering in the twilight. "You've reshaped the very fabric of our world," the dragon said, awe evident in his voice. "The ramifications of this will be felt for generations to come." Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look, the weight of their choices settling upon them. "It won't be an easy path," Aldric admitted. "Our people will need to learn to live in this new balance." "But we'll face it together," Lyra added, a small smile playing at her lips, "as we always have." As they prepared to return home, to a kingdom that would undoubtedly be forever changed, Aldric couldn't help but marvel at the journey that had brought them here. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a quest to reshape the very foundations of their world. Chapter 45. the price of victory. The golden light of dawn broke over a landscape forever changed. Where once stood a writhing mass of corruption, now lay a field of purified earth, slowly coming back to life. Aldric, Lyra, and their companions stood at the center of it all, exhausted but triumphant. As the adrenaline of battle faded, the true cost of their victory began to sink in. Aldric looked around at his friends, noting the injuries and fatigue etched on their faces. Malachi's scales were scorched in several places, while Finn nursed a badly wounded arm. Gorik's usually vibrant beard was singed and smoking, his alchemical supplies depleted. Lyra leaned heavily against Aldric, her violet eyes clouded with exhaustion. "We did it," she whispered, her voice hoarse from hours of spellcasting. "We actually did it." Aldric nodded, pulling her close. Yes, but at what cost? As if in answer to his question, a pained groan drew their attention. A few yards away, partially hidden by a fallen tree, lay a figure they had almost forgotten in the chaos of battle. Gorik's corrupted assistant, Thorn. The group rushed to his side, Lyra already summoning what remained of her healing magic. As the purifying light washed over him, Thorn's features began to shift, the taint of corruption slowly receding. What happened?" Thorn mumbled, his eyes fluttering open. "The last thing I remember is the laboratory. An explosion." Gorik knelt beside his friend, tears streaming down his soot-stained face. "It's all right, lad. You're safe now. The corruption, it took you for a while, but we got you back." As Thorn was tended to, Aldric pulled Finn aside. "What's the damage?" he asked, bracing himself for the worst. Finn's usually stoic expression was grim. "We lost a third of our forces in the final push. The dragons took heavy casualties covering our retreat from the corruption's last stand. And the land..." He gestured to the devastation around them. "It will take years, maybe decades, to fully recover." Aldric felt the weight of responsibility settle heavily on his shoulders. "And the surrounding kingdoms. How far did the corruption spread before we contained it?" "Reports are still coming in," Finn replied, "but it's not good. Several border towns were completely overrun. We managed to evacuate most, but not all." The gravity of the situation hung in the air between them. Aldric knew that as king, the ultimate responsibility for both their victory and its cost lay with him. Malachi approached, his massive form casting a shadow over the group. "Young Sunborn," the dragon rumbled, his voice tinged with both pride and sorrow. "You have accomplished what many thought impossible, but the road ahead will not be easy." Aldric nodded, squaring his shoulders. "I know. We've won the battle, but now we face an even greater challenge, rebuilding and healing our world." As they began to organize their remaining forces and tend to the wounded, Lyra pulled Aldric aside. Her eyes were filled with a mix of love and concern. "Aldric," she said softly, cupping his face in her hands. "I can see you taking all of this on yourself. Remember, we're in this together. The burden of rebuilding doesn't rest solely on your shoulders." Aldric leaned into her touch, drawing strength from her presence. "I know, it's just seeing the destruction, knowing how many lives were lost or forever changed, it's overwhelming." Lyra nodded, understanding in her eyes. "It is, but think of how many more would have been lost if we hadn't stopped the corruption here. We made the best choices we could with the information we had." Their moment was interrupted by a commotion near the edge of the clearing. A group of survivors from a nearby village had arrived, their faces a mix of awe and fear as they took in the aftermath of the battle. An elderly woman stepped forward, her weathered face streaked with tears. "Your Majesty," she said, her voice quavering, "is it true? Is the corruption finally defeated?" Aldric approached her, taking her gnarled hands in his. "It is," he confirmed, his voice carrying to the gathered crowd. "The threat has been neutralized, but I know that victory comes at a great cost to many of you. We will do everything in our power to help you rebuild and recover." A murmur ran through the crowd, a mix of relief, grief, and cautious hope. Aldric felt the familiar warmth of his sunborn powers rising within him. Without conscious thought, a soft golden glow began to emanate from his skin, reaching out to touch each person present. For a moment they all felt connected, humans, dragons, and every being in between. The shared pain of their losses mingled with the joy of survival and the determination to rebuild. As the light faded, Aldric addressed the crowd once more. "We have faced our greatest challenge and emerged victorious, but our work is far from over. The road ahead will be long and difficult, but I promise you this, we will walk it together. Human and dragon, noble and commoner, we are all united in our desire to heal our lands and create a better future for all." A cheer went up from the crowd, the first real celebration since the battle's end. As Aldric turned back to his companions, he saw a mix of emotions on their faces: pride, exhaustion, and a steely determination to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Goric, supporting the still weak Thorn, managed a weary grin. "Well, lad, I'd say this calls for a drink. Think we could whip up some of that dragonfire whiskey to lift everyone's spirits?" Despite the gravity of the situation, laughter rippled through the group. Even Finn cracked a smile, shaking his head in fond exasperation. As they began to make plans for the immediate future, setting up field hospitals, organizing supply lines, and dispatching messengers to the surrounding kingdoms, Aldric felt a renewed sense of purpose. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a quest to save not just one kingdom, but an entire world. And though the price of victory had been high, Aldric knew that with Lyra by his side and their friends supporting them, they could face any challenge that lay ahead. The sun climbed higher in the sky, its warm rays beginning to breathe life back into the purified earth. As Aldric watched new growth already starting to sprout from the cleansed soil, he allowed himself a moment of hope. The corruption had been defeated, but the true test of their unity and strength was just beginning. Chapter 46: A New Dawn. The first rays of sunlight crept over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. Aldric stood on the balcony of the newly rebuilt Hall of Unity, surveying the landscape that stretched before him. The scars of corruption were still visible, but new growth had begun to emerge, a testament to the resilience of both the land and its people. Lyra joined him, slipping her hand into his. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" she said softly. "To see life returning after so much darkness." Aldric nodded, squeezing her hand gently. "It is, but we still have a long way to go." As if on cue, a commotion erupted in the courtyard below. They looked down to see a group of human farmers arguing heatedly with a young dragon. Aldric sighed, recognizing the familiar signs of tension that had become all too common in recent weeks. "Shall we?" Lyra asked, a wry smile playing on her lips. Together, they made their way down to the courtyard. As they approached, the argument grew louder and more heated. "You can't just land wherever you please," one of the farmers shouted, brandishing a pitchfork. "You've trampled half our crops." The dragon, barely more than an adolescent, puffed up indignantly. "This was Dragonland long before your kind started planting your paltry vegetables here." Aldric stepped forward, his sunborn powers instinctively flaring to life. A soft golden glow emanated from his skin, its warmth seeming to calm the agitated group. "Friends," he said, his voice carrying the weight of authority tempered with compassion. "What seems to be the problem here?" The farmer turned to Aldric, bowing hastily. "Your Majesty, this dragon landed right in the middle of our fields. We've worked for months to replant after the corruption, and now half our harvest is ruined." The young dragon snorted, a puff of smoke curling from his nostrils. "These fields were part of our ancestral hunting grounds. We have as much right to be here as they do." Lyra stepped forward, her violet eyes scanning the damaged crops. "Perhaps," she said thoughtfully, "there's a way we can turn this into an opportunity rather than a conflict." All eyes turned to her, curiosity replacing anger. Lyra continued, "Dragonfire, when properly controlled, can enrich the soil and speed up growth, and dragon wings can help distribute seeds over a wider area more quickly than human hands alone." The farmers and the young dragon exchanged uncertain glances. Aldric, catching on to Lyra's idea, added, "What if we established a joint farming initiative? Humans and dragons working together to cultivate crops that benefit both our peoples?" For a moment, silence reigned. Then slowly, the tension began to dissipate. The lead farmer scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Well, I suppose having a dragon around might help keep the pests away from the crops." The young dragon's eyes lit up. "And I could learn more about human agriculture. My clan has always been curious about your farming techniques." As the group began to discuss the logistics of this new arrangement, Aldric felt a surge of hope. It was moments like these, small victories in the face of centuries of mistrust, that made all their struggles worthwhile. The rest of the day passed in a blur of meetings and negotiations. The recovery efforts were well underway, but new challenges seemed to arise at every turn. In the Grand Council chamber, Aldric and Lyra sat with representatives from both human and dragon communities, addressing concerns and mediating disputes. "The integration of our magical practices is proceeding well," reported Lady Alara, the head of the newly formed Joint Arcane Academy. "However, we're facing some resistance from more traditional practitioners on both sides." Malachi, who had taken on a smaller form to fit comfortably in the chamber, rumbled his agreement. "Change is never easy, especially for those set in their ways, but we must persist. The combined strength of human and dragon magic is our best defense against any future threats." As the discussion continued, touching on everything from trade agreements to cultural exchange programs, Aldric found himself marveling at how far they had come. Just a year ago, the idea of humans and dragons sitting together in peaceful council would have seemed impossible. Yet challenges remained. As the meeting drew to a close, Finn approached Aldric, his expression grave. "Your Majesty," he said in a low voice, "we've received reports of unrest in the outer provinces. Some factions are resistant to the changes we're implementing." Aldric nodded, having expected such news. "Gather more information," he instructed. "We need to address these concerns before they escalate into something more serious." As the council members filed out, Goric burst into the room, his beard singed and smoking slightly. "Your Majesties!" he exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. "I've done it. I've created a potion that can accelerate the purification of corrupted land." Before anyone could stop him, the dwarf uncorked a vial and poured its contents onto a potted plant in the corner of the room. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like 1,000 wind chimes being struck at once, the plant began to grow at an alarming rate, its vines quickly covering the nearby wall. "Goric," Lyra said, her voice a mix of amusement and exasperation, "perhaps next time we could test your inventions in a more controlled environment?" As they worked to contain the rapidly expanding plant, Aldric couldn't help but laugh. Even in the face of daunting challenges, Moments like these reminded him of the joy and wonder that came with building this new world. That evening, exhausted but satisfied with the day's progress, Aldric and Lyra retired to their private chambers. As they prepared for bed, Lyra turned to Aldric, her expression serious. "Do you ever wonder," she asked softly, "if we're doing the right thing? If we can really make this work in the long term?" Aldric was quiet for a moment, considering her words. Then he pulled her close, resting his forehead against hers. "I do wonder," he admitted. "The path ahead is far from easy. But then I think of all we've accomplished already, the lives we've changed, the bridges we've built, and I know that no matter what challenges we face, we'll face them together." Lyra smiled, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Together," she echoed, sealing the promise with a kiss. As they drifted off to sleep, Aldric's mind turned to the future. The corruption had been defeated, but new threats would undoubtedly arise. The work of maintaining peace between two long-divided peoples was a never-ending task. Yet as he held Lyra in his arms, feeling the steady beat of her heart against his, Aldric knew that they were equal to the challenge. Chapter 47. Echoes of Change. 5 years had passed since the fateful day when Aldric and his companions had vanquished the heart of the corruption. The United Kingdoms of Solaria and Draconia had flourished in ways few could have imagined, the bonds between humans and dragons growing stronger with each passing season. On a bright summer morning, Aldric stood on the balcony of the newly constructed Unity Spire, a towering structure that seamlessly blended human architecture with draconic design. The city below was a testament to their hard-won peace. Humans and dragons moved about their daily lives in harmony, the once separate societies now beautifully intertwined. Lyra joined him, their young daughter, Arya, cradled in her arms. The child was a wonder, her eyes shimmering with a mix of Aldric's golden sunborn light and Lyra's deep violet magic. "It's amazing, isn't it?" Lyra said softly, gazing out at the thriving city. "Sometimes I still can't believe how far we've come." Aldric nodded, wrapping an arm around his family. "It hasn't been easy, but it's been worth every challenge." Their moment of peace was interrupted by a familiar voice bellowing from below. "Your Majesties, you might want to come see this. I've made a breakthrough." Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look of amused exasperation. "What do you think it is this time?" Lyra asked, a smile playing at her lips. "With Goric, it could be anything from a revolutionary new form of dragonfire whiskey to an accidental portal to another dimension," Aldric chuckled. They made their way down to the courtyard, where they found Goric surrounded by a mix of curious humans and dragons. The dwarf's beard, still faintly glowing from some long-ago alchemical mishap, was singed at the edges. "Behold!" Goric exclaimed, holding up a small pulsing crystal. "I call it the harmonic resonator. It can amplify the natural magical frequencies of both humans and dragons, allowing for unprecedented levels of cooperative spellcasting." Before anyone could stop him, Goric activated the device. A wave of multicolored energy burst forth, washing over the assembled crowd. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like 1,000 wind chimes being struck at once, every human and dragon present found themselves hovering a few feet off the ground. "Oops," Goric said sheepishly, as people and dragons alike flailed in midair. "Slight miscalculation on the resonance frequency. Nothing to worry about. The effect should wear off in, an hour or two?" Aldric couldn't help but laugh as he used his sunborn powers to gently lower everyone back to the ground. "Goric, my friend, your inventions never fail to keep life interesting." As they worked to contain the aftermath of Goric's latest experiment, a messenger arrived, out of breath, and wide-eyed. "Your Majesty," he panted, bowing hastily. "Urgent news from the far northern borders. There's been a disturbance." Aldric's expression turned serious. "What kind of disturbance?" The messenger hesitated, glancing nervously at the assembled crowd. "Perhaps it would be best discussed in private, sire." Aldric nodded, exchanging a concerned look with Lyra. They retreated to a nearby chamber, joined by Finn, who had appeared silently, as he always did, when trouble was brewing. "Speak freely," Aldric said once they were alone. The messenger took a deep breath. "There have been reports of strange lights in the sky, sire, and creatures unlike anything we've seen before. They're not corrupted, exactly, but they're not natural either. It's as if they've come from somewhere else entirely." A heavy silence fell over the room as the implications of this news sank in. Finn was the first to speak, his voice grim. "Could it be a new form of corruption? Something we missed?" Lyra shook her head, bouncing Arya gently as the child began to fuss. "No, this feels different. The corruption was a force of nature, twisted and amplified. This sounds more like—" "An invasion," Aldric finished, his mind racing with possibilities. "Or at the very least, an incursion from somewhere beyond our world." The gravity of the situation settled over them like a heavy cloak. They had faced world-ending threats before, had united two long-divided peoples, but this was something entirely new. "We'll need to investigate immediately," Aldric said, already formulating plans. "Finn, assemble a scouting party, mix of humans and dragons, our best and most discreet. We need more information before we can decide how to proceed." Finn nodded, disappearing as silently as he had arrived to carry out his orders. Lyra stepped closer to Aldric, her free hand finding his. "You're going, aren't you?" It wasn't really a question. Aldric met her gaze, seeing the mix of worry and determination in her violet eyes. "I have to. Whatever this is, my sunborn powers might be our best defense, and if it's truly a threat from beyond our world, then we face it together," Lyra finished, "as we always have." They shared a brief tender kiss, little Arya cooing softly between them. As they parted, Aldric felt the familiar surge of their combined powers, a warmth that filled him with hope and strength. "I'll make preparations," Lyra said, "and I'll keep things running smoothly here while you're gone. Just come back to us, Aldric. Whatever's out there, whatever we're facing, remember that you have a family waiting for you." Aldric nodded, his throat tight with emotion. "Always," he promised. As word spread of the impending expedition, the Unity Spire buzzed with activity. Malachi, who had been overseeing dragon integration efforts in a distant province, returned with all haste. The ancient dragon's eyes gleamed with a mix of concern and excitement as Aldric briefed him on the situation. "A challenge from beyond our world," Malachi rumbled thoughtfully. "Perhaps this is why the Sunborn powers have persisted, even after the corruption was defeated. You were meant for more than just uniting our peoples, young king." Goric, predictably, was beside himself with enthusiasm. "Just think of the possibilities," the dwarf exclaimed, already packing various mysterious vials and contraptions. "New worlds to explore, new forms of magic to study. Why, we might even discover an entirely new form of dragon fire whiskey." Despite the gravity of the situation, Aldric couldn't help but smile at his friend's irrepressible spirit. It was that very mix of curiosity and courage that had seen them through their darkest hours. As the expedition prepared to depart, Aldric found himself once again on the balcony of the Unity Spire. The sun was setting, painting the sky in hues of gold and purple that reminded him of his and Lyra's combined powers. He felt her presence before he saw her, a warmth at his side that had nothing to do with the fading sunlight. "Are you ready?" Lyra asked softly. Aldric took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the city they had built together. "As ready as I can be. Whatever's out there, whatever we're facing, I know we can handle it. We've overcome so much already." Lyra leaned into him, Arya sleeping peacefully in her arms. "Just remember, my love, no matter how far you go, no matter what strange worlds you might see, you always have a home here, with us." As the last light of day faded and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Aldric felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. Chapter 48, Legacy of the Sunborn. The sun was setting over the United Kingdoms of Solaria and Draconia, painting the sky in hues of gold and violet that seemed to mirror the intertwined powers of Aldric and Lyra. From the balcony of the Unity Spire, the royal couple watched as dragons and humans alike went about their evening routines in the bustling city below. Aldric's arm was wrapped around Lyra's waist, her head resting comfortably on his shoulder. 20 years had passed since their fateful battle against the heart of the corruption, and while time had left its mark on them both, their bond remained as strong as ever. "Do you ever wonder," Lyra mused, her violet eyes reflecting the fading sunlight, "what our younger selves would think if they could see us now?" Aldric chuckled, the sound warm and rich. "They'd probably think we were mad. A human and dragon kingdom united? A world where corruption is a distant memory. It would have seemed impossible." "And yet, here we are," Lyra said, a smile playing on her lips. She turned to face him, reaching up to trace the lines that had formed at the corners of his eyes. "Though I must say, I didn't expect the Sunborn to go grey quite so charmingly." Aldric laughed, pulling her closer. "Well, my queen, I'd say we've earned every one of these grey hairs, and you're as beautiful as the day I met you." Their moment was interrupted by the sound of running feet and excited chatter. They turned to see their twin children, Arya and Edric, burst onto the balcony, followed closely by a young dragon about the size of a large dog. "Mom! Dad!" Arya exclaimed, her golden eyes shining with excitement. "You won't believe what happened during our lesson with Uncle Goric today." Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look of amused trepidation. Even after all these years, Goric's lessons tended to be more explosive than educational. "Oh?" Lyra asked, raising an eyebrow. "And what exactly did your uncle teach you this time?" Edric, his violet eyes so like his mother's, could barely contain his glee. "He showed us how to combine Sunborn energy with dragon fire to create the most amazing fireworks." The young dragon, named Spark, nodded enthusiastically, small puffs of smoke escaping his nostrils. "It was incredible. The colors were like nothing I've ever seen before." Aldric pinched the bridge of his nose, though he couldn't quite suppress his smile. "I see. And I don't suppose Uncle Goric mentioned that such experiments should only be conducted under strict supervision?" The children's guilty expressions told him all he needed to know. Lyra laughed, shaking her head fondly. "Well, I suppose it's time for another talk with our enthusiastic dwarf friend about appropriate lessons for 12-year-olds. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Aldric gathered his family close. "How about we all go down to the gardens? I think it's time for a different kind of lesson." The children cheered, always eager for their father's stories. As they made their way through the Unity Spire, Aldric and Lyra exchanged fond glances, remembering all the adventures that had led them to this moment. In the palace gardens, now a harmonious blend of human horticulture and draconic flora, the family settled on a grassy knoll. Spark curled up beside the twins, his scales shimmering in the soft light of the magical lanterns that illuminated the paths. "Today," Aldric began, his voice taking on the tone that always captivated his children, "I want to tell you about the true power of the Sunborn Legacy. It's not just about the ability to communicate with dragons or to purify corruption. It's about bringing people together, about finding strength in our differences." Lyra nodded, picking up the thread of the story. "When your father and I first met, our worlds were separate. Humans feared dragons, and dragons saw humans as little more than pests. But through understanding, through friendship and love, we found a way to bridge that gap." As they recounted their adventures, from Aldric's first journey to Draconia to their final battle against the corruption, the children listened with rapt attention. Spark's eyes grew wide as they described the massive dragons and fearsome battles, while Arya and Edric gasped at the moments of peril and cheered at each triumph. "But the most important lesson," Aldric said, his voice growing serious, "is that true strength comes from unity. The Sunborn powers are a gift, yes, but they're not what make us special. It's our ability to bring people together, to see the best in others, and to help them see it in themselves." Lyra reached out, taking Aldric's hand in hers. As their fingers intertwined, a soft golden glow emanated from their joined hands. "This is the legacy we want to pass on to you," she said softly. "Not just the power, but the responsibility that comes with it." Arya leaned forward, her eyes shining with curiosity. "But how do we do that, Mom? How do we bring people together like you and Dad did?" Aldric smiled, reaching out to ruffle his daughter's hair. "It starts with small things. Being kind to those who are different from you. Listening to others, even when you disagree. Standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult. And most importantly," Lyra added, "never forgetting that every person and dragon has value. That diversity is what makes our kingdom strong." As the night deepened and the magical lanterns glowed brighter, Aldric and Lyra continued to share their wisdom with the next generation. They spoke of the challenges they had faced, not just in battle, but in the years of peace that followed. The delicate balance of maintaining harmony between two very different cultures, the constant vigilance against the resurgence of corruption, and the everyday trials of ruling a kingdom. But through it all, their message remained the same. Together, anything was possible. As the children began to yawn, their eyes heavy with sleep but their minds full of wonder, Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look of profound love and gratitude. This was their true legacy, not the battles won or the kingdoms united, but the values they instilled in their children and in all those whose lives they touched. "All right, young ones," Lyra said, rising gracefully to her feet. "I think it's time for bed. You have an early lesson with Malachi tomorrow, and you know how grumpy he gets when his students are late." As they made their way back to the palace, Arya and Edric chattering excitedly about all they had learned, Aldric and Lyra lingered behind. Under the starlit sky, surrounded by the beauty of the gardens they had helped create, they shared a tender kiss. "We did it, didn't we?" Aldric murmured, his forehead resting against Lyra's. "We really changed the world." Lyra smiled, her violet eyes shimmering with unshed tears of joy. "We did, and we're still changing it, every day, through our children, through every life we touch." As they followed their family into the Unity Spire, Aldric felt a familiar warmth in his chest. The Sunborn powers might have started him on this journey, but it was love, for Lyra, for their children, for their people, that had truly transformed their world. Chapter 49. Epilogue. The cycle continues. 20 years had passed since Aldric and Lyra's fateful battle against the heart of the corruption. The united kingdoms of Solaria and Draconia had flourished beyond anyone's wildest dreams, becoming a beacon of harmony between humans and dragons. On a bright summer morning, Aldric stood on the balcony of the Unity Spire, surveying the thriving city below. The capital had transformed into a marvel of integrated architecture, with soaring towers designed to accommodate beings of all sizes. Dragons and humans moved about their daily lives in perfect synchronicity, a sight that still filled Aldric's heart with pride and wonder. "Lost in thought again, my love?" Lyra's voice pulled him from his reverie. She joined him on the balcony, her violet hair now streaked with dignified strands of silver. Aldric smiled, pulling her close. "Just marveling at how far we've come. Sometimes I still can't believe it's real." Their moment was interrupted by the excited shouts of children. They turned to see their twins, Arya and Edric, now 18 years old, landing on the balcony atop their young dragon companions. "Mom! Dad!" Arya called out, her golden eyes shining with excitement. "You won't believe what we found on our patrol of the outer provinces." Edric, his violet eyes so like his mother's, could barely contain his enthusiasm. "It's incredible. We think it might be a new form of magical energy, unlike anything we've seen before." Aldric and Lyra exchanged a look of both pride and concern. Their children had inherited not only their magical abilities, but also their penchant for adventure. "Slow down," Lyra said, her voice a mix of amusement and caution. "Start from the beginning. What exactly did you find?" As the twins launched into a detailed explanation, complete with enthusiastic gestures and occasional interjections from their dragon companions, Aldric felt a familiar warmth in his chest. The Sunborn powers that had once been his alone now flowed through his children, manifesting in unique and wonderful ways. Their excited chatter was interrupted by the arrival of Malachi, now truly ancient but still as imposing as ever. The great dragon landed gracefully on the reinforced balcony, his scales shimmering in the morning sun. "Young Sunborns," he rumbled, his eyes twinkling with amusement at the term he still used for Aldric and Lyra's children. "Your discovery has caused quite a stir among the dragon elders. They're clamoring for a full investigation." Before Aldric could respond, a small explosion rocked the tower, followed by a familiar voice shouting, "It's under control. Just a small calibration issue." Aldric couldn't help but laugh. "It seems Goric is at it again. Some things truly never change." As if summoned by his name, the dwarf appeared, his beard now white, but still faintly glowing from years of alchemical experiments. "Your Majesties, young ones, you won't believe the breakthrough I've just made in cross-species magical resonance." The balcony quickly became a hub of excited discussion, with Goric's enthusiastic explanations overlapping with the twins' account of their discovery. Aldric felt a surge of joy at the scene before him, the perfect embodiment of the world they had worked so hard to create. Later that evening, as the excitement died down and plans were made for a proper expedition to investigate the twins' finding, Aldric and Lyra found a quiet moment alone in their chambers. "Do you think it's happening again?" Lyra asked softly, her eyes meeting Aldric's with a mix of excitement and trepidation. A new adventure, a new threat to face. Aldric was quiet for a moment, considering. "I'm not sure," he admitted, "but whatever it is, I know our children are ready to face it. We've prepared them as best we could." Lyra nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. "They certainly have your courage, and my curiosity. A dangerous combination, if I recall correctly." Aldric laughed, pulling her close. "Indeed, but it served us well, didn't it?" As they held each other, Aldric felt the familiar resonance of their combined powers. Even after all these years, their connection remained as strong as ever. "Whatever comes next," Lyra murmured, "we'll face it together, all of us." The next morning, as preparations for the expedition began in earnest, Aldric called a meeting of the Council of Unity. The Grand Chamber, once a novelty, was now a familiar sight. Humans and dragons of all ages and backgrounds gathered to discuss matters of importance to both kingdoms. "Friends," Aldric began, his voice carrying easily through the hall, "we stand at the threshold of a new era. The peace and prosperity we have built together over these past 2 decades is a testament to the strength of our unity, but we must not grow complacent." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembly. Aldric continued, "The discovery made by my children and their companions suggests that there are still wonders, and perhaps dangers, in our world that we do not yet understand. It is our responsibility, as guardians of this united realm, to meet these new challenges with the same courage and compassion that brought us together." As the council debated the best course of action, Aldric felt a swell of pride. The seeds of cooperation they had planted all those years ago had grown into a mighty tree, its roots deep and its branches reaching ever skyward. The meeting concluded with a decision to send a joint expedition, led by Arya and Edric, under the guidance of Malachi, to investigate the source of the new energy. As the council members filed out, Aldric was approached by an elderly human sage and a dragon scholar, both looking excited. "Your Majesty," the sage said, her eyes bright with intellectual curiosity, "we believe this discovery could revolutionize our understanding of magic itself. The implications for both human and dragon societies are staggering." The dragon nodded in agreement, smoke curling from his nostrils in his excitement. "Indeed, it could be the key to unlocking new forms of healing magic, or perhaps even ways to strengthen the barriers against any resurgence of corruption." As Aldric listened to their theories, he felt a familiar stirring in his heart, the call of adventure, the thrill of the unknown. Though his days of leading expeditions into danger were behind him, he knew that the torch had been passed to a new generation, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. That evening, as the sun set over the United Kingdoms, Aldric and Lyra stood once more on the balcony of the Unity Spire. Below them, the city buzzed with excitement over the upcoming expedition. Humans and dragons worked side by side, preparing supplies and poring over maps. "Do you ever miss it?" Lyra asked, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. "The adventure, the unknown?" Aldric smiled, taking her hand in his. "Sometimes," he admitted. "But then I look at all we've built, at our children, and the world they're growing into, and I know that this is the greatest adventure of all." As if on cue, a distant explosion echoed across the city, followed by Gorik's voice. "It's fine. Everything's under control. Just a small, preview of the expedition's supplies." Aldric and Lyra burst into laughter, the sound carrying on the warm evening breeze. Whatever the future held, new magical discoveries, potential threats, or simply the day-to-day challenges of maintaining their hard-won peace, they would face it as they always had, together, with love, courage, and perhaps a touch of dwarven-induced chaos. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and violet that seemed to mirror the combined powers of the Sunborn Legacy. As darkness fell and the first stars began to twinkle overhead, Aldric felt a sense of peace and anticipation. The adventure that had begun with a restless prince's dreams had become a legacy of unity, courage, and hope. And now, as a new chapter was about to unfold, Aldric knew that the greatest stories of their united realm were still waiting to be written. With Lyra by his side, their children ready to take on the mantle of leadership, and the combined strength of humans and dragons supporting them, Aldric looked to the future with confidence and excitement. The cycle of adventure, of challenge and triumph would continue, a testament to the enduring power of unity, love, and the unquenchable spirit of those who dared to dream of a better world. This was the Sunborn Legacy by Echoing Tales.